I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and to pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
A proposal as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meeting is authorised. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Aged Care Bill 2024 and a related bill, second reading, resumption of debate.
Morning, Andrew.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, today I stand to make a contribution in relation to the Aged Care Bill and the Aged Care Amendment Bill that are before us. The opposition has been very clear right from the get-go that we will support sensible policies because we need a system for aged care that is strong and delivers the dignified care that we believe every older Australian deserves in their ageing. This legislation delivers on a recommendation of the Royal Commission, appointed by the Coalition, to implement a rights-based act for aged care. Since the Royal Commission brought its findings down, the Coalition has invested more than $18 billion to support the immediate recommendations and needs of the sector at the time. But it's really important for us to realise and remember aged care is not a sector. Aged care is a journey of ageing for older Australians and everything that goes with that. It's about respecting the older people in our society. So through good faith negotiations with the government, the Coalition has sought to ensure that the reform package that is before us is improved in many ways. We did so before the package was presented to the Parliament, and we've continued to do so since the package has been available for public consumption. But there is no doubt that the issues that are before our aged care system are absolutely undeniable. We've got aged care homes across Australia, nearly half of them reporting that they're operating at a loss. We have an ageing population, but we have an even greater increase in the number of Australians who have a desire to stay at home as they age, which means that we have to fundamentally change the way we deliver aged care and support the needs that we need to put in place to effect that change. There's no doubt that this bill represents a very significant package of reforms, which is why we pushed to have the bill referred to the Community Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry. And we absolutely valued the final opportunity that at last the government was prepared to have a conversation with Australians, older Australians, their families, the sector more generally, about this significant package of reforms, because up until we put it through the Senate process, there had been an extraordinary lack of transparency about the process to date. It was really, really disappointing to find, though, that the majority report that was delivered by that inquiry, which was the majority report of the government senators on that inquiry, despite what we heard during the inquiry, made no recommendations around how the bill could be improved to reflect much of the concern that we heard during that inquiry. The only recommendation the majority report made was that we should pass the bill. We've been very critical of the government right the way through about the lack of consultation, but I am even more critical of the government that even when we got the opportunity to speak to Australians about what they thought about the bill, they still refused to even recognise many of the improvements that could be made to the bill to make this bill better, to make sure that this bill delivered on what older Australians were expecting this bill to do. They simply just thought that they'd push it through in its original state. So we will continue to criticise the government on the things that we think it has failed to do. But most particularly, I will be critical of the government because they have yet to demonstrate to me, to the parliament or to the sector that they themselves are even ready for the massive changes that this bill will bring in should it start on the 1st of July 2025. I mean, one great question that is yet to be answered, are the government's IT systems even in place sufficiently for the sector to be able to plug into their changes, because there are going to be massive IT changes that the sector has to make. So having considered all the information that was submitted to the Senate inquiry, it is clear that we are going to need to make substantial amendments to this bill to make sure that it is actually delivering what it is, and I will not be rushing this through this parliament. And for that reason, we will be moving a number of amendments because we are going to act on the hard evidence that we heard during the committee process. And we need to recognise that there are still a number of quite significant shortcomings if this bill is actually to deliver on the promised outcomes. We must be transparent about the release of the subordinated legislation. If there was one thing that the inquiry process delivered time and time again, was people concerned that they simply didn't have enough information to even understand what is going to be required of them, whether that was older Australians and their families or whether that was their sector in terms of implementing this bill. And withholding this critical information from stakeholders denies them the ability to fully understand what the implications are. So we will continue to fight to make sure that we have transparency about what is yet to come. This is not the end of the journey, government. This is not the end of the journey. This is the start of the journey, and we will continue to scrutinise every single piece of subordinated legislation you bring into this place to make sure that your rushed and lack of consultation does not detrimentally impact on the older Australians this bill is endeavouring to support. But can I say that the Coalition remains absolutely supportive of a rights-based framework for older Australians. Putting choice and control at the centre of our aged care system is absolutely paramount. We know that that's what the Royal Commission recommended, and we absolutely support that. But we also need to understand the quantum of change that is before us, and we also need to understand that much else that's contained in this bill is certainly not delivering on the recommendations of the Royal Commission, and that is to put choice and control back into the hands of Australians. The Coalition has sought and gained significant changes from the original proposal that was delivered up to us behind closed doors in March, because we wanted to make sure that these reforms were fairer for older Australians, particularly older Australians who'd worked hard all their lives to save for their retirement, and fairer for older Australians who find themselves in a situation where aged care is sometimes out of their reach from affordability. We wanted to make sure every Australian had access to aged care in a fair and reasonable way, which is why we demanded that grandfathering was put in place. So every Australian who has already started their aged care journey will see no change to their financial circumstances, whether they be in residential care, in home care, or even on the waiting list to receive a home care package because they have already been assessed as needing one. We will also make sure that there are caps on the clinical care and caps on home care, because older Australians need to understand what is going to be the quantum of the ask on them in terms of their own support of their ageing journey. We also made sure that taper rates were much lower than the ones that were previously proposed by government, so that older Australians would not be hit with the kind of extreme changes as their incomes went up. And we also wanted to make sure that the government guaranteed that they would always be the majority funder of aged care, and most particularly around making sure that the clinical care that every Australian receives, does not matter who you are, where you are, you will always receive the high level of clinical care. So these were very important changes that we sought to achieve, and we're pleased that we have been able to achieve them. But we were also very concerned about the lack of recognition of rural, regional and remote Australia and the challenges of the shallow markets that they are. So in addition, we secured an additional $300 million to go to rural, regional and remote aged care homes to make sure that they were able to develop the capital works so that they could provide the facilities for people that lived in their community. because we understand that that is often a great challenge in rural and regional communities, is getting access to these kinds of services, because it's hard to get workforce, but it's equally very difficult to get capital building. We also fought hard to remove criminal penalties, and our position has always been that criminal penalties were unnecessary. The Royal Commission didn't recognise criminal penalties because they already exist in our existing legal system under work health and safety, banning orders and other criminal codes, adequate measures to make sure that we protect the safety of older Australians. That is not to say that in any way, shape or form that we believe that the safety of older Australians should be compromised. We just believe this was once again overreach, and we've also successfully eliminated provisions that would have forced unionisation into every aged care home in this country, taking away the focus from the delivering of quality care and increasing mandates felt the hardest by small providers. So whilst there has been significant achievements made by the Coalition during our negotiations, it's important that we remember this package is still fundamentally flawed. This is a package of the making of the Labor government. The bill has not been co-designed. In fact, we were excluded from the process of the design of this bill almost from the get-go, and only were brought into the process after it was finalised. And the issues that we believe need to be addressed that have not been addressed in this bill in any way, shape or form are issues like workforce, regulatory impacts and the implementation timeframes of this bill. And these issues continue to go unaddressed. And if they do continue to go unaddressed, could result in very serious consequences. In fact, last year, 49 aged care homes closed, which is a very, very telling statistic. So the Coalition is seeking to ensure the introduction of this bill will not force more closures of homes. Instead, we need to make sure that it's actually going to incentivise the critical builds that we know that we need. But as I said, we remain very disappointed about the lack of transparency by government throughout this process, and I think that Senate inquiry really highlighted the fact that many Australians were equally frustrated by the lack of consultation or inclusion in this process, and the remaining lack of consultation or any oversight that we've seen over the many, many rules that would actually drive this particular piece of legislation. But as I said, workforce is one of the biggest issues. I don't think I've been into an aged care home in Australia in the last 2.5 years that the first thing they haven't said to me is the challenges that they're facing in workforce. And so the idea that we've got some one-size-fits-all response to aged care is just ridiculous. Markets are different, geographic locations are different. So we see it manifest itself in many different ways, whether that's the financially crippling reliance on agency staff to fill shifts, the inability to fill shifts themselves, which mean nursing homes are closing down or closing beds, and people are moving hundreds of kilometres away from their community and their loved ones just to be able to get a bed, or whether we're throwing out of enrolled nurses and allied health when it comes to the provision of care, even though those workers are extremely valued in the care of older Australians. So I know every aged care provider wants to deliver the highest quality care, and I acknowledge the amazing workforce that works in aged care. But all the reforms in the world are not worth the paper they're written on if you do not have the workforce to deliver them, and if your financial viability is so threatened that you're worried that you're going to have to close your doors. And I think today, the front page, today's papers show that the government's removing of home care caps for cleaning and gardening is exactly the kind of issue that we fought really hard to say you cannot consult behind closed doors, because that's not consultation. You have to speak to people. And can I give a shout out to Hannah, who drove all the way from Yunkalilla to Port Lincoln to give evidence at the inquiry, because she could see the fallacy of these caps. I mean, 18 hours of gardening every year, that's an hour and a half a month. If Hannah was trying to prepare for the bushfire season, it was hardly going to achieve that outcome. So through this process, at least the government has recognised the fallacy of these caps and has now got a bit more of a flexible approach to these things. But these are the kinds of things that are happening that are completely at odds with the decision to go forward with a bill that gives choice and control to older Australians, and these kind of stupid bureaucratic decisions that haven't been consulted actually remove that choice and control for older Australians that we are so keen to make sure we see. On home care, another point that I really want to raise here is that this bill makes no reference whatsoever to Commonwealth Home Support program, where 800,000 Australians already are receiving a level of care in their home. The fact that the government made a decision to release 24,100 home packages when we know that the waiting list is currently 76,000 and we know that it will mean the waiting time will blow out from 5 months to 6 months. I mean, knowingly, this is a design feature of this government that they actually are going to blow out the waiting time. But aside from the current failure to ensure enough home care packages are being delivered, they haven't been transparent about the rules, and witness after witness after witness said that. So we think that this bill needs amending in so many ways, and I'll foreshadow now that I'll be moving a second reading amendment to that effect, because we believe that we need to make sure that we understand transitional requirements. We need to understand the transition pathway. We need to understand information so that older Australians, their families and the sector understands. We need to make sure that the Commonwealth Home Support Program recipients have got greater clarity. We need to understand the caps that they're still proposing for the service list. We need to understand how the service list has been designed. And we also need to understand things like the scale of unrecoverable debts and who and where they will reside. And we also need to understand making sure that we have got dignity around the high quality care that we want for all older Australians. So as I said, we need to make sure that we do get this bill right, and we need to do it right once. We cannot afford to have all of the errors that sit in this bill get passed in this place. So the opposition, and I'm sure the Greens will too, will be moving a series of amendments during the committee stage to try and make this inadequate bill better. But fundamentally, we believe in a rights-based framework for the delivery of Australian aged care, because we believe that choice and control delivers the dignity back to older Australians, and that is the most fundamental reason that this bill is in this place. But without the transparency that we need, we must continue to prosecute, because this government can't be trusted to provide the kind of detail. When we're asking to do this, we will continue to prosecute that.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I rise to speak to the Aged Care Bill 2024 and the Aged Care Legislative Amendment Bill 2024. And our concern is that these bills risk creating a two-tiered system that bakes in inequality. The Greens share the concerns of older Australians that these bills will increase their co-contributions and accommodation costs, but they don't guarantee enforceable rights or the quality of care for participants. And we have significant concerns that in buckling to the demands of the Liberal Party, the Labor Party has abandoned criminal penalties for dodgy aged care providers that it promised and has now junked to get the deal with the Liberals. We've also got concerns about Chapter 4, which contains the new funding model, because asking people to pay more for their care with no guarantee of improved quality is simply taking us in the wrong direction. So we will be moving amendments to address both of those concerns when we come to the committee stage on this bill. The Royal Commission showed us the depths of pain and suffering that proliferated in the aged care sector, and this was in part due to a regulatory system that was driven by for-profit providers. The deals done between the government and the coalition on these bills lead us to have significant concerns that this bill actually won't address the issues that were identified in the last Royal Commission, and frankly wouldn't stop another Royal Commission into the aged care sector in future. The key concern for us is that the rights within this bill remain aspirational for providers. They are not enforceable. The removal of criminal penalties as part of negotiations between the two big parties in this joint has been a significant concern for us and also for many participants and advocates. The Office of the Inspector General of Aged Care, in a submission on the bill, called the rights contained within it aspirational, and they say, and I quote, the Office considers the approach taken in the bill to safeguard individuals' rights to be largely aspirational. In particular, the Office is concerned that it will not implement a rights-based framework as clear or as robust as the Royal Commission has envisaged, because the pathways available to individuals to understand and assert their rights lack the necessary vigour to drive real change. End quote from the Office of the Inspector General of Aged Care. Now, this would be bitterly disappointing for participants, for their loved ones, for their families, for advocates who have seen far too often how the rights of older people in aged care come last and are subsumed by the profiteering of the aged care providers. The shameful evidence that we saw throughout the Royal Commission shows that the sector lacks serious regulation, and we are concerned that without enforceable rights, this regulation remains far too relaxed to prevent another Royal Commission. Professor Cathy Eager told the inquiry that, in her view, this bill is a lost opportunity to genuinely fix aged care once and for all, and she has no doubt that within a matter of years the sector will be back in crisis. The lack of enforcement of the rights was also an issue for the National Older Women's Network, who told the inquiry, quote, "It appears that the framers have been convinced that the aged care sector is too big to fail, and so their demands remain a priority. The Act, by not making the rights enforceable and actually spelling out the fact that they aren't enforceable, means that we know that the words of rights are window dressings to offer appeasement and focus our attention." Window dressing, these rights are, if they're not enforceable. That was the view of many submitters, and it's a view that the Greens share. Post the Royal Commission, we cannot let providers off the hook. Older people deserve clearly enforceable rights and access to high-quality care, and the lack of safeguarding those things in this bill jeopardises that purpose. We hold significant concerns that the aspirational rights for providers do not go anywhere near the heart of the problem in aged care, that its operation as a market means that the incentive of providers, the profit motive, always trumps the provision of high-quality care. And further, although this bill partly reforms the complaints process, we hear time and time and again from participants and their loved ones who are frustrated with the lack of real justice that they see issued against providers. The removal of the worker voice during negotiations between the government and the coalition is also of deep concern. Workers are at the coalface of this sector, and they are the ones who see when things are going wrong, and removing their ability to influence the safety of their workplace is a detriment to them and to participants. We've seen appalling conduct from industry consultants, lobbyists and providers who try to game the system, and we've seen this most clearly with the failures of the star rating system and a watering down of care minutes. A worker's voice would have gone some way towards ensuring aged care is monitored properly. We're also concerned about the strength of whistleblower provisions. In the absence of a worker voice, it is critical that participants and workers are protected from adverse consequences for whistleblowing. The Royal Commission showed us that people must feel safe to speak up when something is wrong, particularly in a sector like aged care, when it can be a matter of life and death for people. Now on to the issues pertaining to funding in Chapter 4 of the bill. While the Greens support the wealthy paying their fair share, opening the door to an expanded user pays model only risks serving to increase the profits of private providers that are already robbing older Australians blind. If more emphasis on user pays is the answer, then you are asking the wrong question. The government needs to be responsible for funding an accessible system for all Australians who need it. We have significant concerns that this bill takes aged care down a pathway that it will be very difficult to unwind. Instead of treating aged care as health care, as it should be, this bill and this government, with the support of the opposition, is completely embedding it as a marketplace. Participants and the government will continue to subsidise for-profit aged care providers. This bill entrenches aged care as a marketplace, and all the while it turns the screws on co-contributions from participants. The varying contribution levels risk pushing older people to ration the care that they receive. In the submission that AUKUS wrote on this bill, the Council of Social Services, they say, and I quote, "Australia has a long-standing principle to provide universal, essential healthcare services so that decent care is available to everyone, regardless of their means. Such services have traditionally been provided either free of charge, such as public hospitals, or at modest cost, such as general practitioner consultations. This bill now puts this principle in direct jeopardy, end quote. That is AUKUS saying that the principle of universal health care that we pay taxes to fund is in peril because of this bill. Additionally, in the submission to the bill from the Nursing and Midwifery Foundation, ANMF, they pointed out that aged care should be publicly funded and owned, particularly as the sector relies heavily on taxpayer support. And the proposed separation of clinical and non-clinical care also creates an unnecessary distinction that can lead to financial burdens for participants whilst undermining comprehensive care. Now further, the increase to the maximum room price is of significant concern. There is little evidence that there'll be any limitation on providers simply lurching to increase the room price as soon as they can to collect another $250,000. This bill lacks safeguards to protect against that. The government should instead be increasing taxes on billionaires and big corporations to properly fund the overburdened aged care system, rather than continuing down this pathway of rationing care and opening the door to unaffordable services and higher profits for private aged care providers. Now, beyond the substantive concerns with the bill, the community and the Senate has been provided with very little time to consider the full implications of these reforms. This bill is substantive, and participants and advocates were given just 2 weeks to read the over 500-page bill and to put in a submission and participate in the inquiry process. Now, we heard from many people in the community who felt that they had been completely sidelined during that process. Feedback through the inquiry highlighted how complex a task for participants and advocates this has really been. Participants also highlighted the emphasis on provider perspectives. One lived experience witness told the inquiry, quote, "The airwaves have been dominated by government and corporate provider lobbyists, and our voices have not been heard and certainly not sought. So we are indeed grateful that this committee is prepared to hear evidence from us, although hearing time still seems to be dominated by commercial interests," end quote. Many submissions also noted that the significant delegation to the rules has meant that it's incredibly difficult to appraise the full implications of the legislation. There's over 600 references in the bill to the rules, which we haven't actually seen all of the rules. I understand there's one tranche of them only. So the Senate is essentially being asked to form a position on legislation when we don't know the full shape of it yet. Now, that should be ringing alarm bells to everybody in this chamber. The significant amount of delegation to the rules under the bill also leaves much of the decision-making up to the government of the day. And with the amount of contribution levels that have been delegated, we're concerned that this is leaving it open for a future government to turn the screws, notwithstanding that some of those rules will be disallowable. Every person fortunate to live into old age will need to be cared for. And if this really is the once-in-a-generation opportunity for reform, then it's critical that the government gets it right. We cannot risk a two-tiered system that bakes in inequality. The elderly are not commodities, they're human beings. And it should be an obligation of any moral society for the government to ensure that older people can get the care that they need. Now, on behalf of Senator Allman Payne, who is our aged care spokesperson but is currently suffering from COVID, although seems to be thankfully on the mend, I want to acknowledge the work that she's done in this area, but also through me, on her behalf, want to thank all of the older people and their families and their advocates who took the time to give evidence and engage in this process, both the Senate inquiry process and also the Royal Commission process that preceded it. That inquiry process was far too brief, and those people really feel like their voices were not properly considered, which is an indictment on this government rushing through such big reforms. But we want to thank the people who did take the time to engage and just reassure them that we've heard you, and that our view is that people in their later years deserve dignity and safety, and that we will always fight for them. Thank you.
Senator Polley.
Thank you. I rise to speak on the Aged Care Bill 2024. This bill responds directly to recommendations of the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety, Royal Commission, and addresses or partly addresses 58 Royal Commission recommendations in total. The Aged Care Bill also responds to the Aged Care Task Force established in 2023, which considered how to sustainably fund aged care into the future. In other words, this bill addresses the neglect of those opposite during the 10-year period that they were in government. In fact, during that 10-year period that they were on the government benches, they changed ministers more often than they changed their underwear. And to have the contribution today by the senator from the opposition talking about how bad this legislation is, 10 years they did nothing. Their government was so bad and neglected aged care in this country that they called a royal commission into their own failings. If that doesn't say to people in the community that they can't trust those that are now in opposition, and Peter Dutton, if he ever becomes Prime Minister of this country, we know what he did when he was the Health Minister. He gutted it by $3 billion. That's what he did. They can't risk having Mr Dutton on the government benches as Prime Minister. But what we said when we took office was we were going to respond to the Royal Commission into their recommendations and look at those and act as quickly as we could. So what we have done with this piece of legislation is to make sure that it is reformed. It will deliver quality care for senior Australians living in residential care and those who are still able to live at home. So the government did respond. It's not like all of a sudden people have only just found out that aged care was in such crisis. We've known it for the 10 years that they were in government. We've been in this place on this side of the bench for less than 3 years, and we are already responding to that Royal Commission. The Community Affairs Committee, under the chair of Senator Marielle Smith, she went out and she listened to the concerns. Not only did that committee listen to the concerns, but this government has actually acted on the concerns and the issues that was raised through that appropriate process. The Royal Commission determined that the aged care sector at the time was existing as systematically failing system where treating older people was without dignity was normalised. That's what happened under their government for 10 years. It was a sector in crisis, and it was in that much of a crisis that they finally realised it themselves and called a Royal Commission. And rightly so. Most Australians were shocked to find the findings of the Royal Commission and the systematic abuse occurring within our aged care system across the country. Those opposite were beholden to the sector and were unwilling to take the necessary reforms to the sector that was so badly needed. With this new bill, the Albanese government is delivering a new comprehensive pathway, mandatory aged care food standards. Pretty basic, but very important because we all know what people in residential care was being fed under that government. Statutory duty of care for registered providers of aged care. Worker screening. Workers can no longer be sacked from one aged care residential home and then go down to the next suburb and get another job. We have done that in this legislation. Stronger investigative powers for the regulator, new civil penalties and new whistleblower protections. I'm proud to stand here before you and speak on this bill because for years I've advocated for many of these reforms, which is why it is now becoming part of the reality. And I want to just to remind those people opposite how many failed ministers they had in their decade of being in government. But as the Assistant Shadow Minister for Ageing under the opposition leader Bill Shorten, I travelled the country and heard directly from residents, from their families, from providers who were advocating for change to their sector. They were advocating for more money to be put into the sector. But what happened? Nothing until the Albanese government was elected at the last election, and we've taken the action that was needed. When we first came to government, we got on with the job of reform to the aged care sector. And I want to acknowledge the hard work of Minister Mark Butler, who, when we were previously, the previous 10 years, when we were in government, we started the process with living longer, living better, because we knew that senior Australians deserved better support, better care. And then finally, after 10 years of neglect, we were elected, and now Minister Butler, along with Minister Wells, have taken those actions. But I'd also like to acknowledge Minister Julie Collins, when she was also the aged care minister, and I worked with her in the shadow portfolio, and also particularly Shane Newman for his leadership over many years where we travelled the country because we were listening. And now we've had the opportunity to act, and I'm very proud of all of those people that have made a contribution to this legislation. But it was so serious for us that it was our first act on coming into government was to pass the reforms that the first piece of legislation that we did. We have placed older Australians as a priority, both coming into government and since we were elected. We delivered a new funding mechanism for residential aged care, a sector-wide code of conduct, an expanded serious incident response scheme and stronger provider guidance. Then we implemented aged care reforms, delivering greater transparency, capping home care fees, and most importantly, putting nurses back into nursing homes because those opposite didn't care enough to put them back when the sector was crying out for them. Families and older people were crying out for them. And the creation of an Inspector General of Aged Care reinforced the Albanese government's commitment to being open with the Australian public about how aged care is administered and how it will be into the future. We have made aged care more transparent with star ratings for residential care, reforming senior Australians and reinforming them about the importance that family have in ensuring that the communications between the resident and the provider are open and transparent communications. And in line with our commitment to working people and wage growth, the Albanese government proudly delivered $11.3 billion investment into a historic pay rise for aged care workers, which they did nothing about. We still have a shortage, but at least now they're getting paid for the valuable work that they are giving and providing to our loved ones. And one day, maybe some of those who are in the chamber right now. And in line with that, it's a 14% pay rise, which when you listen to what those people on that side say, when their government, their policy was to keep wages low. Well, try telling that to an aged care worker who's trying to buy a home or put food on the table, or during COVID, having to work in two different aged care homes, spreading COVID because they had no other choice. That all happened under their watch. Just as we have provided funding for early childhood educators, we are investing in the care economy. Care economy is about caring for senior Australians, and it's about educating our young. Our reforms have a positive impact on the lives of older people, their families, their friends, and their workers who are caring for them. And as I speak in this chamber, there is a registered nurse on site in aged care residential places 99% of the time across this country. Older Australians are receiving an additional 3.9 million minutes of care every single day. That's 1.7 million of which are delivered by a qualified registered nurse. And we should never accept anything less than that. This is what delivering for senior Australians looks like, and we're not stopping there. The new legislation framework for aged care will place high quality, safe and compassionate care and services at the centre of the scheme. The Aged Care Bill includes a statement of rights for older people, and a positive duty for providers to uphold those rights. A single entry point to the aged care system with clear eligible requirements and a fair, culturally safe assessment process. The framework for delivering of a range of aged care services, including residential care and the new support at home program, which will be offering improved access to supports and services to help people remain independent in their own home, which at the end of the day, we all know will save governments money. But it's about more than that. It's about supporting people to stay in their own home where they can be independent and where the majority of older people want to age. We will be providing higher levels of care in the home so that, as I said, people can stay at home longer. It will provide mechanisms for the Commonwealth to fund aged care services, including aged care-related grant programs and a fair contribution from those who can afford to contribute to the cost of the aged care and to make sure the aged care system is sustainable in the future. And we know, I've been in this place long enough to know that those people who were urged to do something about making those people who can afford to pay a contribution, because the aged care in this country is just going to grow exponentially, which is a good thing. We all want to grow old. But they were not prepared to take that step because they didn't want to deal with any political backlash. Well, when you're in government, you have to be accountable to your people. You have to make sure that we have services and we protect older Australians who have worked and created the country that we have the privilege of living in, and I have the privilege of serving. This is a new approach to aged care. This is about restoring dignity and it's about restoring respect. It's about respecting those people who work in aged care. It's about respecting the rights of the individual who has to go and live in a residential home. But we must always remember, a residential home is that person's home. It is that person's home. It's just that they're not well enough or don't have the support to be able to live independently at home anymore. So this is one of the best things that this Labor government has done. And why? Why have we done it? Because we respect older people. We believe that people working in this care economy deserve to be supported. They deserve fair pay. But we've taken another step, which is really important, and that is to legislate so that only people 65 and older can live in residential homes. That's so people with disability, young people, aren't put into an aged care home that is totally wrong for them. Somebody who's in their 30s should not, because they have nowhere else to go and they have disability, should not be placed in an old people's home. That's part of this legislation as well. This is good legislation. I have been in this place for a long time. There is no such thing as a perfect piece of legislation. That is why we have been negotiating with those opposite for over 12 months. 12 months we've been trying to get them to the table to actually vote and to support this legislation. But we never walked away from it. We were never going to go away from our belief that this was really important. The other priority in this bill is something I've been passionate about from the first day in this place, and that is empowering workers to be able to care, to be well-trained and well-skilled to deal with those who are on the dementia journey, something that unfortunately is the biggest killer of women in this country. Is not a heart attack. Women die predominantly from dementia. So more and more Australians will go into residential care, and we need skilled, caring, supportive staff to help them. I'm very proud and I urge people to support.
Sadly, your time has expired. Senator Kovacic. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Aged Care Bill 2024 and the Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024. While these bills are ambitious in scope and the Coalition will support their passage, they contain a number of concerns that should be addressed to achieve their intended goals. Earlier this month, the Community Affairs Committee tabled its final report on the inquiry into Aged Care Bill 2024. I thank the Shadow Minister for Health, Senator Ruston, for facilitating the opportunity for senators to scrutinise these reforms via public hearings before their passage through this chamber. Throughout this inquiry, senators heard directly from providers and older Australians and their families. While there is broad support for the reforms proposed in these bills, many stakeholders emphasise the need for adequate time to implement these changes effectively. This concern is especially relevant given that much of the detail remains in subordinate legislation, which has yet to be released in full. The Coalition has agreed to the passage of these bills because it is necessary to embed a rights-based framework and to ensure a world-class aged care system in our country. However, the Coalition remains deeply concerned about the lack of appropriate transparency, particularly the absence of critical rules and implementation guidelines. This bill doesn't meet the Aged Care Royal Commission's recommendation to establish a right to access care. It lacks clear timelines and reporting mechanisms to track wait times from application and assessment to receiving care. Witnesses also raised concerns that the bill includes no safeguards to prevent the government from reducing the number of aged care places. Genuine reform cannot succeed without clarity, consultation and an achievable timeline for the providers who must deliver these changes. Aged care reflects our values as a society. The way we care for older Australians mirrors our commitment to dignity, to respect and to humanity. These reforms should embody that commitment, but they do fall short. Over half of the aged care homes in Australia are operating at a loss. In the last year alone, 49 aged care homes closed under this government's watch. By 2042, a mere 18 years from now, the number of Australians aged 85 years and over is projected to double, increasing to over 1 million people. And by the 2060s, just 36 years away, 1 in 5 Australians will be aged over 65. It is important to note the work the Coalition has done in aged care. We initiated the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety, delivered over $18 billion in immediate funding to the sector following that Royal Commission. And we secured critical changes to this legislation, including grandfathering arrangements, fairer financial contributions and additional support for rural and regional providers. Workforce shortages are a critical issue in the sector, with aged care providers struggling to attract and retain staff. Financial pressures on families and providers are escalating, compounded by inadequate support for essential services. The substantive bills have been rushed through the Parliament, leaving providers and older Australians unable to properly prepare for its impacts. During the inquiry, the CEO of Community-Based Support, Ms Alison Warrington, stated that we haven't had enough detail on the overall rules and changes to be able to financially model what that care management looks like. Transparency is lacking, with key details hidden in subordinate legislation, which is yet to be released. This bill implements the first of the recommendation of the Royal Commission, a new rights-based framework for aged care, and it seeks to promote dignity and independence for older Australians. They are both critically important. However, arbitrary caps on things like cleaning and gardening services undermine the ability for older Australians to age at home. The primary messaging we got from the inquiry is that people want to age at home for as long as possible. These services are essential. They are not luxuries. Mr Jim Patterson, the Senior Manager at Advocacy Tasmania, told the committee that the 52-hour per year cap was far too low. He said the cap at 52 hours in a year is very low for cleaning, and for some people 18 hours for gardening is also extremely low. And for some people, when you look at consumer-directed care, they might be the two items that they actually want more of compared to some of the other items that they may not yet need in their package. Foundation Director of the Australian Health Services Research Institute, Professor Kathy Eager, expressed concerns that this shortfall in services would lead vulnerable elderly Australians to move to the cash economy. If you can only get an hour of gardening or cleaning, you'll end up in the cash economy paying somebody locally. For an older person, particularly someone who has cognitive loss, this is a really risky issue. We actually want a community aged care system that is socially engaging with people and that people trust to identify their needs as they get older. Ms Beverly Baker, Chair of the Older Women's Network, New South Wales, captured the human element of the issue when she stated during the Newcastle hearing, "An hour of cleaning a week, for heaven's sake. It takes me longer than that to clean up my kitchen after one meal. It is absolutely unreal. If you're living in Sydney with our climate, you can almost hear your grass grow. As you get older, your eyesight isn't as good and maybe you don't see the dirt as clearly as you would when you were younger. Those sorts of things are really important. Older women are not dirty. Sometimes they simply can't see what's in the shadow or in the shade. And it's an insult to say to somebody, you can clean your house in an hour. That's not possible. It doesn't matter how small your house is. It's going to take you longer than that to clean." Based on evidence presented during the inquiry, it raises important questions around these caps. Who exactly determined this to be a reasonable community expectation? Which segments of the community were consulted to assess whether these timeframes truly reflect needs? The $10,000 grants available for providers for ICT upgrades are not only inadequate, but also fail to reflect the complexity and cost of implementing these changes. We also don't know whether the department itself is ready for the changes with their own ICT upgrades. Evidence presented during the Senate inquiry highlighted that ICT upgrades involve significant financial and operational challenges, including updating systems, staff training and ensuring compatibility with government systems. The costs far exceed the limited funding on offer. Coalition senators recommend that transition arrangements include a provision delaying the start for any changes requiring ICT builds until 6 months after key milestones have been met. These milestones include receiving pricing from the Independent Health and Aged Care Pricing Authority, tabling the Chapter 4 rules and ensuring that all associated government ICT changes are either in place or scoped sufficiently to provide certainty around system capabilities. If this government is serious about delivering historic reforms, it must match its ambition with meaningful structural and transitional support. Without realistic timelines, providers will struggle to implement the necessary changes and deliver the outcomes that these reforms are intended to achieve. The push to move elderly Australians from hospitals into aged care facilities prioritises system efficiency over individual needs. We need to ensure that older Australians are given options to return to their home after extended hospital stays, rather than being directed to the aged care residential system. Such transitions should be guided by personal preferences and well-being and the opportunity to age respectfully at home. The government has failed to release key subordinate legislation, leaving stakeholders in the dark. Providers and families cannot adequately plan for these proposed changes. The Albanese government is introducing punitive tax changes on superannuation balances over $3 million. These changes will double the tax rate on some super earnings, including unrealised capital gains. Younger Australians and self-funded retirees will ultimately bear the brunt of these tax changes. Simultaneously, these same cohorts of Australians are being asked to pay more for aged care services, with no real guarantees of improved quality. Rising property prices and rents are eroding Australians' abilities to save for aged care costs like refundable accommodation deposits and daily accommodation payments. This comes at a time when this government is expecting Australians to depend on their home equity to fund their aged care needs. Risks preventing Australians from building the long-term financial security required to meet their aged care needs is something that we need to address. As of the 31st of March 2023, 63% of Australians aged 65 and over received income support payments, with 92% of those receiving the aged pension. This amounts to around 2.8 million people. This number will only continue to grow as a greater proportion of our population ages. Without home ownership, these Australians face significant financial insecurity as they age. The aged care sector faces a workforce crisis. Staff shortages are placing significant strain on providers, with rural and regional areas hit the hardest. It is also here that aged care workers are overburdened and underpaid, leading to higher turnover rates. The government has failed to outline a clear strategy to address these workforce challenges. Since coming to power, the Albanese Labor government has introduced over $315 billion in additional spending, much of it poorly targeted. Rising inflation and interest rates are compounding financial pressures on families and providers. Australians are facing higher taxes and fewer services, with no relief in sight. Ensuring Australians can age at home if they choose with adequate support is critical. Demanding the release of all subordinate legislation and clear timelines for implementation is critical. Targeting training, retention and recruitment to build a sustainable aged care workforce is also critical. Aged care is not just a policy issue, it is a measure of our humanity. In their current form and without the full scope of subordinate legislation, these bills lack the clarity and transparency needed to fully address the challenges facing aged care in Australia. The Coalition will continue to advocate for reforms that deliver dignity, choice and quality care for older Australians, and we will hold this government accountable and ensure that every Australian can access the care they deserve. We have a duty to our older Australians to ensure they are treated with dignity and respect, and we have an equally urgent responsibility to young Australians to safeguard them from inheriting the crushing tax burden of a broken and inefficient aged care system. This is a pivotal moment, a chance to create an aged care system that not only rises to the challenges of today, but becomes a foundation of fairness, sustainability and dignity for generations to come. And I move the amendment as circulated in Senator Ruston's name on sheet 3072.
Thank you, Senator Kavasic. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to also offer a contribution to the aged care bill. Over the last few months, I've been speaking with Canberrans about these proposed changes and what they want from our aged care system here in Australia. My team and I have had a great time at the CODA ACT Seniors Expo, speaking with seniors about this bill. We also conducted a survey of Canberrans, and with the support of the amazing team at CODA ACT, we held a town hall at the Hughes Community Centre to walk through what has been proposed and to listen what the Canberra community has to say about the government's proposal. Broadly, Canberrans have told me that they are comfortable with these changes, but with some caveats. The vast majority of people I've spoken to have told me that they're happy to contribute more to their aged care in the future, but only if it means that they have access to better services. The reality at the moment is that people are not getting what they need from our aged care system. They are not getting the services that they're paying for. Many can't even find the services that they need. And there is still concern for people's well-being while they're in residential aged care. I had someone recently tell me that they fought with a provider for a full year just to get them to stop feeding their diabetic partner sugar. This should not be happening. It should not be happening given what we learnt through the Royal Commission and given the commitment of the Parliament to actually looking after senior Australians. That complaint was left unresolved by the Commission, even after that man passed away. And for this reason, I was not surprised to learn that 58% of people that I surveyed said that they weren't confident that the aged care system would be able to meet their needs. A further 51% of people told me that they didn't think aged care providers had people's best interests at heart. The trust in the system is not there. The trust in aged care providers is certainly not there. The trust in our regulators is not there. And the services simply don't exist to meet people's needs, even in our nation's capital. And that's clearly why change is necessary. And that's why I'm supportive of what is being proposed today. We need a system that is available for the next generation and the generation after that. We need more funding entering the system to improve wages, quality standards, and accommodation. And in general terms, this bill delivers on that, helping to secure the future of the aged care system and re-gear it so that it focuses on providing support to keep people at home for as long as possible. However, there are a few issues that Canberrans have raised with me that I want to call out today. The first being aged care assessments and the time it takes for someone to get a home care package. Before anyone can even start receiving support, they first need an assessment. Here in the ACT, the wait to get an assessment has been unacceptably long. I've heard from people who've waited a full year for an assessment, 12 months just for an assessment, and then they have to wait another year for the package to come through. The end result is that a lot of Canberrans have ended up hospitalised waiting for their package. Or Canberrans are told, just go to the hospital. You'll get your assessment much faster if you say it's an emergency. That's disgraceful. That is truly disgraceful to have a system where people are resorting to going to emergency and landing up in hospitals that are already clogged just to get an assessment for a home care package. And I want to put on the record my frustration with the finger pointing that has occurred between the federal government and the ACT government, who can't seem to provide a straight answer on where things have been going wrong here. The ACT government says that they've been dudded on funding, that they haven't been given enough, and the federal government says that that's not true, that they've been given funding and they haven't actually employed enough people to do these assessments. Whatever the case, we need both governments to work it out so that our senior residents are not paying the price. We have people who are paid big bucks and they need to take responsibility, accept responsibility for actually fixing things, not pointing at the other government, not trying to handball this issue. I recognise that the government has committed to lowering waiting times to 3 months. But let's be real, that 3 months presents just one component of the journey. It doesn't account for the time it takes to get an assessment and then the time it takes for the services to actually commence. So we need to be much more transparent about the whole process, not just the element that the government feels that it can control directly and can go out there and promise 3 months. Let's actually break it down and be upfront about what that process will actually look like and how long it's actually going to take to be delivered. And that's why I'll be asking the Senate to support amendments to provide greater transparency around wait times so that we can keep a sharp eye on where we may be failing communities across the country. The other big issue I want to raise is how we're treating people who become disabled over 65. From a number of people I've met and heard their stories, it's pretty appalling. If you become disabled over the age of 65, you are guaranteed to receive far less support than a person with a disability under 65. This was brought to my attention by two Canberrans who I think have become familiar faces in these halls, Peter and Lorraine. In late 2012, Lorraine, at the age of 72, fell off her bicycle and injured her spinal cord. Tragically, this rendered Lorraine quadriplegic. Because she was over 65 at the time of her accident, Lorraine will never be eligible for the NDIS. The aged care system is the system that provides support to her, and she receives that support through a home care package. But the aged care system has not been designed for people with disability. When they first got their package, 10 aged care agencies turned them down. Many of them simply said, Lorraine needs disability care, not aged care. And when they asked disability agencies, they were told, if she's not on the NDIS, we can't help you. We're not interested. They did find support in the end, but the package simply does not provide the support that Lorraine needs. Within their package, they can scrape together enough to help Lorraine get out of bed in the mornings, but they do not have enough to help get her to bed in the evenings. Lorraine's husband, Peter, turns 86 next month. And he has told me that he fears the day he will no longer be able to help his wife in the evenings. He asks us to consider, what should I do when I no longer have the strength to lift my wife into bed? The only option will be residential aged care. Lorraine is an active member of our community. She attends lectures at U3A. She's a member of the Women's International Club. She has an active life. And it would be the greatest shame for Lorraine to have to enter residential aged care before she needs to, simply because the system will not give her the support that she needs to get into bed at night. That's the opposite of what this system should be doing, and it runs contrary to the strong recommendation of the Royal Commission that the aged care system provide support to older Australians with disability comparable to the supports funded through the NDIS. I'll be moving an amendment to recognise that this system is the system that has to support people who become disabled over 65. And I hope that the Senate will support that amendment for the benefit of people like Lorraine who want to remain at home and remain part of our community. I want to finish by talking about the Statement of Rights. This is something that we debated quite a bit at the town hall, and Canberrans have told me that while they appreciate the strong statements of right within the bill, they're worried that these rights are essentially unenforceable. They're rights on paper. They're like the mission statements that you see up on the walls of offices and businesses around the country that are there, but no one really pays much attention to. It's true that a person can't take action in a court if they feel their rights have been breached. But looking into the details of the bill, it's unclear to me if the Commissioner can even take action if people feel their rights aren't being upheld. It seems the Commissioner only has to consider whether providers have procedure manuals in place, not whether they're actually considering whether these rights are being upheld each and every day in practice. And everyone in this chamber knows it's one thing to have a procedure manual, it's another thing to actually use that and to ensure that those procedures are being implemented. I'd like to finish by reading to the chamber some of the feedback I've received from Canberrans. This is from Eileen. The Royal Commission proved that it is not a matter of a few bad apples or isolated incidents. The abuse and neglect is systemic and it continues unabated without consequence for the service providers. Nothing in the new Act will change that. Many providers are still not meeting the service quality standards, more than 1 year since they were meant to be fully implemented. And these are standards for only bare minimum care, not even for good care. This is from Vicky. How will the government ensure that contributions made by senior Australians to the cost of their aged care are used to improve the quality and number of services provided to residents, and not simply used to increase the profits of aged care providers? Aged care is expensive already, and service quality varies significantly across the sector. If being asked to contribute more than the services provided, must be monitored and standards enforced. This is from Donna. Dad's strongest wish is to remain in his home until he dies. My sister lives with him and is committed to helping him realise that wish. Her role as carer is largely unsupported by the community, and avenues for subsidised assistance aren't readily apparent to her. Review of Dad's care package takes a long time, and the services he needs are difficult to access. My sister's role as carer is close to 24/7. It's not sustainable. She's in her 60s, and both of them might end up in care. Finally, this is from Bronwyn Vincent. The system is a nightmare. I don't understand how aged people without support or an advocate navigate the process. I provide support for my almost 90-year-old mother who lives independently in her own home. I've been trying for months to get her additional support, and although her application has been approved months ago, she is still waiting for the paperwork to go through. This is ridiculous. They keep reassessing her. She doesn't need a new assessment, she just needs someone to do the paperwork. This is so frustrating. And so I thank the government for bringing forward these reforms. I sincerely hope that they will support amendments that I think strengthen the aims of this bill and really ensure that we are living up to the compact that we should have with older generations, that the things that we enjoy are due to their hard work, and that we will respect them and look after them and ensure that they can live a life of dignity as they age. And as we know, for most people, that is living at home for as long as possible. And whilst there's a number of things in this bill that will do that, I think the timeliness of that process to get an assessment and to actually get a package has to have more transparency so that we can ensure that it's delivered to Australians around Australia.
Senator Smith.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I also rise to speak on the Aged Care Bill 2024. The Community Affairs Legislation Committee, which I chair, conducted an inquiry into this bill that was primarily through the month of October, reporting early November. And it was a considerable inquiry, and I just need to put some facts on the record regarding the extent and thoroughness of that inquiry, as well as some of the other consultations which have gone into the development of this bill. We held 9 public hearings over a matter of a few weeks. We went to every single state and territory, not just capital cities, but we went into regional areas in the states and territories as well. We heard from over 150 people, including 28 witnesses who shared their lived experience of aged care. We held 5 panels of lived experience witnesses across the course of our hearings. We added an additional one towards the end to make sure we could bolster the lived experience that we were receiving as evidence to our committee. In total, we received over 180 submissions by people affected by aged care, by their advocates, by representatives, as well as service providers and other stakeholders across the aged care sector. It was a substantial inquiry, and I want to thank the committee secretariat for their tireless work to organise these hearings in a very short time frame, particularly Claudia Kevin, who stepped up as acting committee secretary for a significant portion of the inquiry. And I know a number of other Senate staff members attended our hearings and helped facilitate our inquiries because we had so many around the country in such a short period of time. Government senators turned up to every single one of those inquiries for the entire duration of the day, and I want to acknowledge Senator Urquhart and Senator Pratt for their presence and also for their assistance to me in chairing some of those inquiries. Now, this built on a consultation process conducted by the Department of Health and Aged Care before the bill was introduced. The exposure draft of the bill was released for public consultation for 4 months, during which nearly 1,000 people attended face-to-face or virtual workshops on the legislation, including specific sessions for culturally and linguistically diverse communities and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. The department hosted 3 public webinars where there were over 9,600 people in attendance. They facilitated roundtable discussions that engaged aged care experts, advocates, providers and aged care representatives to discuss and provide comment on the exposure draft. And these consultations in total, I'm advised, resulted in almost 14,500 separate points of engagement on the bill, including over 440 submissions and 1,500 survey responses. The consultation on this bill and these reforms was extremely thorough, not just by our committee, but by the department before it. And that consultation extended to people with lived experience of aged care. It was not just about providers at all, and it extended to almost every corner of Australia. And as chair of the committee, I am so grateful for the heartfelt, passionate and sometimes deeply personal testimony we received, which was instrumental in developing our report and in shaping our views. But what we heard loud and clear over the course of this inquiry was that this bill was urgent and necessary, and that there is absolutely no time to waste to pass it through the Senate so that the government can implement these vital reforms. This bill is part of a reform process which isn't months long, it is years long. And after significant advocacy from people in aged care, from their families and loved ones, and it responds to the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety from October 2018, a Royal Commission report that left absolutely no doubt about the urgency of a reform. That report was titled Neglect, and let we never forget it. From a Royal Commission report called Neglect, and this bill represents a substantial part of the government's response to that report and a substantial part of the reform process we know needs to take place in aged care to make sure that high-quality care can be delivered in a sustainable way to ensure that it will be there for all the generations that need it. In its final report, the Royal Commission has made clear that change was needed and that people in aged care want to be treated with care, dignity and respect, but that it had been far too easy for older people and their families to become disempowered in what can be a depersonalised, confusing and overly bureaucratic aged care system. Recommendation 1 of the Royal Commission was that a new Aged Care Act be passed by this Parliament. And the passage of the bill will respond to around 60 of the recommendations of this Royal Commission report. This bill is about putting older Australians at the heart of the aged care system, and it's about raising the standard of care across the nation. And sustainable funding is an essential part of that mission. By changing how aged care providers deliver services to older people in their homes, community settings and residential care homes, there is an opportunity to ensure that older people are treated with the respect that they deserve. And this bill implements a much-needed, rights-based legislative framework for aged care, as was recommended by the Royal Commission. And we all know the stories, the horrific stories from years past about what has happened in aged care in this country. The Royal Commission report was called Neglect for a reason. And none of us should be comfortable maintaining the status quo which produced a report called Neglect. And the bill before us today is about responding to that report, saying a report called Neglect does not leave us with any option but to embark on a substantial agenda of reform. And sometimes that requires hard decisions, but it actually does require coming to the table, coming to the party and trying to resolve a problem, a massive problem, a problem which was hurting too many of the people we love, too many members of our own families, and would have continued to hurt and harm if a reform agenda wasn't ambitious, wasn't bold and wasn't brought to this chamber as this bill does today. I think this is a good bill. Throughout our inquiry process, we found some things which we thought needed work and needed to be addressed. We made commentary throughout our report in the committee view, and I acknowledge the work and the response of the government to some of those issues raised. That's the purpose and part of having an inquiry process. But it is also really important that we actually just come together and do something about this. That we don't think the status quo on a system which led to a Royal Commission report called neglect is ever going to be superior to a reform agenda which seeks to put aged and older Australians at the heart of aged care. That's not an acceptable scenario either. It's not acceptable and not at all reasonable to put your heads in the sand on this one. We need to actually come together as a parliament to deliver reform. That's what our community expects of us, and that's what this bill will deliver. And those reforms go to secure and sustainable funding. They go to the care at home, the support at home program, which will make a tremendous and massive difference to many people's lives, and we know is a core part of what older Australians and their families expect and want from the aged care system, and what this bill will help us deliver, including changes to those waiting lists, including making sure that more Australians are supported to be able to age in their home. An absolutely critical request of older Australians and their families. The aged care sector absolutely needs reforms. These reforms are once in a generation. And I commend the Minister, who has worked tirelessly since she was sworn into this portfolio on seeking to deliver a reform program which responds to that report, responds to the title Neglect, a report that this chamber should never be able to ignore, and a response of complexity and detail and at times compromise necessary to actually change this system so it works for older Australians, so that older people get the care, dignity and respect they deserve, that we do that in a sustainable way, and we don't shirk our responsibilities in this parliament to respond to that number one recommendation to deliver reform, to deliver a new act this term. That's our opportunity today, and I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to make a contribution to the legislation before us, the Aged Care Bill 2024. And can I say, this is an important piece of legislation, and I acknowledge the commentary from the Chair of the Community Affairs Committee in relation to that. But if it's such an important piece of legislation, if it is so important as the government tell us, why have they left it so late in the term to legislate this piece of important legislation? Why have they allowed the program of the response to the Royal Commission put in place by the previous government to slip by so much? Why are we here at 12, just before an election, urgently needing to pass a piece of legislation that should have been done over a year ago? Why have they allowed that to happen? Why have they allowed the waiting time for home care packages to slip from 30 to 90 days, where it was under the funding provided by the previous government, now out to 15 months? And why is there ambition for delivery of a home care package? And I heard Senator David Pocock talking about waiting times. Why is there ambition for a home care package only 90 days, out to 90 days? The Coalition got the time down to 30 to 90 days for a home care package at any level. Less than 30 days for a high needs package. And yet the government in this legislation is saying that the acceptable standard for receiving a home care package is 90 days. And Senator Pocock thinks that's okay. I don't. And neither do people receiving care. It's worth noting, Deputy President, that this government still has not, the Labor Party still have not responded in full to the Royal Commission. The document that they're working off is the response tabled by the Morrison government in the budget of 2021 in its response to the Royal Commission. And it's a bit cute, I have to say, to listen to members of the Labor Party who still haven't responded to the Royal Commission formally themselves, the 148 recommendations of that Royal Commission, taking credit for things and decisions made by the previous government. Now, they're all important reforms. It's good that they're happening. It's the star rating, standards on food, the new funding model, the ANAC system, where providers all knew their new funding regime before the 2022 election came to pass. Financial reporting, all things that were planned, decisions made under the previous government. It's good that they're in place, important reforms in response to the Royal Commission. But we saw before the last election the politics of aged care played by Labor, where they opposed pieces of legislation that were proposed by the Coalition and then brought them back immediately after the election in mostly the same form to pass and claim credit for. Fine. But as part of that process, for example, they reduced the standards of clinical care required in aged care facilities for Indigenous Australians. Why do Indigenous Australians deserve a lesser standard of clinical oversight than everybody else? I would argue they don't. But that's what this government did. They excluded Indigenous-run aged care facilities from the clinical governance and the governance oversight required of every other provider in the country. It is shameful. It is shameful that they let the waiting time for home care packages to slip out to 15 months. The reform of the home care system was one of the key elements of the Royal Commission report. A cruel lottery, they called it. The Prime Minister talked before the election about returning the care to aged care. The reality is that all he has done is delay the process and return the waiting lists. Return the waiting list. It is shameful that people are now waiting 15 months for a home care package when all of the investment and all of the hard work done by the sector, the previous government, had got the waiting time down to 30 to 90 days. A commitment that we made very early in the previous parliamentary term. And there are some other catches within this legislation that haven't been talked about. Now, the government talks about a lifetime cap on expenditure. It's been referred to by a number of people. But the thing that this legislation does is discriminate against people on lower incomes. If you can find the money to pay a DAP, a deposit for your home, a lot of money, potentially up to $1 million, that money is protected. A RAD, I'm sorry, I've got my acronyms around the wrong way. If you've got the money to pay a RAD, that money is protected by the system. But if you pay a DAP, a daily accommodation price, if you pay a daily accommodation fee, that is not included in the cap. And you will pay that every day. And so if you're someone of low means who can't afford to pay a RAD, all of your resources can over time be gobbled up through the daily accommodation fees. It is not part of the cap, it's not protected. The only thing that's included in the cap is the clinical care fees. And of course the new design of the home care system will actually drive people out of home care and it will drive people out of their homes. Because they might just need that little bit of care around the house or around the garden, and Senator Pocock talked about it, and so did the Greens talk about it in their contribution. They might just need that little bit of care assistance to stay in their own homes to do some of those daily chores. But the way that the funding system's been designed under the government's new model, you might as well pay on the cash market than try and go through a home care package because you will pay more. And if you're in the upper echelon of wage earners, you could pay double what you're paying on the private market. The design of the scheme is designed to push people out of home care, and the waiting times for home care are quite simply unacceptable. Now, the government talks a big game. They go back to the title of the interim report, not the final report of the home care of the Royal Commission, and they've got a long, sad history of misrepresenting the Royal Commission.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. You'll be in continuation, and we'll move on to 2-minute statements. And I call Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Last week I was delighted to join the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee, in the electorate of Paterson to announce our outstanding new candidate, Lawrence Antcliffe. Lawrence is a true Paterson local that understands the needs of his community. He lives in Paterson with his wife Kira and their 3 children. For over a decade, Lawrence has worked in the housing sector, training and mentoring young Australians wanting to play a part in building our future. He has supported over 250 small and medium-sized construction businesses in the Hunter and across New South Wales. Lawrence knows firsthand the significance of the housing crisis that is gripping our country and gripping the people of Paterson. The community of Paterson are an aspirational people. I know that because for some years I lived in Port Stephens. Like all Australians, they deserve respect from government at all levels. And sadly, for the last 2 years, this community has been dismissed by the Albanese Labor government. They have seen too many times Labor ministers fly in with grand announcements to the detriment of local small businesses and local residents, and then fly straight back out. The people of Paterson deserve better, and Lawrence Antcliffe is that better. He will put Paterson first again, as any local member should, for their community. I look forward to fighting with Lawrence, as does the rest of the Liberal team, as he campaigns for the next election to give Paterson the representation it deserves, whether that be small manufacturing businesses in Maitland or whether that is a tourism operator in Port Stephens. The diverse community of Paterson deserves a strong local candidate, and we will fight really hard to deliver that with Lawrence Antcliffe. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Grogan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. How good was the weekend? Not only did we see the Port Power AFLW make an amazing run up towards the finals, very impressive, but we also saw the absolutely excellent Alex Dighton win the by-election in Black in South Australia. So good. Alex is such a great local member. He's going to be brilliant in this role. He really is. He's a proud member of the Labor Party, has spectacular values, has spent 16 years working in the school community, supporting students and being there for his community. I know that he is going to do so well in this role. And the people of Black will be very, very lucky to have him there, and he will be the voice that is needed in the Parliament for them. Now, winning 2 by-elections this year shows the confidence that South Australians have in Labor government in the state and in Peter Malinauskas. Excellent leader, just kicking goals all the way. It is very impressive to see how amazing the state government is doing and how well the federal Albanese Labor government are working alongside them. Between us, we do make the state a much, much better place to be. But one of the things that was quite disgraceful was to see in the last wee while the shameful attempt from members of the upper house to actually readdress the abortion debate. It was a disgrace to see that, to see our state's pro-choice stance knocked about. South Australia is clear. This is not where we're at. This is not the debate we want to have. We are not going to go down that disgraceful pathway and undermine the core values that we cherish.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Senator McKim.
There's a genocide underway in Gaza, and Labor has made Australia complicit. We're complicit because we're exporting Australian-made military hardware that is being used in the genocide. We are complicit because we've failed to take the necessary international action to resist the Gaza genocide. We are complicit because our government won't even call it a genocide, despite overwhelming evidence as the slaughter of innocent civilians continues. The Liberals cheer on the brutality in Gaza with a bloodthirsty enthusiasm that renders them wholly unfit to hold office, and Labor talks out of both sides of its mouth. They wring their hands and call for balance, yet they refuse to hold the State of Israel and its leaders accountable for a genocide. This is not neutrality, it's complicity. Australia must stop exporting military hardware to Israel. Australia must impose sanctions on Israeli war criminals like Mr Netanyahu. Australia must stop siding with the murder of children in Gaza. Australia must end its complicity in the deliberate displacement of Palestinian people from their homes to be forced into concentration camps. End the slaughter in Gaza. End apartheid in Israel. Choose a ceasefire over the profits of weapons corporations. Choose enduring peace over violence against innocent people. Stop burying children alive. End the slaughter and end the Gaza genocide.
Senator Liddell.
So in my home state of South Australia, the social and economic mess in Ceduna continues with the removal of the cashless debit card. Take-up of Labor's enhanced income management is now so very low, but the dreadful social, human and financial cost of their handiwork is so very high. With this Albanese government, non-disclosure agreements abound, as does distilling or withholding data on increases in alcohol consumption, gambling and emergency presentations, and violence, and so much more. The Aboriginal service industry, though, is doing very well in Ceduna. 21 separate services funded by the Commonwealth operate in the small remote township of some 3,000 residents, even though most residents in that area are actually not on welfare. Despite the regulator announcing an audit, public servants this month revealed plans to hand over an additional $600,000 to Ceduna's primary health provider, Yadu Health, to cover additional costs to build a health clinic that was supposed to be built in June. It gave $14 million to Yadu in November 2022, and its poor administration is rewarded with even more money when the service has delivered absolutely nothing. Not even a slab, not even a shovel in the ground. This matters for all Australians because the human, financial and social costs continues to grow, and so too does the gap in life expectancy for Indigenous Australians. The removal of the card was a mistake, but the Coalition will reinstate it in the communities who want it. Those who live with that decision are the biggest losers. They're the most vulnerable: elders, children and those with comorbid issues who live in the communities that wanted the card. Labor can't manage the economy or your money, and this government must surely go down in history as one of the worst.
Thank you. Senator Sterle, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr Acting Deputy President. And a couple of weeks ago I had the privilege of attending the 50th anniversary of specialised container transport in Melbourne. The SCT was established in 1974 by Mr Peter Smith. SCT is now a national multimodal transport and logistics company. SCT offers a full complement of transport and logistics services, including rail and road line haul services, refrigerated transport services, contract management, distribution centre design and development, and tailored rail solutions, including bulk haulage. For decades now, SCT has connected the agricultural and fresh food producers on the East Coast with us in the West. SCT is Australia's largest private rail freight operator, and it is the largest carrier of freight across the Nullarbor. 1,600 families rely on direct employment by SCT, and I suspect many, many more indirectly. SCT's footprint across our nation, especially Western Australia, is huge, and you'd be hard-pressed not to see an SCT truck or container wherever you're out on the roads in our suburbs and our cities. Such is the respect that I have for Peter over the last 30 years and the values that he has passed on to his sons, Jeff as the Managing Director and Glenn as the Chief Executive Officer. And those values are honour, respect and integrity. They say the fruit does not fall far from the tree, Mr Acting Deputy President. It could not be any more relevant than in the Smith family. It has been a pleasure in my time as a Senator to reconnect with the Smith family as we've joined forces to work together to improve Australia's supply chain and logistics sector. And it's an even bigger pleasure to have been invited to celebrate their 50 years of the truly iconic Australian transport success story. Now, the word legend gets thrown around very loosely these days, but Peter, you truly are a legend in the Australian transport, rail and logistics industry.
Thank you, Senator Sterle. Senator Lambie.
Thank you. Children in Tasmania's Ashley Detention Centre are unsafe, and they have been there for many years, and it has been for many years. This is despite decades of promises, reviews and inquiries to improve conditions and outcomes. I've been calling for the closure of Ashley's for nearly 10 years. The Tasmanian Government has promised since 2021 to close Ashley's, but its actions speak for themselves. The centre remains open for the unforeseeable future and conditions are as dangerous as ever. Labelled a gladiator pit and a prison for kids, the horrors that Tasmanian children and their families have lived with for years were laid bare in the Commission of Inquiry. The recommendations that were handed down on the 31st of August 2023 included the urgent and immediate closure of the Ashley Youth Detention Centre. This was over 14 months ago. And in response to the Commission of Inquiry, the Tasmanian Liberal Government committed to closing the centre as soon as possible. The Tasmanian Government does not dispute the horrors that have and continue to occur at the Ashley Youth Detention Centre. An audit commissioned by the Tasmanian Government recently estimated the state's abuse-related liability for all current and future redress and civil claims at nearly $650 million. But despite this financial cost and what it implies, despite the lives destroyed in this institution and despite the government promises every year since 2021 to close it down, Ashley remains open and without proper oversight, and plans for a replacement facility have been delayed indefinitely. When you consider the recent devastating failures in other states and territories, like Banksia Hill in Western Australia and Don Dale in the Northern Territory, it is very clear to me and to most Australians that national oversight and enforceable standards of child protection and youth detention facilities in this country is urgently needed today.
Senator O'Sullivan.
Well, once again, I stand here to talk about the Nicholson Road and Garden Street intersection in Canning Vale. You would remember Labor's campaign slogan in 2022, which was "Building Australia's Future." Well, we know that they are not serious about that at all. Under the Albanese-Cook Labor governments, the Nicholson Road and Garden Street overpass has suffered delay after delay and nothing has been built. A project committed to by the previous coalition government was expected to start in May 2023 with a completion date of December 2024. However, we were told at recent budget estimates that work is now expected to start in 2026. And who knows if it ever will. But under these two Labor governments, this project has been delayed by over 3 years. Because this project is so badly delayed, Labor is now attempting to rewrite history. Well, here are the facts. This project was funded by the coalition government, but since taking office, Labor have consistently delayed it. In the 2023 Senate estimates, we were told cars will be driving on it by late 2024. Then, earlier this year, during budget estimates, we were told that the timeline shifted, with construction expected to begin in January 2025. Now, 2 weeks ago, at supplementary estimates, the goalpost moved yet again. And now we're being told early works might start in early 2025, but the main construction has been pushed back to early 2026. Now, while Labor don't get on with the job, each day this intersection is heavily congested and it's unsafe, with traffic incidents occurring and putting road users at risk. When will those opposite just get on with the job, including the member for Burt, including the member for Tangney? When will they actually stand up and demand more from them?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, for decades, Gippsland has powered Victoria. And now, as Australia's first offshore wind zone, it's set to lead the way in clean energy for generations to come. This new energy future isn't happening by chance. It's happening because of the hard work and collaboration of people in this region. Recently, Assistant Minister Tim Ayres visited Gippsland for a forum on jobs in the energy supply chain. Thank you, Minister. Bringing together local business, unions, experts and industry. And the message was clear. Gippsland is ready to seize the opportunities of a clean energy future. And while there, I dropped by Federation University when I was in town and I heard about the Asia Pacific Renewable Energy Training Centre in Churchill. This centre will create pathways to secure jobs, training the workforce to power this new era, working alongside TAFE Gippsland and key partners like Corio, Generation and Iberdrola to prepare the local workforce for the opportunities that lie ahead, so that they can feel confident about what it means for their region, their local economy and their future. And our government is proud to support this future with the Net Zero Economy Authority helping communities transition to renewable jobs, fee-free TAFE making it easier for Australians to gain new skills, and the Future Made in Australia policy driving investment in renewable energy manufacturing. So while Mr Dutton's coalition gambles on reckless nuclear promises with no costings, no feasibility plan, no plans for workers, Gippsland is already on track for their renewable energy future. And with the right support, Gippsland will continue to power Victoria with clean energy, with secure jobs and with a future made in Australia.
Thank you. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting President. The housing market in this country is completely broken. And first home buyers are one of the primary targets of this manufactured cost of living crisis, with interest rates putting so much pressure and making life so much harder. First home buyers are literally stuck between a federal government that is unwilling to implement the policies needed to relieve the pressure on their mortgages, a Reserve Bank which at best seems apathetic to their struggles as the bank continues to keep interest rates at sky highs, and of course the big banks themselves, who care about nothing except their profit. The big banks, particularly the Big Four, are crushing mortgage holders. As the housing crisis exploded, these banks made $30 billion in profit every year. Even when interest rates were low, the Big Four charged rates 3% above the RBA cash rate and, yes, pocketed the difference. Now that rates have skyrocketed, they are cashing in. In fact, $400 from the average monthly mortgage repayment is pure profit for the big banks. The Greens have a plan for the federal government to build 610,000 well-designed homes over the next 10 years. These would be homes that would be available to rent or buy at prices people can actually afford. We want to see the banks properly regulated and the ability for government to step in and provide rate relief for homeowners, young families and pensioners struggling to pay their mortgage.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Pres. Today I met with subcontractors who have lost hundreds of thousands of dollars on work that they have completed because of our lax security of payment laws in Australia. And the blame for this lies firmly at the feet of both major parties. To the Coalition's credit, in 2016, Senator Cash commissioned John Murray to look into this issue. We've known it's an issue for a long time now. 2018, John Murray releases his report. It's been sitting gathering dust on a shelf somewhere in this building, and neither of the major parties will touch this. It's disgraceful that we are not protecting tradies, the hard-working tradies who are building the houses that we live in and that we need a lot more of into the future. We've heard a lot about the need for more housing, and yet we're expecting tradies to do work and then not get paid for it. We wouldn't allow this to happen to anyone else. So why are we leaving tradies in the lurch? Hundreds of thousands of dollars. The Prime Minister made a commitment to at least respond to the Murray Review in this term of Parliament. Well, as we know, things are quickly running out on this term, and we've seen how quickly the majors can act when things are in their interests, when there's more money to be had come election time, when there's $30,000 per sitting member that goes to the party for administration fees. No need for a Senate inquiry, ram this through. I would love to see the same urgency in protecting the hard-working subbies and tradies across Australia. It is long overdue, and I urge the major parties. This needs to be a priority.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, today I wanted to pay tribute to my brother-in-law, Paul Gordon, who passed away last week. Paul was a much-loved sibling of my husband, Richard, Philip, Peter, Anne, John and Sue. Siblings who were orphaned at a young age and have stuck together through a life that has thrown up plenty of curveballs. Paul was the police detective who made the breakthrough regarding Paul Onions that led to the arrest of Ivan Milat. He put together much of the evidence that led to Milat's arrest, and if it wasn't for his focus and determination, well, who knows where we would be. But rather than being celebrated and supported, he was treated appallingly by the New South Wales Police, and particularly Assistant Commissioner Clive Small. Treatment which led Paul to struggle for a long time after. Hounded out of the police force, Paul ended up driving taxis in Queensland with no pension or benefits. He was beloved by his family, and there are so many funny stories, far too many to relay now. We do know that there is likely a Housing Commission home in Canberra that the bathroom floor eventually fell through, as Paul's solution to flooding the bathroom was to drill some drainage holes straight through the floor. All the time he literally flew out of a window, having shaved a beard off unannounced where no one recognised him. Or more recently, the time he was kicked out of a men's shed for constantly rearranging the tools to where he thought they should be, not what everyone else thought. He was very funny, solid politically, and completely attached to his passion project, the shipping container renovation, something I know won't be disputed in the will unless it's left to us. Philip, I know you and Mandy would just love to have it on your place.
Thank you. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, Labor's opened yet another front in its war against Australian farmers, and this time they have a Chinese ally. Xi Jinping, the authoritarian dictator leading the oppressive Chinese Communist regime, has been praising the Prime Minister recently. The Prime Minister must want to reflect on all the implications of that praise. And why I raise this, that I watched Landline last Sunday, and I am just absolutely appalled by the application of a Chinese mining company to actually mine prime agricultural land at Horsham in Victoria to the tune of over 3,000 hectares of land. And this is a mining company to compulsorily acquire prime farmland around Horsham. This is some of the best cropping land in the world and a key area for lentils and wheat. This is land which some families have farmed for many generations, and actually one family has a home there that's over 100 years old and could be sold from under their feet to a Chinese miner. Now, if it was an Aboriginal midden, which is a bloody rubbish dump, well then it would be stopped immediately, but this is about prime agricultural farming land, and yet we're allowing a Chinese company to actually take this over and mine and destroy the productivity of this land, which is one of the best in the world, and it's going to be permanently damaged, never producing the same good yields again despite farmers' claims of full remediation. Why I'm angry about this, it's about time we woke up to ourselves. You're clamouring for foreign investment in this country. You're handing over mining, plus agricultural land to foreign investors where it should only own 49% and we should have Australian ownership of 51% and we should actually have Australian directors on the board. What is wrong with you people that you're allowing these people to rip the guts out of this country? They don't pay enough taxes here and you're going to destroy prime agricultural farming land. Disgraceful.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's a privilege to read out a speech today as part of the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign. Sophie from New South Wales says this: massive floods, horrifying bushfires, smoke-filled summers and an increase in poverty. This is what our future will look like if we don't commit to a ban on fossil fuels. I want to grow up in a community safe from the risk of climate change, a community safe from the problems made from the people in the past. This can only be done if drastic measures are taken now. I want the kids in the future who grow up in this community to not have to deal with the mistakes made today. They should be free to live out their lives to the fullest of their abilities and not have to be limited by the effects of poverty caused by climate change. I want the generations to come to still be able to see animals like koalas, bilbies, and quolls in their natural habitat before they're burnt or flooded away. To do this, Australia needs to commit to reaching net zero emissions by 2050. To successfully reach their promised emissions goals, Australia will need to quickly bring in new laws regarding a ban on fossil fuels, invite more people to start using solar panels, electric cars, and take public transport. In order to get 27% below 2005 levels, we need to seriously reduce our emissions. In conclusion, we simply have to develop new laws to ban fossil fuels and use more renewable sources of energy, as well as change our eating habits if we are to ensure a safe and sustainable environment for future generations.
Senator Van.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to speak about the Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. This bill, as it currently stands, has significant flaws that I will not be supporting. As the Senate is the House of Review, it is our role to do due diligence on legislation. And when I first saw it, at first glance, the bill seemed to be a reasonable approach to tackle harmful content on platforms. But on any further examination, there are such significant defects in the bill that means that it should not pass as drafted. Our role in this place is not merely to pass or reject laws, but to improve them in ensuring they strengthen our way of life, including our freedoms. We do need to be vigilant against misinformation and disinformation, especially the pernicious effects it has when used by bad actors as a part of their foreign interference campaigns. And this is a very real threat to Australians. Like many of you, I've received countless emails, phone calls and letters, and as always I thank our constituents for their input into this. But it was on the solid reading of the bill that I came to this conclusion. It has significant flaws, as I said at the beginning, and I can't see how they can be corrected. Agree that there may be potential, but at this point I will not be voting for it and I will vote against it. We do need stronger safeguards against harmful online content, but this bill is not the solution. Thank you.
Senator Sheldon.
Well, the biggest threat to housing relief in this country is the Leader of the Opposition, Mr Dutton. For 2 years he's tried to block Labor's record investment in housing, and last night we saw the latest disgraceful chapter with Mr Dutton blocking Labor's international student caps. Our sensible caps would improve the integrity of our education system while relieving pressure on the housing market. But Mr Dutton has made it clear that he'd rather see Australian families on the street than let Labor fix the mess he left us in. He would rather protect shonky training providers than fix a broken system. The fact is, that bloke acts hard on migration but goes limp when it comes to taking action. Who could forget, as Home Affairs Minister, Mr Dutton personally intervening in the migration cases of his mates' au pairs not once but 3 times. Or the Sydney Morning Herald expose in 2022, which found he had numerous cosy dinners with a migration agent called Jack Tay. According to law enforcement agencies, Jack Tay ran a migration firm helping Vietnamese drug runners enter Australia on student visas. Over 3 years, Mr Tay bragged on Facebook about all the cosy meetings he was having with Mr Dutton. In 2019, Mr Tay said he had a very cosy dinner in the dining room of Parliament to discuss how the Ministry of Immigration operates. Mr Dutton has cosy fundraising dinners with shonky migration agents, then comes in here and blocks caps on international students. You can't make this thing up. This man has no shame.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. I'll just wait for calmness to descend. Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Order. 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 We're moving to question time now. I expect senators to come to order, and I'll call Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, President. President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. I ask the Minister, firstly, does the government welcome cooperation between the United States, United Kingdom and other nations to speed up investment in next-generation zero-emissions nuclear energy technologies? Further, Minister, I draw to your attention a statement from the UK Labor government in which it said of the agreement signed between the UK and the US that it is also expected to be signed by Australia. Can the Minister inform the Senate whether Australia will or will not be signing this agreement with US and UK partners?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
The answer is no. Australia is not signing the nuclear energy agreement. That's because we do not have a nuclear energy industry. What we will keep doing is continuing to work closely with our international partners to reach net zero, and we will remain observers to this agreement to continue to support our scientists and other nuclear research fields. Now, I think we all understand what Senator Birmingham is seeking to do with this question, which is seeking somehow to build some foundation, some scaffolding around the policy, the so-called policy, that Mr Dutton announced. A policy that we know will cost billions of dollars, which they haven't fessed up to, and a policy which will deliver, was it 4%? Yep. 4% of Australia's energy needs. So they are desperate to try and find some economic credibility on this point, but the facts are entirely against them. And not only are the facts against them, and the market is against them, and the advice from AEMO and others in the field is against them. We also know what else is against them, and that is their record. Because the reason we have the challenges we have in the energy sector is 22 failed policies under you. And now we still have Senator Canavan and others, President, Senator Canavan and others already calling into question the policy of the opposition when it comes to their targets. So, Senator Birmingham, you can ask all the questions you like, attempting to use others in order to provide scaffolding and foundation to your policy, but everybody knows it is without foundation.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Birmingham, first supplementary.
President, first supplementary. How did the UK government come to believe that Australia was going to sign this agreement? Did the Albanese government make any representations to the UK government related to its references to Australia, stating that Australia would join UK and US forces to speed up advanced nuclear technology development?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
I think that's not really a question to me. What I can say to you is, it's a question about a press release from Ed Miliband, who is a good friend of mine and someone with whom I work very closely in the lead up to Copenhagen. We both remember that challenging period very well. But My point is that this is not an agreement the Australian government will be signing up to. As I said in my primary response, though, it is the case that ANSTO is participating as an observer for the reasons I outlined in my answer to the primary question.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Birmingham, second supplementary.
Thanks. Minister, is Ed Miliband correct when he says that, quote, advanced nuclear technology will help decarbonise industry by providing low-carbon heat and power, supporting new jobs and investment? Isn't the only reason that the Albanese Labor government is unwilling to cooperate with the US and UK because you're scared of undermining your scare campaign in Australia at the next election?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
Through you, President, what I'd say to Senator Birmingham is, we are focused on what we are doing here. It is true that other countries have a longer history of turning to nuclear power generation for their domestic needs. The point is Australia has not. The point is Australia has a vast array of renewable energy sources at enormous potential, and we know from all of the advice that was given to us and was given to you and to us is that nuclear is expensive and its arrival will be tardy. I mean, if you're talking about 4% in 2040, this is not a solution to the challenges Australia faces, and no amount of looking to what the rest of the world does or may do can get over the fact that your policy
the time for answering
cannot deliver.
has expired. Senator Marielle Smith.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. After a decade of reckless neglect and mismanagement of the healthcare system by the Liberals and Nationals that left bulk billing in a mess, how is the Albanese Labor government investing to improve Australia's healthcare system for all Australians? And in particular, how is the government strengthening Medicare, the heart of universal healthcare, and easing cost of living pressures with cheaper medicines?
Order. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thanks to Senator Smith for her question and for her focus on health costs and affordable health care for Australians. And she is a member of a government and a party that understands what Medicare is. Yeah. We understand what Medicare is, and unlike those opposite, we will always work to strengthen Medicare. We will always work to strengthen Medicare. We will always work to strengthen Medicare, and that is why our government has worked to make medicines cheaper, has worked to increase bulk billing, has established urgent care clinics to help patients access the care they need, and strengthening Medicare. And I'll take the interjection from Senator Ruston.
Senator Ruston.
We know her record when it comes to this. We remember her in this chamber giving everyone in Australia a lecture about how we have to make Medicare more sustainable. That's why we can't put more money into it. We have to cut more, or we have to charge you more. Now, this year, this government froze the price of PBS medicines for general patients until the end of 2025, and at $7.70 for concession patients until the end of 2029. We have delivered the largest price reduction in the 75-year history of the PBS. The largest price reduction in the 75-year history of the PBS. Australians have saved billions on cheaper prescriptions since January 2023, in part because of the introduction of 60-day prescriptions for around 300 common medicines. Who opposed that? Who opposed that? And who is now shouting at me and pretending they care about Medicare after voting for more expensive medicines for Australians? That is you, Senator Ruston.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston, withdraw that comment.
Interest of Chamber, I withdraw.
Thank you. Minister Wong, please continue.
Cheaper medicines under us, more expensive medicines under them.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Marielle Smith, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. How has bulk billing improved in the year since the Albanese Labor government made the largest investment in it in Medicare's history to increase the incentive to bulk bill families with children under 16, pensioners and concession card holders?
Senator Ruston, I'm calling on you to at least be quiet while the question is asked. Minister Wong.
Well, when we came to government, bulk billing was falling off a cliff because of their 6-year freeze on Medicare rebates. We have a different approach. On the 1st of November last year, Labor tripled the bulk billing incentive, the largest investment in bulk billing in Medicare's history. 103,000 additional bulk billed appointments per week. This is what Senator Ruston said at the time claimed would not result in a single additional patient being bulk billed. That's what she said, not a single additional patient being bulk billed. Well, sorry, you're wrong. And you're wrong. In fact, in South Australia alone, the home state I share, that you and I share, there have been 460,000 additional visits. 460,000 additional visits. Let's talk about Medicare urgent care clinics. 900,000 visits to these clinics, every single visit completely bulk billed. Mr Dutton didn't want any of those visits. We know, Senator Ruston, you can yell wrong all you like, but you voted against cheaper medicines and you are against bulk billing.
Thank you, Minister.
Demonstrated by your record.
Come to Senator Ruston. I've lost count of the number of times I've called you to order. If you can't sit in here in silence, please leave the chamber. Senator Marielle Smith, second supplementary.
Here in the Senate, we have seen the Liberals and Nationals oppose everything from cheaper medicines to urgent care clinics and even tripling the bulk billing incentive. Why is it that Australians can only trust a Labor government to invest in healthcare and a stronger Medicare?
Thank you, Senator Smith. Minister Wong.
Thank you. Well, those opposite are opposed to cheaper medicines. They're opposed to investments in bulk billing. And they're opposed to urgent care clinics. Are they just opposed to Medicare? That's the question people want to know. But what we know is Mr Dutton arrogantly puts political battles ahead of helping people. He stands in the way of a more affordable healthcare system. After a decade he spent trashing the system. Let's remember, when Mr Dutton was Health Minister, he tried to get rid of bulk billing in this country altogether. Honestly, I know you're embarrassed by it. Mr Dutton, as Health Minister, tried to remove bulk billing in this country altogether. No amount of shouting over me, President, is going to absolve them of their history, because it goes to their character, and it goes to their agenda. You are not supporters of Medicare.
Thank you, Minister. Order across the chamber. Order. I'm still waiting for order. You've got one of your own senators on his feet waiting to ask a question. I want silence. Thank you, Senator Ayres. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Construction levels have declined to rates not seen since 1989. Housing affordability has fallen to the lowest point since records began in 1996. Minister, is this not clear evidence that Labor's Housing Australia Future Fund has failed?
Order. Order. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President, and I welcome the opportunity to talk about Labor's comprehensive housing agenda and the first round of the Housing Australia Future Fund being complete and those applications being processed now. This is a very significant and important reform to have the Housing Australia Future Fund as an ongoing vehicle to invest in social and affordable housing, something that those opposite were allergic to when they were in government, and that has left the state of social and affordable housing in this country in terrible need of additional investment, because there was none. There was no interest in it. We've established the Housing Australia Future Fund that was delayed in this place for well over a year as those opposite sought to frustrate and obstruct the government's housing agenda. But we were able to get that reform through, and those programs oversubscribed by the amount of interest into the first round. Interest from investors, from state and territory governments, from social and community service organisations that work in the front line, that see the need, to invest, that see the need to create opportunity and accommodation for people in need of social and affordable housing. Plenty of people see the need for it. Plenty of investors want to be part of it, and now we will get those projects through. We know you hate industry super. You don't need to interject it. We banked that you hate industry super. We think there are opportunities for innovative investment opportunities to drive social and affordable housing in this country, and this government is proud to support it.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Sullivan, first supplementary.
President, the Prime Minister recently commented, they're the blockers, we're the builders, when in fact it is revealed at estimates that Labor's housing agenda has not built a single home. How can Australians, Minister, take this Prime Minister seriously when his government's supply agenda has failed?
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. Minister Gallagher.
Well, the Prime Minister couldn't have put it better. You are blockers and we are builders. And everything we have done since coming to government is about increasing—
Minister, please resume your seat. Order. 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 Senator Birmingham, I've called order. And Senator Hughes, which part of order does not apply to you? Minister Gallagher, please continue.
Thank you. And the Senate will be interested to know that the government has directly supported more than 10,000 homes that have been built since we came to government through the Social Housing Accelerator program, new builds under the Home Guarantee Scheme and through the Housing Australia Bond Aggregator. And there are more homes to come. More than 20,000 homes are in the pipeline through direct Commonwealth investment, including 13,700 properties under round one of the Housing Australia Future Fund, something again that you opposed and delayed and blocked in this chamber. And now it is ready to build 13,700 social and affordable homes. Well, you may not need them, but plenty of people will benefit from these investment in housing.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Sullivan, second supplementary.
On demand, all this government has to offer Australians are coalition policies that it has inherited and the opportunity to co-own a home with the government through Help to Buy, a policy so unpopular that it's unlikely to see the light of day. Minister, why has this government given up on the great Australian dream?
Thank you. Senator Billick and Senator McAllister, order. Minister.
If I can, in 1 minute, give the Senator an update of all of the investments that we've made in housing. $1 billion to get homes built sooner with state and territories, $90 million to boost the construction workforce, the new agreement with states and territories on their social housing and homelessness, crisis and transitional accommodation, first back-to-back increases to rent assistance in more than 30 years, working with universities to increase student accommodation. We've got the Housing Australia Future Fund, the $2 billion Social Housing Accelerator, $3 billion new homes bonus, build-to-rent accommodation. We've helped more than 110,000 people into their own homes, and the Help to Buy shared equity scheme will help even more. And those opposite seek to frustrate, obstruct and block. And the Australian community sees it. They see the position you take on housing. They know it's wrong, and they know that the federal government should be doing everything it can to increase the supply of housing, which is exactly what we are doing.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. My question's to the Special Minister of State, Minister Farrell. After 2 years of promises, yesterday the government finally introduced electoral reform legislation. But there's no ban on fossil fuel companies donating to big political parties who keep approving new coal and gas mines. There's no ban on accepting corporate donations, and there seems to be massive loopholes in the form of nominated entities which will ensure that the war chests of the big parties can be grandfathered in and spent on national campaigning up to $90 million. When 1 in 3 voters chose to vote for someone other than the major parties at the last election, why has the government introduced legislation that favours the two-party system at the expense of smaller parties and new entrants?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Waters for her question. Well, we haven't done that. We've done exactly. Do you want to hear the answer? Do you want to hear the answer? Do you want to hear the answer? We haven't done that. What we have done with this legislation is given ordinary Australians a chance to participate in the election system in this country. We've taken big money out of this process so that ordinary Australians like these ones here and maybe even some of those over there can participate in the electoral system. We don't want an American-style election system in this country. We get one chance in the next week. To do something about preserving and protecting our electoral system. We're introducing transparency. We're introducing accountability. When you go to the polls after this legislation is introduced, you'll know whether Senator Pocock over here exactly who the people are that have donated the $2.1 million to his campaign. You'll know exactly. So, if you're going to make a decision about voting for Senator Pocock, you know exactly who's supporting him. Now, we haven't just made it harder for coal companies, gas companies, betting companies. We've made it harder for every company. Every company in this country is going to find it more difficult now to make donations. Not just the companies you don't like. I mean, I understand Duncan Turpie will continue.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Waters, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. The second bill introduced yesterday was to legislate truth in political advertising. Now, this is a welcome and much-needed reform that needs to be implemented alongside any increase in public funding to ensure that taxpayer money is not spent on misleading campaigns. And yet you've said you won't progress that bill. Why are you delaying actually legislating truth in political advertising?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Waters for her first supplementary question. Look, I support the truth in advertising legislation. I saw it at work in the black by-election in South Australia. Unfortunately, I know the Greens vote collapsed. I know that. Yeah, very sad. I know the Greens vote collapsed. I know the Greens vote collapsed in that by-election, and you're obviously very worried about it. I won't get on to what happened to the Liberals.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. I've got Senator Waters on her feet. Order across the chamber. Order. Senator Waters.
Point of order. This is why we need truth in political advertising. Our vote went up, but my question went to why are you delaying those reforms?
Senator Waters, if you are on your feet, you need to indicate you're calling a point of order. You didn't do that. I'm going to remind those at the back of the chamber that when Senator Waters asked her question, she was heard in silence. So I'm asking you to stop the interjection so the minister can continue with his answer. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. No, you're right, Senator Waters. The real collapse on Saturday was that side of the chamber. 20% swing to the Labor Party. Now, the truth in advertising provisions were used in that election because these people were making false claims about the Labor Party. So I see the benefit, but as I've said to you—
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. 80% of voters believe that electoral funding reform legislation should be scrutinised before passage, according to polling released yesterday by the Australia Institute. Why are the two big parties, who both agree on this bill, rushing it through and not allowing a Senate inquiry to scrutinise these reforms? What exactly are you trying to hide with what is a clear two-party stitch-up?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Farrell.
Absolutely nothing, Senator Waters, and so far I haven't heard that the coalition is supporting the legislation. So we still have to get a decision from them. I'm hoping they'll see the sense in taking all of this big money out of the system. But Senator Waters, we've been working through the system for 2.5 years. How many inquiries do you want to understand that you've got to take big money out of the electoral system? How many inquiries? We've had two JSCAM reports. The Greens have participated in all of them. We've had non-stop negotiations with the Greens, with the coalitions, with anybody else who's wanted to talk to us. At a certain point, it's time to make a decision.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Thank you, Minister. Senator Green.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Science, Senator Farrell. I refer to the announcement this morning that the National Reconstruction Fund has made its first investment. Can the Minister please update the Senate on this announcement and its impact on manufacturing in Queensland?
Order.
And how is the Albanese Labor government working with the private sector to invest more in Australian manufacturers?
Order. 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 If the interjections continue, I'm going to ask the senator to repeat her question. I want silence in the gallery, in the chamber. Minister Farrell.
President, and can I thank Senator Green for her question. We had a fantastic night last night with all of her constituents from the Great Barrier Reef, and I know she takes great pride in that area of Australia. But obviously not only is the Albanese government delivering on electoral reform, we're also delivering in the area of the National Reconstruction Fund, and that wonderful minister, Minister Housekeeping, has announced a $40 million investment in Russell Mineral Equipment. Russell Mineral Equipment is a 40-year-old manufacturing business that makes cutting-edge mining equipment which improves safety and productivity at mines right across the world. Their mill relining technologies are used in hard rock mining for minerals and metals such as copper, gold, platinum, nickel, zinc and iron ore, all critical to the global energy transition. These impressive machines are made by highly skilled manufacturing workers in Toowoomba. This investment will help them grow their business, employing more workers and reaching new markets with their fantastic products. The government has always said that the role of the National Reconstruction Fund was to crowd in private sector investment, and that is what we've seen in today's announcement. The support of the RME is part of a broader $100 million co-investment partnership with the NRF and the Resources Capital Funds. This partnership is a clear signal to industry that government is serious about supporting companies who are making miners safer, cleaner and more efficient. I'd like to congratulate RME for their success in securing this investment and thank the staff of the National Reconstruction Fund for their work in supporting a future made in Australia.
Expired. Senator Green, first supplementary.
Thanks very much, President. How does this investment in Russell Mineral Equipment fit into the Albanese Labor government's broader Future Made in Australia agenda and our support for Australian manufacturing? What challenges has the government's support for manufacturers faced so far?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Green for her question. Today's announcement is another feather in this government's cap and the minister's cap as it works to rebuild Australian manufacturing following a decade
Senator
of neglect under those opposite. Our future Made in Australia agenda is designed to strengthen our existing manufacturers and help new ones to grow. It focuses on the priority areas where we have existing advantages thanks to our world-leading expertise and access to raw materials or cheap green energy. And we are doing all of this despite the relentless negativity from those opposite. Yeah, that's right, relentless negativity. They voted against establishing the National Reconstruction Fund and energy price relief for manufacturers. They opposed our support for the resources sector, like the production tax incentive.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Green, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Well, Minister, I appreciate the additional information today about the Albanese Labor government support for manufacturers across the country and our commitment to deliver a future made in Australia. What is standing in the way of Labor's future made in Australia, and what's at risk if a future made in Australia isn't implemented?
Thank you, Senator Green. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Green, for your second supplementary question. Australia's manufacturers cannot afford to go backwards. Under the former government, 100,000 manufacturing workers lost their jobs, many of those in regional areas. Since coming to government, we've created 70,000 more manufacturing jobs. And Australian manufacturers need a government that will support great businesses like Russell Mineral Equipment to provide high-paying jobs to high-skilled workers in regional Queensland. There's a huge global competition to attract manufacturers in a net zero future. That's why this Labor government, that's exactly what this Labor government is doing. And an arrogant and reckless government run by Mr Dutton is the last thing that Australia needs if we want to secure good quality jobs in a net zero future.
Thank you, Minister. Senator David Pocock.
Thanks, President. My question is also to the Special Minister of State, Senator Farrell. Minister, the government yesterday introduced the 400-page electoral reform bill that you, in your own words, said is a once-in-a-generation electoral reform. Given that these reforms only come into effect in 2028, and the fact that JSCAM, which you mentioned, in their report, were pretty broad. They recommended things like donation caps, spending caps. There was no detail, and yet you've got 400 pages of detail. Noting with respect a similar question from Senator Waters that you didn't answer, why shouldn't the bill be scrutinised through a Senate committee process? What is the government trying to hide with this if it's for the 2028 election?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
President, and can I thank Senator Pocock for his question. Well, isn't it interesting that the lineup of people opposing this legislation, there's Clive Palmer, there's Senator Pocock, there's Senator Waters. What a combination of people opposing this legislation. Now, can I say to you, Senator Pocock, I know you were able to spend $2.1 million at the last election, but see all these fine people up here in the military. One day, some of them might be interested.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Pocock.
All right, the point of it, just misleading the Senate. That's not how much I spent.
That's a debating point, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell, please continue.
Well, I'd be happy to get you to clarify if it wasn't $2.1 million, what was it? But I ask all of these people up here, the caps that we're proposing to introduce for a lower house election is $800,000. Now, that must be enough money to get your message across. And think about this. You'll be subject to that $800,000, but so will your competition.
Senator Pocock.
Sorry, President, just on a point of order, my question was about why this isn't going to a Senate inquiry.
Senator Lambie, come to order. Senator Lambie, come to order. You began your question by referencing the 400-page electoral reform report. So the minister is entitled to respond to the whole of your question. Thank you, Senator Pocock.
And I know Senator Lambie here. Originally, of course, she was a United Australia Party candidate and a beneficiary of course, the great generosity of Clive Palmer. But these people up here, one of these days, some of them are going to want to participate in the electoral process. I say to them, we're introducing a cap of $20,000 on donations. How many of you could afford to put in your hand in your pocket and hand over to Mr Pocock, who you may wish to support, a $20,000 donation? These are reasonable limits. I believe they are limits that will survive a High Court challenge. And well, it has taken longer. It has taken longer than I would have liked. But we can't waste a day. We can't waste a day. We can't waste a day because the important
Thank
changes...
you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock's second supplementary.
President, with respect, surely ministers, they can address some tangents but actually get to some sort of answer within the time. Minister, you talk about the JSCAM review having done the work. One of the things that JSCAM recommended was more territory senators from 2 to 4. Given JSCAM's recommended that, why are you picking this other stuff that doesn't need a Senate inquiry, but Territorians can wait? What's going on here?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. There's a certain irony here that perhaps you haven't noticed, Senator Pocock. You want more spending on senators in the ACT, but you're opposed to the parties getting more public contribution to the election process. So there's a certain irony about the position that you're promoting. But can I say this? I've been in the role of Special Minister of State now for some years. I'm on the record as supporting increased Senate representation, and I've said to you, every time you've raised it with me, you grab me in the corridors here and say, Senator, can I talk to you about this? I say to you, look, we're going to have a look at this after the next election. Now is not the time to do it. But can I say this? When I was there was...
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Van.
Thank you.
Just a moment, Senator Van. Senator Van, just a moment, Senator Van. Senator Van, please resume your seat. I've got Senator Pocock on his feet.
Keen for a second supplementary if possible, President.
Oh, did I cut you short?
Sorry, I know they're not comfortable questions, but...
Sorry. Senator Pocock, my apologies. I thought that was your second supplementary. Please go ahead.
No problem, President. I was joking. Minister, you've said time and again that you've consulted the crossbench on this bill, yet you gave territory senators no detail, no advance copy of the bill, and we haven't even had a briefing from you on this. Is that good faith negotiations on a bill that you hope to pass in record time, in 2 weeks, without a Senate inquiry?
Minister Farrell.
President, look, I want to make it clear I'm not afraid of any of your questions, Senator Pocock, and I thought I was answering them as directly as I possibly could. Look, you and I have had direct discussions. We've had face-to-face discussions about this issue. This legislation, I bet you anything, if you look at the history of legislation that's passed this parliament, this bill would not be the quickest ever to have gone through the parliament. We've had 2.5 years of discussions. The first JSCAM report laid out the plans. We've had a second report. Every time your colleagues have asked for meetings, or the Greens have asked for meetings, I've had meetings. There won't be anybody in this place who votes on this legislation
Thank you, Minister.
next week
The time
who
for
don't know
answering
what
has
they're voting
expired.
about.
Senator Van, my apologies to you. I cut Senator Pocock short, but go ahead.
No problem. Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Defence Minister, Minister Wong. Minister, in estimates not last week, the week before, I put to you some questions about our relationship with Japan and Korea. And both you and officials talked about how very deep our strategic alignment is. Last week's announcement on C-3000 that a Japanese and a German ship have been down-selected. Can you tell the Senate how this reinforces our relationships in the region, please?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thank you to Senator Van. And I do recall the exchange. I think it was in Foreign Affairs estimates, but I know your interest in defence procurement. And if I may, while I'm on my feet, recognise the members of the ADF who are here today and on the parliamentary program, and thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. In relation to defence procurement, I think the first point to be made is that the government first has to look to... Sorry, I thought Senator McKenzie was saying something. The government has to first look through cost and capability. I was, obviously, I had a number of other... there are a number of other countries who had an interest in this particular procurement. They've made that interest public. They, would engage obviously with the Foreign Minister, and I would say to them, look, we deeply appreciate and our strategic relationship with you. We will continue working to deepen that, but ultimately these procurement decisions have to be made on capability and on cost. And that is the basis of the decision that you referenced, that the Defence Minister and Mr Conroy have announced. You talked about, I think, the importance of both the Japanese and Korean relationships. I think I've responded to you before. The relationship with Japan is really second only to the United States in terms of its strategic significance. We have a special strategic partnership with Japan. In terms of Korea, there is such an important strategic alignment with the Republic of Korea. I've visited. We are one of the few countries with whom they have a 2+2 ministerial meeting.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Van, first supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. Minister, there's widespread rumours that Navy took, of the two bids that Navy took forward to NSC, one was the Japanese bid and one was the Korean bid. Can you shed any light on why it changed from the Navy's pick of the suitable capability to a different one?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I think there's sort of a couple of things I'd say. First, you shouldn't believe every rumour you hear, but more importantly, I certainly am not going to comment on what may or may not have happened in any NSC meeting, but I would say in relation to this procurement, we understand the importance of this procurement. As I said in my primary answer, we were very transparent with the various bidders about the nature of the assessment that was going to be made. Of course, people always, commentators will talk about the importance of particular strategic relationships, but ultimately our job as a government is to make sure we procure the capability that the Defence Force needs. That is the approach the Minister is taking.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Van, second supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister. And I understand. How would you rate the importance of Germany's participation in the Indo-Pacific as a priority for Australia?
Thank you, Senator Van. Minister Wong.
I'd make a few points. I suppose I'd go to the underlying proposition, which you're making, but you're making politely, but you are making, and which is, we think looking at cost and capability is a sensible, prudent way and responsible way to handle procurement. In terms of our relationship with Germany, Germany is a major power. It is a major economy. It is central to the position, a strategic and economic position of the European Union. It is an important player internationally, and it has been much more forward-leaning in terms of its role in the Indo-Pacific and its bilateral relationship with China in recent years. And we welcome Germany's continued engagement, not only in our region, but also more broadly. It's a time where countries of similar values who believe in the international rule of law work together, and we're very pleased to work with Germany.
Thank you, Minister. The time has expired. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister for Employment, Workplace Relations, Minister Watt. On the 24th of June this year, Minister Burke, Minister for Employment, Workplace Relations at the time, announced an independent panel would conduct a comprehensive review of the Safety Rehabilitation Compensation Act 1988, which underpins the Comcare scheme. The Comcare scheme hasn't been reviewed since financial year 2012-13, and it hasn't been subject to any major reforms since it commenced in 1988. Comcare covers more than 470,000 people, providing rehabilitation and workers' compensation arrangements for Commonwealth and ACT government public servants and employees of almost 50 private corporations. A key part of the review is stakeholder engagement and obtaining feedback from injured workers that have real experience, which is being sought through a consultation process. Can the Minister advise what announcement or advertisements were undertaken by Comcare or that department to give the widest possible broadcast that the review was happening?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Watt.
Thank you very much, Senator Lambie. You're right. Under Minister Burke, my predecessor in this role, a review of Comcare was commenced, and you're right that it is a very long time since Comcare has been reviewed, back to 2012-2013. And in fact, it hasn't been subject to any major reforms since Comcare started back in 1988. You've mentioned the fact that Comcare does insure many thousands of employees right across a range of different industries, not just in the public sector, and we did think that it was high time that this scheme be reviewed. Thank you for acknowledging that there is a consultation process underway. I'm not aware of exactly what process was adopted in terms of advertising the ability for people to participate. My understanding was that the intention was to consult as widely as possible, and if that hasn't occurred, then I'm certainly happy to take steps to widen the opportunity for people to be involved in this. We do want this to be a very inclusive review because we know that there are many people in the community who have an interest in a well-functioning workers' compensation insurer. Of course, the workers who are covered under this scheme have a right to be involved in it. The employers who pay premiums have a right to have their views heard as well. So that is certainly the intention behind this scheme. I might just mention that I think that we have managed to assemble a very high-quality panel to conduct this review of three highly qualified people to conduct it. I have full confidence in the work that they are doing, but as I say, if there's more that we can do to widen the number of people who participate in the review and to have their opportunity to have their say, I'll certainly take those steps. And Senator Lambie, if there's particular individuals who you understand have not had that opportunity and you'd like to, happy to have a chat with you about that as well.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Lambie, first supplementary.
Yeah. Lived experiences by people that were not only covered by the scheme but had cause to use it are critical for getting solid in-feed for the review. Did Comcare or the department positively engage with entities relevant to the review or relevant unions to ensure they are aware and seek their assistance for widest dissemination across the workforces and members?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Lambie. I've just been advised by my office actually that it is still possible for those who've got an interest in the Comcare review to make a submission via my department's website, and they can do that up until the 2nd of December this year. I would be very surprised. I do remember being briefed on the plans around the consultation process, and I would be very surprised if it was the case that unions weren't invited or that those with lived experience of these issues weren't invited. What I'm not so sure about is what was done to communicate the opportunity to be involved to every single member of the public. But certainly the intention is to consult the types of groups you're talking about to make sure that their views and experiences are heard. But as I say, if there is more that we can do to advertise this, I'm certainly happy to do so. And I'd make the point again that people do have an opportunity up until the 2nd of December to make a submission via my department's website.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Lambie, second supplementary.
It's very, very sad to hear that you've got a whole department and yet I have to do this job for you because it wasn't widely disseminated, was it? The public consultation for the independent review was open on the 21st of October and is due to close on the 2nd December. As at today, the period for making a submission is almost 70% complete. How many submissions has the review received to date?
Minister.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Lambie. I'm happy to come back to you on notice, Senator Lambie, as to how many submissions we've received so far. I think what you generally would find in government consultation processes is that the number of submissions received increase as you get closer to the deadline. So it wouldn't surprise me if we hadn't had a huge number up until now and if that number were to increase in the run-up to it. But I do reject the suggestion that we haven't attempted to involve people in this. As I say, there is consultation occurring and that has been advertised. I'm happy to provide you with the details about what was done to advertise it to individuals, but certainly there is consultation going on with the very types of groups that you've mentioned, and so there should be. We want to make sure that, as I say, the views of workers, the views of injured people, the views of unions, the views of employers are heard in this review. That's why there is a consultation process that's occurring over a number of weeks, and there's still an opportunity for people to be involved if they'd like to be.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Billick.
Thank you. My question is also to the Minister representing the Minister for Education, Senator Watt. Australians understand the importance of a high-quality, robust education, and we hold the integrity of our system in strong regard. Multiple reviews have highlighted problems with the exploitation of international students, particularly in our visa system and by dodgy education providers. What is the Albanese Labor government's common sense plan to manage international student numbers, and why is it so important to have a roadmap to sustainably manage international student numbers? Good question.
Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Billick, who, along with many of my colleagues, has had a lifelong interest and support for education in our country. So thank you, Senator Billick, for your question. And you'll remember that back in May, the Albanese Labor government introduced legislation to limit the number of international students that can come to Australia. And we took this responsible action to return the number of international students to a sustainable level and to encourage universities to develop new student housing. I want to make clear we value our international education industry and we value the contribution of migrants to Australia, but we've also heard the message from the Australian people that they do want migration to come down to a sustainable level. And that's why we've taken a number of steps which already are bringing our migration levels down. These include implementing managed growth for the international education sector. But this week, what do you know? We learned the coalition is back, with the Liberals, the Nationals, again teaming up with the Greens to block our legislation in the Senate. Having spent months demanding that migration be cut, Mr Dutton recklessly teared up a bipartisan approach to cap international student numbers simply to play politics. Just like, having spent the whole term demanding more homes, he teams up with the Greens to block every step we take to build more homes. In fact, Mr Dutton is so addicted to say no, he's now even saying no to himself. Because remember, in his budget reply speech back in May, Mr Dutton told us that he would drastically reduce net overseas migration by, among other things, capping international student numbers. And now he votes against his own idea. In fact, more than 6 months later, they still have no ideas about how they will deliver their promise to reduce net overseas migration. as each day goes by, Mr Dutton proves why he is not fit to lead this country. He's reckless, he's arrogant, and at a time people are doing it tough, he'll make things worse.
Senator Billick, first supplementary.
Thanks for that answer. Now, too often I hear stories of shonks and crooks who take advantage of students just to make a quick buck. So how is the Albanese Labor government shutting out the shonks and setting up our education sector for success into the future, and why is this so important?
Thank you, Senator Billick. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Billick. And don't they get touchy when we talk about the shonks in the international education system? Is that the sound of Kashi over there? I'm not sure. And I don't mean you, Senator Cash, I mean Kashi. The Albanese Labor government has been working hard to address the serious quality and integrity issues we inherited in the education sector. The Parkinson Review highlighted that the migration system we inherited from Mr Dutton was broken, and Christine Nixon's report revealed disturbing weaknesses in the system that flourished under the opposition's neglect. This included grotesque abuses of temporary workers and international students by organised crime groups, all on Mr Dutton's watch as Home Affairs Minister. Now, we've already taken steps to address some of these issues, and student caps are an important next step to deliver critical reforms to address these wrongs. Our legislation includes a range of sensible and vital measures to protect the safety of international students and protect the reputation of this important industry. But again, the coalition is back, the Liberals, Nationals and Greens teaming up to block our sensible measures.
Time for answering has expired. Senator Billick, second supplementary.
Thank you. I noted during his budget reply, Mr Dutton said he would, and I quote, work with universities to set a cap on foreign students. Can you tell us how the Albanese Labor government is working to create a fairer system for universities and students? And what will be the impact of Mr Dutton and the Liberals teaming up with the Greens?
Seriously. Your constant interjecting is disorderly and disrespectful. You are not asking the question. Please continue, Senator Billick.
And what will be the impact of Mr Dutton and the Liberals teaming up with the Greens, if you can believe that, to block the government's policy reforms?
Minister Watt.
Well, thanks, Senator Billick. And you're right. In his budget reply, Mr Dutton did say that he would work with universities to set a cap on foreign students. And he's been saying that month after month after month. He's been saying we need to set a cap on international students, we need to bring migration levels down. But what do you know? We get to the second last week of the year and he says no, because the only thing he can say is no. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's cost of living relief, it's no. If it's housing, it's no. If it's caps on migration, no. Caps on international student numbers, it's no. Every time, it doesn't matter what the measure is, he says no, because he is reckless and arrogant, and Australian people are starting to work him out. At a time when Australians are doing it so tough, Mr Dutton, all he can offer is no and no solutions. He wants to make things worse, even if it means contradicting the very same things that he's been going on about for months. Now, we know that regional universities in particular want to see these changes made, and all those people over there who like to put their RMs on and get out in the regions, go and explain that decision.
Thank you, Minister
people like
Watt.
you two in particular.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Nampijinka-Price.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians, Minister McCarthy. Minister, there is an election commitment from this government to establish a Makarrata Commission to oversee truth-telling and treaty-making. At estimates 2 weeks ago, your agency reported the $5.8 million budgeted for Makarrata had been moved from the NIAA to the contingency reserve, with officials confirming that we don't have specific resourcing for work on the Makarrata Commission. Minister, will the government keep its promise to establish a Makarrata Commission before the end of this term of parliament, or has it now accepted that this was a bad idea, just as bad as The Voice?
Thank you, Senator Nampijinka-Price. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President, and I thank the Senator for her interest in truth-telling and for her interest in wanting to know about the Uluru Statement from the Heart. As I said at Senate estimates, President, that our government supports, in principle, Uluru Statement from the Heart with voice, treaty, truth. We have never shied away from that. We accept that we lost the referendum and we accept the decision of the Australian people, but we also acknowledge that there was only one question that was put to the Australian people, President, and the question was on a voice to the parliament. There was no question on welcome to countries. There was no question on Macaratas. There were no questions on truth-telling.
Order.
So I would remind the Senate. Well, all right, I'll take the interjection. Let's remember that your leader, Senator Hughes, wanted another referendum.
That's right, he wants one.
He wants a referendum. Well, where is it? Where is it? You said you took to the Australian people that you wanted a referendum. And clearly you're not even interested in that. You do not speak the truth to the Australian people.
Thank you. Order. 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 I had Senator Nampijinska-Price on her feet. Come to order. Senator, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, if a Makarrata Commission will not be established in this term of Parliament, why is the government keeping taxpayer money budgeted for it in the contingency reserve?
And thank you, Minister. Please just wait. I haven't called you. Order. It is a good question, Senator Cash, and it deserves an answer in silence. So I expect to not hear your voice. Minister McAllister.
McCarthy.
Sorry, Senator McCarthy.
I know we're very close, Senator McAllister.
The max.
I do thank the senator for the question. Well, as we know, President, the Senate is a place where we scrutinise and question bills or pieces of bills before the Senate. And of course, there is an inquiry underway by the Senate into truth-telling.
Order.
There is an inquiry underway by this Senate. In fact, there are senators opposite who are actually on that inquiry into truth-telling, into a bill introduced by Senator Cox.
Minister, please resume your seat. I asked for silence. That is what I asked for. It is disrespectful to continue those interjections. And I tried to ask for silence in a light-hearted manner, but that didn't work. Now I'm asking and I'm requesting that there be silence. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. So, as there is a bill before the Senate that looks into truth-telling, naturally our side of the parliament is involved in that
Minister,
committee.
please resume your seat. Senator Nampijinska-Price.
Thank you, President. Point of order. The question was very specific in relation to the budgeted money, not the actual. Not the fact that there's an inquiry taking place.
Thank you, Senator.
But specifically to the contingency reserve.
Thank you, Senator Nampijinska-Price. You started your question referencing the Makarrata Commission, and I believe the minister is being responsible and reporting and answering your question. Please continue, Senator McCarthy.
President, so naturally we are waiting the outcome of that Senate inquiry.
Thank you. Senator Nampijinska-Price, second supplementary.
Taking direction from the Greens. Minister, rather than shuffling money on the backwards-looking programs like the Makarrata Commission, why won't the government agree with the coalition to focus all spending on programs that make a real and effective difference to Indigenous lives?
Thank you, Senator Nampijinska-Price. Senator McCarthy.
President, our government is contributing greatly to improving the lives of First Nations people. In fact, I continually reach out across the aisles to senators opposite to come and learn about that. I had a meeting yesterday morning which Senator Price was invited to, Senator Little was invited to understand what we are doing. And I'm more than happy to do that again, President, but they clearly do not want to hear good news.
Senator Wong.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
President.
Oh, thank you.
Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator O'Sullivan.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Deputy. I would like to take note of all answers to coalition questions today. Now, I asked a question, a very good question, about housing and the fact that in this country we have major issues of housing affordability and housing availability. No matter where you go in this country, you find that there are shortages. It's not just in our cities, it's not just in our regional towns, it's also in our more remote areas as well. No matter where you go across this country, we find that there are shortages. Now, the government, when in opposition, committed many things in the last election, saying that they were going to fix these sort of problems, including the problems around housing, but we're seeing with the data that's coming out across the country that very little progress has been made. In fact, really none at all. Now, I asked the Minister, representing the Minister for Housing, about housing affordability and indeed the construction levels, and we've seen that we're at the lowest level of construction since 1989 and that housing affordability has fallen to the lowest point since 1996. And I asked a very direct question about that, and all we got was deflection in the answer that was given. In fact, the deflection went to the point of actually blaming us for the problems that's existing in this country. I mean, the logic that they present in this place is absurd. The logic that was presented in this instance was that, well, because we didn't support their housing bill or because we're not supporting their other Help to Buy bill, that somehow that's our problem. But the bill in relation to housing actually passed the Parliament, It's now law. And so how is it that it's our fault that a bill that they enacted, that they saw pass with the support of the Greens and others in this place, how is it that it's our fault that their policy is not working when it in fact passed? I mean, the logic is absurd. And it's because their policies are failing. Their policies are poorly constructed and are failing the Australian people. As I said, it doesn't matter where you go across this country, it is failing. Now, in my home state of Western Australia, all Western Australians know that the housing crisis is very, very real. Very real for people on all economic statuses. In Greater Perth, the new residential property listings were 14.3% lower in the year to September 23 compared to the previous year. The average wait time, have a listen to this. If this doesn't send shockwaves through people listening, and if it doesn't completely bell the cat in terms of how poorly constructed this government's policies are, then this is one thing that will get you. The average wait time for social housing in Western Australia is 150 weeks. 150 weeks. That means people are literally sleeping on the streets. That means people are literally going from couch to couch in other people's homes. That means people are literally sleeping in cars. We have instances of people sleeping in tents and caravan parks and out in the bush and out in the national parks. I mean, this is absurd. You've got families sleeping rough, mothers with children sleeping rough. You've got to wait longer than you ought to wait. And it is because of the poorly constructed policies of this government. So don't come in here and blame us. Yes, we didn't support your policy because it's a dud policy. And the evidence of that is that we're not seeing any houses built. Now, I asked about whether or not there are any houses being built. Now, not one single house has been built, as we revealed in Senate estimates in the last fortnight. Not one house has been built. They haven't even built a dollhouse. They haven't even built a cubby house. There's nothing. There's no house that anyone can put over their head, or no roof over their head that they can point to, of any Australian that is struggling to deal with this issue. Now, the Property Council of Australia predicts that in Western Australia, we will face a 25,000 home deficit increase by the end of 2027. Some serious action is needed. Australians need real solutions, and only the coalition government under Peter Dutton can see the results that we need in this country. Houses being built. We need to unlock the equity of people's that they've got to be able to build their own homes and not just have the largesse of taxpayer and government to provide the solutions. Let's see Australians deliver it, and let's get behind all Australians.
Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, you know, sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of positivity. And the positivity is that the Albanese government has an ambitious $32 billion Homes for Australia plan to make housing more affordable for all Australians, whether you're building, renting or buying. Now, we understand, and we've said many, many times, we understand that Australians are doing it tough, and we know that housing is a big part of that problem. But the problem is a generation in the making. It is not something that has happened overnight, and it's a failure of the housing market, but also a failure of governments, not many governments for a period of time. And so the buck passing then stops with us. It stops with the Albanese Labor government through putting in our ambitious $32 billion Homes for Australia plan. We have that ambitious housing agenda with $32 billion of commitments to help Australians to build, to rent and to buy. Again, we have that ambitious goal of building 1.2 million homes by the end of the decade, and we're training more tradies than what we've seen trained over a very long period of time through the fee-free TAFE and other processes that we have and policies we've put in place. We're building more infrastructure and social homes and cutting red tape to make this happen. Personally, I've been involved in many openings of social homes that we have assisted state governments and social housing operators to actually build homes. Building more homes is a long-term fix, we know that. But we know that Australians are doing it tough right now, and that's why we're helping renters by strengthening renters' rights and boosting rent assistance. And we're helping more than 1/3 of first home buyers get into the market with lower deposits. These are things that incrementally can help while we're building these other houses. You can't trust the coalition to fix the problem. They were in office for 2 of the last 3 decades when this problem got worse, and now they want to make it worse by cutting $19 billion from housing. And the Greens, they just want to play politics. They block more houses in their local community and they block more houses in the Parliament House. I just want to go through a bit of a record on our solutions. So since we've been in government, we've taken action and we're working to deliver more homes for Australians and to tackle the challenges left behind after a decade of little action by the former Liberal National government in housing and homelessness. The opposition claims to care about housing, but their records show otherwise. We're investing in 55,000 sociable and affordable homes, the largest Commonwealth investment in decades. The Coalition have said that they will scrap Labor's $10 billion Housing Australia Future Fund. This will halt construction on thousands of social homes across Australia. So while they stand up here and say they want to help people, they actually want to cut the fund that is actually going to help thousands of people get into social housing right across Australia. We're strengthening renters' rights through our Better Deal for Renters, and we've increased the Commonwealth rent assistance by more than 40%. The opposition have been silent on renters' rights and did nothing in 10 years to address this issue. The Minister for Housing and Homelessness, both Minister Collins previously and Minister O'Neill, have chaired 9 meetings with state and territory housing ministers to ensure all levels of government are working together to improve housing outcomes for Australians. Unlike our government bringing state and territories together, the opposition didn't even have a meeting of housing ministers for almost 5 years. 5 years. We've already done that, but no, they couldn't bring them together for 5 years. The government is proposing cutting taxes to build more affordable rental homes through our build-to-rent legislation. The opposition raised taxes on investment in build-to-rent housing, making it harder to build rental homes. Labor has introduced legislation to establish our Help to Buy scheme, a shared equity scheme to help 40,000 Australians get into home ownership. The opposition, as we know and I've said previously, teamed up with the Greens to block the bill in the Senate, and that they come in here and talk about what are we doing to housing. We have got a long record of what we're doing. They have a record of saying no. They've got a record of blocking. They've joined with the Greens, their coalition operators up there in the back corner, to block all the assistance for people to get into homes in a much quicker way.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. Well, the government continues to play politics with our energy system, and all Australians are paying the price for the government's failure to deliver the cheap electricity they promised at the last election. At the last election, the Prime Minister infamously said almost 100 times that he would lower people's power prices by $275 a year. Of course, the opposite has happened, as everybody knows. When their power bill turns up, the average power bill has gone up by more than $500 a year since this government took over. Today, though, we've got a new perspective on how the government has corrupted our whole energy policy-making process to suit their political needs, not the desperate cost of living needs of average Australians. Right now, there's another climate change conference going on in Baku in Azerbaijan, and over there Australia has been invited by the UK and America to join a new agreement to develop advanced nuclear technologies that could deliver energy needs for the world, as well as doing so in a low-emission format. Now, we have traditionally cooperated on nuclear energy initiatives around the world. It is true that nuclear energy is not a technology allowed under existing Australian law, but we do have a world-class nuclear facility, a nuclear reactor, in the middle of Sydney, 30 kilometres from the CBD, at a place called Lucas Heights. We lead the world in the production of nuclear medicines, and we have some of the best nuclear scientists in the world thanks to that facility. So we had been involved, for example, in the current or predating this agreement, the Generation 4 Forum that is trying to develop new nuclear technologies, so-called Gen 4 technologies, and we've been an active participant in that process thanks to the world-class nuclear scientists we have in this country. The government now, by refusing this overture from our friends and allies in the UK and the US, mind you, is putting at risk that whole reputation of nuclear science we've built up over more than 60 years of the operations of Lucas Heights. It is threatening our national security. It's not just an energy security issue now, although energy security is always a national security question, but it's directly affecting our national security by distancing ourselves from our friends and allies just to serve the domestic political needs of this desperate government trying to hang on to power. There is no justification for Australia not to join this forum. Joining this forum does not in any way necessitate Australia to change its law, doesn't necessitate us to build nuclear power plants. It would continue to live on exactly the same arrangements we've had as per the Gen 4 international forum we've been involved in for many years. The only rationale you can take from the government's decisions, from Chris Bowen's pig-headed decision to refuse entry to this agreement, is they don't want to do this because it would be embarrassing for their political purposes here in Australia. The Minister has been quoted, Minister Bowen has been quoted as saying that he can't join the agreement because nuclear energy is outlawed in Australia. He may be right about that, but the fact is, by Mr Bowen putting himself outside this agreement, he has left Australia isolated from our international partners and friends in a way that is completely and utterly unnecessary. Now, I think even a government against building nuclear energy in this country should join this agreement because of the right for our national interest to do so. But it also does demonstrate the bankruptcy of the government's energy policy to not even bother looking at nuclear, to refuse and to consider nuclear energy in the most juvenile and amateur way, posting pictures of three-eyed fish and all this rubbish that just is an insult to the intelligence of Australians. I think Australians are a lot more savvy than the government gives them credit for these ridiculous scare tactics they're charting with at the moment. The Minister actually last year, the Minister posted on X, or Twitter probably at the time, AI-generated footage of radioactive waste barrels, like rusty yellow barrels. It was the most puerile thing you could see. An embarrassment to our country to be acting like that when nuclear energy is used by so many of our friends and allies. But the government's got its blinkers on here. It's got its blindfold on. It's blind to the pain that it's caused to Australians by not lowering their power bills, and it's blind to thinking about any other alternative way to change tack and think, OK, we might not have got this right, let's do something different. But instead, they are cratering us into an economic disaster by keeping energy prices high.
Senator Walsh.
Thank you, Deputy President. Well, I thank Senator Canavan for the opportunity to talk about some facts about nuclear and the fact that nuclear is not the right plan for our country right here in Australia. And of course, what Mr Dutton and his coalition have when they talk about nuclear is a $600 billion nuclear wasteland of a plan for our country's energy needs. This is a $600 billion nuclear nightmare that they want to unleash on Australians. A $600 billion nuclear black hole that will not even meet the energy needs that Australians have. This is an idea, a plan, if you can call it that, which would only account for 3.7% of Australia's energy needs. Now, there's been no feasibility studies. We know there's been no geological studies. What the coalition have done is just think up an idea of some nuclear power stations, get a map and plonk them around the country and call that an energy plan. This is an idea that, even if it were feasible for Australia, would be decades away. And what we know is that our coal-fired power stations, which still generate energy here for Australians, are closing. They are due to close in the next decade. And this is not a plan to meet the needs that Australia will have as our coal-fired power stations are set to close. It is a decade away. It is not a solution for our energy needs, and it won't create a single job for a person who works in a coal-fired power station to be able to go to. And what the real solution is renewable energy. That is the solution for Australia. And under our government, we have got 25% more renewable energy in our grid. We are on track for our plan for 82% renewable energy. We are approving more renewable energy projects than ever before. We are getting cheap, clean, green energy into the grid. This is what is critical for our future, and this is what is critical for creating jobs in our regions as well. And it's, of course, critical to meeting the cost of living challenges that Australians face right now. And what Australians want to see from us right now today in meeting the cost of living challenges that they face is they want to see their wages growing, and they want to see support with cost of living from their government. And that is exactly what they are getting from the Albanese Labor government. Under Labor, wages are growing. Wages are growing now at over 4%. Real wages are growing in our country. We are investing in the wages of our care economy workers. We are closing the gender pay gap in this country. Again, under Labor, wages are moving in this country. Now, we know that those opposite love low wages. We know that low wages were a deliberate design feature of the economy that they presided over. But under Labor, real wages are growing. Wages running at over 4%, inflation now with a 2 in front of it. When we took over, it had a 6 in front of it. We are putting downward pressure on inflation, we are getting wages moving, and Australians are starting to get their heads above water again. And that is also because we are providing cost of living relief for Australians, a tax cut for all Australians, historic investment in Medicare, meaning people can see doctors for free, historic investment in cheaper medicines, historic investment in fee-free TAFE, historic investment in lowering Australians' HECS debt. We're providing energy bill relief. And of course, what Australians are also seeing is that every single one of these measures was opposed by those opposite. Mr Dutton doesn't want to see Australians get cost of living relief. If he did, he would have voted for it. Instead, he voted against every single measure of cost of living relief that we have provided. Australians don't have to look very far to see what their lives would have been like under the coalition. They just have to see him opposing every single cost of living relief measure we have put in place.
Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. And in rising to take note of answers provided in question time today, I will be taking some time to reflect on many of Labor's broken promises over their last 2.5 years in government. But I did want to particularly reflect on what I don't even think it can be described as Labor's broken promise. It's Labor's delusion of every time coming into this chamber and saying, as Senator Urquhart said in her contribution earlier, that the buck stops with them. And I'm sure they're well within their right to say that the buck stops with them. They're the federal government, so you'd certainly hope that the buck does stop with them. But in the very next breath, rather than taking responsibility for the issues that are facing this country, rather than taking responsibility for the concerns of everyday Australians, they pivot very quickly to blaming anything but themselves for these issues. Their number one suspect in blaming problems is always the opposition. It's the coalition. It's everything that happened apparently while we were in government. We know they like blaming the RBA for the economic situation that they find themselves in. We know that they like blaming the war in Ukraine for the rising cost of living. I think it is frankly remarkable that time and time again this government comes in to this place, and I know they're out there in the community doing exactly the same thing, talking about the fact that they're the grown-ups, that they want to take responsibility for all these problems, but then they start the blame game so quickly. And I know that Australians, and particularly Tasmanians, are sick of that blame game. They are sick of this government not seriously considering the issues that are facing Australians and coming up with solutions for them. And my colleague Senator O'Sullivan today asked some fantastic questions of the government about how they have failed to address the housing crisis in this country. Because we know that Labor has failed to deliver on its core housing election commitments. We know that its target for 1.2 million new homes under the National Housing Accord is set to fall short by at least 260,000 homes, according to the Housing Supply and Affordability Council. The opportunity to co-own a home with the government through the Help to Buy scheme has been so unpopular that we know it's failed to pass this parliament. And particularly in this place today, we heard about the failure of the Housing Australia Future Fund to actually make a single disbursement or build a single home. And it's something that this government doesn't want to address. They do not want to come in here and front up to the fact that their housing policy has failed. They made a big song and dance about this at the last election, but the reality is that their policies in this area have done nothing to move the dial when it comes to improving housing supply in this country. And I think, as a young-ish Australian, that's really sad. I know many people my age and younger that want to get into the housing market, and it is just so difficult for them to be able to afford to do so. And this government has apparently listened to those concerns and actually done nothing to fix them. We understand in the coalition that home ownership is essential to the Australian dream, and owning your own home provides economic stability and economic security. And again, when I speak to young Australians and young Tasmanians, they want to be able to afford a house. It's just the sad reality is that because of this government's failures, they can't. Labor doesn't understand, I think, the essential value of that Australian dream and how owning your own home plays into that. And the government's policy agenda has prioritised corporate home ownership and will see Australians rent in perpetuity. But we are committed to backing the aspiration of Australians through our housing policy, and I think that the policies that we've released in recent weeks to reduce costs of headworks to be able to commence housing developments has been received incredibly positively throughout the electorate. But frankly, this government's economic mismanagement is killing the Australian dream. They are failing Australians time and time again. I didn't even get much time to touch on the government's other broken election commitments, but certainly many other times in this chamber I've mentioned their hesitance to talk about taking $275 off everyone's power bill. This is a government that is letting Australians down time and time again.
I'm going to put the question. Those questions say aye, against no, the ayes have it. Senator Waters.
Very much, Deputy President. I move to take note of the answer to my questions to the Special Minister of State. Now, any legislation to deliver electoral funding reforms must strengthen democracy and not just the political fortunes of the big parties. The Greens have long advocated to get the influence of big money right out of politics and to stop democracy being for sale. We've long supported donations caps, transparency, spending caps, limits on lobbying access and policy pay for policy outcomes. But if there remain loopholes in these bills for electoral reform that only the two big parties can use, then this is a rort, not a reform. For years, the Greens have championed reforms to clean up our democracy, including getting big money out of politics and addressing the incumbency advantages that stack outcomes in favour of the two-party system. 1 in 3 voters chose to vote someone other than the two big parties at the last election. They deserve to see their vote result in representation in Parliament, and this will be our measuring stick for what makes good reform. The Australia Institute published some polling yesterday saying that more than 4 out of 5 voters think that the proposed changes to the electoral laws should be reviewed before they are passed by this Parliament. And it's no surprise because rushed legislation is often very bad legislation. The government has said that this is the largest reform in 40 years of the foundations of the way that our democracy works. Well, the usual practice is either in this place or even in the other chamber, when bills are brought here, you scrutinise that legislation through an inquiry process. And when bills go through that process of scrutiny, they're very often improved. Either there's some flaws in the bills that were unintended, or perhaps in this case the flaws in the bills are intended to ensure that the two-party system gets some life support. For such extensive reforms, a Senate inquiry is all the more important, and yet the government has the opposition to rush this electoral funding bill through without a Senate inquiry. But why the rush? These reforms aren't even scheduled to come into effect to apply to not this coming election but the one after, so there's absolutely no reason to race this through without a Senate inquiry scrutinising the details. So it makes me very suspicious when the two big parties are in agreement and want to ram through changes. Now, for a very, very long time, the Greens in this place and together recently with some of the independents have been arguing strongly that the rules around who gets to fund and own politicians need to change. We need greater transparency, we need greater disclosure. And there are some good measures in what the government's proposing, in many instances because they've picked up measures that we've all been advocating for a long time. But there's a lot more in the bill. There's a new nominated entity rule, which seems to allow the war chests of the big parties to be grandfathered in and then spent nationally under the extremely generous $90 million national spending cap. And yet they want to cut off the opportunity for new political entrants, for people seeking to be elected, to fight on a level playing field. Now, we want big money out of politics, but not just new big money, while the largesse of the two big parties can carry on virtually unhampered. And how strange that the government wants to race through the funding rules, but their bill for truth in political advertising, well, that's on the back burner. There's no rush there. Apparently we don't have a problem with mis and disinformation in the electoral context. Well, tell that to Australians. Public funding for political parties will increase, but there'll be no obligation for them not to make stuff up about their political opponents. So the onus is really on the government to explain why, and what they're calling the largest reform in 40 years, why do they want to bypass the standard practice of this parliament to have a Senate inquiry into a detailed piece of legislation? Less than a third of the country voted for this government, a bit more than a third voted for the opposition, and about a third is voting for someone else. 1/3 of the country did not want either of the two big political parties. Now, the government of the day could approach that reality by saying, well, maybe we should listen to what a third of the country is saying and maybe lift our game and put forward some policies that might actually improve people's lives. Or they could say, oh, we'll just try and change the rules of the game to shore up our diminishing vote. By racing through this bill without a Senate inquiry, it just sends a message to the public that the two parties are rigging the rules because they don't have the courage to implement policies that will actually help people and the planet.
I put the question. Those for the question say aye. Against no, the ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? I call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged in respect of business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 for today, postponed to the 25th of November 2024, and government business notice of motion number 1 for today, postponed to the 21st of November 2024. Also note that a committee has lodged an extension notification shown at item 10 of today's order of business.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll now move to formal business or placing of business, which we've just done. So if there's no objection, the business is postponed. I'll now go to formal business motions, and I'll start by General Business 661, standing in the name of Hodgins-May. Are you doing that, Senator Hodgins-May?
I ask that general business notice of motion number 661 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hodgins-May.
I move the motion.
So the question is that yes, Senator Chisholm.
Short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Chisholm.
The government will not be supporting this motion or 662. The documents sought go to Cabinet considerations. It is a long-standing practice under successive governments not to release documents which go to Cabinet consideration.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 661, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 662, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May.
I ask that general business notice of motion number 662 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Hodgins-May.
I move the motion.
And I note your comments from 661. Senator Chisholm. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 662, standing in the name of Senator Hodgins-May, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. Believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 663, standing in the name of Senator Faruqi. Senator McKim.
Yes, thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 663, relating to an extension of time to report for the Select Committee on the impact of climate risk on insurance premiums and availability, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. On behalf of Senator Faruqi, I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 663 in the name of Senator Faruqi and moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 664, standing in the name of Senator Patterson. Is that you, Senator Askew? 664.
On behalf of Senator Patterson, I ask that general business notice of motion number 664 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 664, standing in the name of Senator Patterson and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business 666, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Is that you again, Senator Askew?
On behalf of Senator Dean Smith, I ask that general business notice of motion number 666 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
The motion.
So the question is at general business notice of motion number 666, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I now move to general business notice of motion number 668, standing in the name of Senator Pocock, Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 668 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 668, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. There'll be a big full stop shortly, Senator Dunning, as I'm sure you're aware. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 669, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thanks again, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 669 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 669, standing in the name of Senator Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 672, standing in the name of Senator Rennick.
I ask that general business of notice of motion 672 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Rennick.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 672, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 673, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 673 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator David Pocock.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 673, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Yes, thank you. I have a system going here, Senator McKenzie, but I will now move to 671, standing in your name, Senator McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. I ask that general business notice of motion 671, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator McKenzie.
I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to regulate the sale and import of organic goods and for related purposes.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator McKenzie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator McKenzie.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is the motion is moved by Senator McKenzie be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Act to regulate the sale and import of organic goods and for related purposes.
Senator McKenzie.
I move that this bill be now read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator McKenzie.
I table the explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator McKenzie. So we will now go to business of the Senate number 1, standing in the name of Senator Hanson. That's being debated later. Yes, I knew that. That slipped my mind momentarily. We'll now move we'll now move to notice of motion, business of Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Green. Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, President. On behalf of Senator Green, I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 3, proposing a reference to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Urquhart.
I move the motion.
So, well, Senator Roberts, I think you're up first.
If to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, President. We support the referral. Since the High Court held that forced ankle bracelets and curfews on ex-detainees are unconstitutional and punitive in the case of YBFZ, the government has indicated that it wants to legislate to empower the minister to enforce these measures for the purpose of achieving safety in the community. This bill will fail for the same reason that the High Court held in YBFZ. What is needed is legislation to widen the power of the judiciary to order these measures instead of leaving it to the minister, who is part of the executive, thereby ensuring the separation of powers.
And Senator McKim.
Mr. President, I move the amendment to business.
Oh, wait, I think you need to seek leave.
It's been circulated, but in any event, I do seek leave. I seek leave to move the amendment that's been circulated in my name.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I move the amendment, and just so folks are clear, the amendment omits the words 26 November 2024 and substitutes instead 4th of February 2025.
Thank you, Senator McKim. So the question is, the amendment as moved by Senator McKim to business of Senate number 3 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thorpe. Come to order, Senator Thorpe. Senator Thorpe, come to order. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment as moved by Senator McKim to Business of the Senate number 3 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chairs, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 32 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now intend to put the unamended motion. So the question is that Business of the Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Green and moved by Senator Urquhart, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to Business of the Senate number 4, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
President, I seek leave for this motion to be postponed to the next sitting day of...
Thank you. I believe leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Payman. I'll now move to Government Business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm.
I ask that Government Business Notice of Motion number 2, proposing the approval of works within the Parliamentary zone, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion.
So the question is that Government Business number 2, standing in the name of Senator Chisholm, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to General Business Notice of Motion number 638, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, President. I wish to postpone my motion for another day.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. I'll now move to 661 we've dealt with. 667, standing in the name of Senator Rennick. Senator Rennick.
I ask the General Business Notice of Motion 667 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Rennick.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 667, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 667, standing in the name of Senator Rennick, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 45 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 674, standing in the name of Senators Lambie and Senator David Pocock. Senator Pocock.
Then I ask that general business notice of motion number 674 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that... Hello, Senator Duniam. You can have 1 minute.
I can have 1 minute.
Duniam.
Thank you very much. These bills are implementing the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters and its report into the conduct of the 2022 federal election. They've been through the inquiry process, and information on the merits of these measures is publicly available for all senators.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 674, standing in the name of Senators Lambie and Pocock, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 674, standing in the name of Senators Lambie and Pocock, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 18 ayes and 38 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 675, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you, Senator Askew? Thank you.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 675 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
Move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 675, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Yes. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. When? Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 675, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 31 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 676, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 676 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 676, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 676, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Order. There being 45 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senators, that concludes formal motions, but there are 2 deferred votes. So I remind senators that yesterday evening 2 votes were deferred as listed at item 12 on today's order of business. I understand it suits the convenience of the Senate to hold those votes now. I will first deal with the motion moved by Senator Hanson-Young concerning a proposed reference to the Environment and Communications References Committee. I put the question. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Hanson-Young be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 15 ayes and 28 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to the second deferred vote, a proposed reference to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee moved by Senator Rennick. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. lock the doors. So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Rennick be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Rennick as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 18 ayes and 25 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. That ends the motions. We'll move to the public importance and urgency. I'll wait for a change in the chair.
Hello. Senators Sharma and O'Neill have submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 13 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? The proposal is supported. And with the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator Sharma.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, unfortunately and alarmingly, the issue of public importance we are discussing today, Hong Kong's widespread application of national security laws to repress civil society, has just taken on a new level of urgency and crisis. Earlier today, a court in Hong Kong sentenced 45 former politicians and activists to up to 10 years in prison in the biggest prosecution brought under Hong Kong's national security laws to date. The alleged crime of these individuals, this was to participate in an unofficial primary election for opposition candidates for the Hong Kong legislature. Normal political activity, but somehow participating in this most basic democratic exercise was labelled by authorities a conspiracy to commit subversion. An Australian, Gordon Ng, was one of those sentenced, and we feel for him and his family. Let me be absolutely clear. This is part of an ongoing and relentless assault by authorities in Beijing and their local enablers against fundamental freedoms in Hong Kong. It is designed to silence criticism stifle dissent and enforce obedience. It's a complete repudiation of the rights enshrined in Hong Kong's basic law. And tomorrow, I fear, we will see yet another of the remaining embers of Hong Kong's freedom stamped out, because Jimmy Lai's trial on national security charges is due to recommence tomorrow. Jimmy Lai is a journalist, publisher, writer and a pro-democracy campaigner. He was the founder of Apple Daily, one of Hong Kong's most popular newspapers and the largest independent Chinese language media outlet in the region, until it was forced closed by authorities in 2021. Mr Lai was first arrested in August 2020 and has been detained in prison since December 2020, for much of that time in solitary confinement. His current trial is for alleged sedition and conspiracy to collude with foreign forces, and I put that in quotation marks. But as the prosecution case makes abundantly clear, Mr Lai is being charged for practising journalism, for holding political authorities to account, for scrutinising their conduct, for raising concerns about the respective authorities for fundamental human rights. As the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has found, Mr Lai is being unlawfully and arbitrarily detained. This same UN Working Group also found that his ongoing detention and imprisonment is a violation of Mr Lai's rights to freedom of expression, to peaceful assembly and association, his right to a fair trial, and the prohibition against arbitrary detention. And as the group concluded, Mr Lai's ongoing imprisonment is unjust and he should be released immediately and his trial discontinued. And I add my voice to those calls today. Mr Lai should be immediately and unconditionally released. I also urge those 4 Australian judges, Patrick Keane, Robert French, William Gummo and James Alsop, to urgently reconsider their roles as non-permanent judges on the Hong Kong Final Court of Appeal and reflect on how their continued service on this court confers a legitimacy on Hong Kong's respect for the rule of law, which is clearly unwarranted. I know that many Australians who have visited and grown to admire and love Hong Kong over the years, myself amongst them, for its vibrancy, its energy, its entrepreneurialism, but most particularly for its liberal institutions and freedoms, are distressed at the path that Hong Kong is taking. It is a tragedy for many of Hong Kong's residents, but it's also a tragedy for Hong Kong itself. With its hasty and unchecked abandonment of its freedoms and its commitment to the rule of law, it is quickly turning itself into a backwater city of mainland China. I urge Hong Kong authorities to correct course, and I urge the government in Beijing to recognise that the preservation of Hong Kong's essential freedoms is in its own national interests. This should begin with the cessation of prosecutions under the national security law and the immediate and unconditional release of Mr Lai and the 45 political prisoners that were sentenced just today.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Democracy and the rule of law are precious elements that enable and preserve the form of government that we Australians and all citizens of free nations hold dear. It's this commitment to fundamental freedoms that has driven me today to join with my colleague Senator Sharma in calling out Hong Kong's widespread application of the national security laws to repress civil society and prosecute journalists, including Jimmy Lai, as a matter of public importance. Today, concerningly, we have reports indeed from Hong Kong that dozens of prominent pro-democracy activists will be jailed for up to a decade in the territory's biggest ever national security case, including an Australian citizen, Mr Gordon Ng. Hong Kong possesses a long and complex political history, with varying forms of governance and authority, but within that experience, a yearning has developed for self-rule and an expectation that all will be treated fairly. At one point not so very long ago, Hong Kong represented a robust civil society that contained respect for a variety of opinions, faiths, languages, persuasions and political perspectives. In 2002, when the World Press Freedom Index by Reporters Without Borders launched, Hong Kong ranked 18th in the world. Now it sits at 135th out of 180 jurisdictions. Hong Kong's once lively press that epitomised its active civil discourse has since been muzzled by 2 national security laws and a revival of the colonial era charge of sedition. I call out these developments with regret and with a particular fear that this intense deterrence has created a culture of self-censorship and appeasement. On the 3rd of July this year, I met with Sebastian Lai, who shared with me and others in this place his fear, sadness and hope for his father, Jimmy Lai. Jimmy Lai is currently being held in solitary confinement in a maximum security prison on spurious charges. His story started when he stowed away on a boat to safety in Hong Kong and began an entrepreneurial career in the fashion industry before founding the pro-democracy publication Apple Daily. The Apple Daily is a seemingly unlikely vestige of defiance. While it used to sit in the newsstands alongside other more refined publications, its tabloid-infused criticism of the government stood alone in the world, in the end. After being raided by no fewer than 200 representatives of the state and forcibly shut down in June 2021, its final edition reached a record circulation of 1 million copies, 10 times the amount usually sold. The final issue's popularity offered a tacit protest against the growing authoritarianism dominating the region and a sombre reminder of the Hong Kong that once was. Jimmy Lai has been a leading figure in the pro-democracy movement and an advocate for peaceful assembly and the right to expression. Because of his courage, Jimmy Lai was first arrested in August 2020, and he has since been continuously detained in custody since December of that year. He is also currently having his rights denied as a Catholic. And as a fellow Catholic, I note that he is being denied the sacrament of Holy Communion. He's accused of communicating with foreign forces such as Australia and Europe, in advocating for the suspension of extradition treaties and calling out human rights abuses, an act that many others would simply refer to as journalism. Jimmy Lai is now looking at being wrongfully detained and sentenced to prison for the rest of his life. I think it is appropriate for this Parliament to join with the United Nations, the United Kingdom and the US in calling for the repeal of the national security law and for Mr Lai to be reunited with his family. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention on Friday the 15th of November published its opinion that Jimmy Lai is being unlawfully and arbitrarily detained. The rule of law, media freedom and human rights is being eroded and undermined in Hong Kong. The world is watching.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting President. Jimmy Lai has been held in maximum solitary confinement in a security prison in Hong Kong for almost 4 years. This is inhumane. He is being tried on trumped-up charges arising from his peaceful promotion of democracy, his journalism and his human rights advocacy. His trial, like so many in Hong Kong since the passage of the authoritarian national security law, lacked procedural and judicial fairness, with hand-picked judges and evidence obtained via torture. The Hong Kong and Chinese authorities have repeatedly delayed his trial, compromising his right to a speedy trial. His release has been called for by the UK government, by the US government, by the Canadian Parliament, by the European Parliament, by 5 UN Special Rapporteurs. And today, many in this place join that call. We are united in our call that Mr Lai may return home to the UK before it is too late. These calls are supported by the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, that on Friday the 15th of November published its opinion that Jimmy Lai is unlawfully and arbitrarily detained and called for his immediate release. The working group found multiple violations of Mr Lai's rights and freedoms and stressed that he should not be on trial at all. The world is watching as the rule of law, media freedom and human rights in Hong Kong are eroded and undermined. We must work together to uphold these fundamental freedoms and demand that Jimmy Lai be released and immediately and unconditionally allowed to return home. We are seeing a global trend to silence journalists and those speaking truth to power. We must work together to call out those wrongfully and arbitrarily detained, wherever they are and whomever group or government is holding them. Today, the Australian Greens add our voices to the calls for the release of Jimmy Lai, just as we did with Julian Assange, with Cheng Lei, and just as we do with Robert Peter in Iraq, with Daniel Duggan, who is wrongfully detained here in Australia.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Chandler.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President, and I'm pleased to speak in support of this motion along with colleagues from across the chamber. The erosion of democracy, human rights and the rule of law in Hong Kong is of huge concern. And we see that concern playing out today with reports of an Australian citizen and democracy campaigner being sentenced to 7 years in prison by a Hong Kong court. The application by Beijing of the national security law in 2020 has seriously eroded the rights of citizens, protesters and the press in Hong Kong. Jimmy Lai is one of many Hong Kongers who are paying the price for the dismantling of proper legal process and the rule of law since the implementation of that national security law. Mr Lai's case has been independently verified as being a case of unlawful and arbitrary detention by the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention. He's been detained and held in solitary confinement since December 2020, soon after the implementation of the national security law. The UN Special Rapporteur on Torture has stated that evidence from a key prosecution witness may have also been obtained through torture. Mr Lai has already been prosecuted and sentenced to lengthy sentences of imprisonment for peaceful participation in pro-democracy protests. We must remember that the people of Hong Kong were promised the protection of democratic rights and freedoms when the handover of Hong Kong from the British to the Chinese government occurred. It is without question that these rights have not been protected, but indeed have been severely undermined by Beijing's actions. Mr Lai should not be in prison. He should be released immediately and unconditionally. The transnational application of the national security law puts Australians at risk, and we have already seen evidence of this. It is unacceptable to us as Australians that our citizens and our residents can be targeted for arrest and conviction under the national security law for exercising their rights to free speech, even here in Australia. It's also unacceptable that there should be any threats or risk of detention for Australians supporting the rights of Jimmy Lai or other citizens of Hong Kong targeted by the national security law. Australia, along with other nations, has an important role to play in speaking up about the treatment of Jimmy Lai and the national security law. The US and the United Kingdom, as well as the United Nations, have called for Mr Lai's immediate and unconditional release. And Australia, I believe, has a particular obligation to speak up because of the very unfortunate situation in which there are 4 Australian judges still serving to serve as judges in the Hong Kong legal system. It is both appropriate and necessary that we in the Australian Parliament speak up about our severe concerns about the repression of pro-democracy protests and the prosecution of journalists, and call for the release of Mr Lai. We have a responsibility to do so, and it is pleasing that our government and that the opposition and crossbench senators are joining together to make clear the views of the Australian Senate with this motion here today. It is welcome that officials confirmed at Senate estimates recently that the Australian government has been raising Mr Lai's case with Chinese and Hong Kong authorities. That should continue to happen, and it has the full support of the coalition that the government continues to raise those concerns in bilateral engagements as well as in multilateral forums. The protection of media freedom and the freedom of citizens to protest and criticise their government is fundamental to the protection of human rights. In jurisdictions where media freedom and freedom of speech is severely curtailed and where the press is pressured or compelled to comply with the government, inevitably, citizens are subjected to other breaches of their human rights, such as arbitrary detention or torture. And that is exactly what is being reported as happening in Hong Kong, which is why it is so important for Australia, as a responsible democracy, to stand up for press freedom and against arbitrary detention. Thank you to my colleague Senator Sharma and Senator O'Neill for lodging this motion, which I urge all senators to support. And I encourage the government, on behalf of Australia, to continue to strenuously object to the national security law, its application to repress civil rights, and particularly the targeting of Australians as a result of this dangerous law.
Thank you, Senator Chandler. Senator Sheldon.
Good. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Along with my colleagues across the Senate, I rise to speak in support of this matter of public importance on the ongoing detention and prosecution of Jimmy Lai. Of course, today is a day of reflection because of the horrendous backdrop of 45 pro-democracy activists who are facing up to 10 years in jail. Mr Lai is a 76-year-old publisher and pro-democracy campaigner who for decades has been a high-profile figure in the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong. He founded and ran the largest independent Chinese-language media outlet in Hong Kong, Apple Daily, until its forced closure in June 2021. And since December 2020, almost 4 years ago, Mr Lai has been detained in solitary confinement, awaiting trial for charges of alleged sedition and conspiracy to collude with foreign forces. Now, importantly for the purposes of this debate, Australia is directly implicated in these charges. The charges relating to the alleged collusion with foreign forces stated that Mr Lai has encouraged 8 countries to impose sanctions or engage in other hostile activities towards China. One of the 8 countries implicated in this suit is Australia. Mr Lai's trial is due to recommence this week, and if convicted, he faces a prospect of spending the rest of his life in prison. We are deeply concerned by Hong Kong's widespread application of national security laws to repress civil society and prosecute journalists like Jimmy Lai. The national security law, which Mr Lai is charged with breaching, has been applied broadly to arrest or pressure pro-democracy figures, opposition groups, the media, trade unions and civil society. And Hong Kong's Article 23 legislation has further eroded rights and freedoms as guaranteed under the Basic Law and Sino-British Joint Declaration. These laws have had far-reaching impacts on individuals in Australia. We saw that with Hong Kong authorities issuing of arrest warrants for Australian residents and citizens. And just today, the Foreign Minister has expressed our grave concern at the fate of Gordon Ying, an Australian citizen who has been sentenced under the national security law for organising a democratic primary. I call on China to cease suppression of media freedoms and repeal the national security law. Earlier this year, I met with Mr Lai's son, Sebastian Lai, and his legal team to discuss the state of the case. I'm aware that this delegation also met with the Foreign Minister and other leaders across the political spectrum. Mr Lai's case and the case for greater civil liberties and political freedoms in Hong Kong has broad support in Australia and around the world. UN Special Rapporteurs have called on the Hong Kong authorities to drop all charges against Mr Lai and release him immediately, citing multiple and serious violations of Mr Lai's right to freedom of expression, peaceful assembly and association, and his right to a fair trial. Mr Lai has been denied a fair trial and his choice of legal counsel, making it impossible for these charges to be fairly tested. As Mr Lai's son said earlier this year, they've made it pretty clear. No juries, 3 government-appointed judges, the Security Minister boasting of a 100% conviction rate. So in my mind, they just want to keep Dad in prison for as long as they want to, and they'll just write the sentences around that. Now, the crackdown on political freedoms and civil liberties in Hong Kong is a tragedy for the people in Hong Kong, and for the many Australians who know and love the city and its people. We urge the Chinese government and Hong Kong authorities to uphold and protect those elements which have been so crucial to Hong Kong's success, including its high degree of autonomy, the rights and freedoms guaranteed by the Basic Law and the Sino-British Declaration to which Beijing committed.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Hong Kong is a lesson in what happens when communism is imposed on democracy. China assured Hong Kong citizens they would be respected and then promptly broke that promise. In Hong Kong, the top 10% of income earners now own 40 times the wealth of the bottom 10%. Every year under communism makes income inequality in Hong Kong worse. It confirms that free enterprise lifts people out of poverty while communism puts them in poverty. Communism promises joy and inclusion while delivering misery and repression. Repression leads to everyday citizens having less, leading to more repression, which leads to more inequality, and on it goes. China is improperly imprisoning freedom journalist and businessman Mr Jimmy Lai. China is taking a well-worn path of totalitarian governments across history. Australia has cause for reflection. We're discussing this motion in the shadow of a looming Senate legislation guillotine. In a guillotine, the government gets the numbers to do whatever it wants, and it does just that, which is how communism starts, with unchallenged power. Senate guillotines have become commonplace. They should not be. Both parties have silenced democratic debate during guillotines, although it seems Labor is wearing its guillotine out faster than Robespierre. 3 days of hearings into the misinformation and disinformation bill heard from expert witness after expert witness, all criticising the government for introducing a Ministry of Truth tasked with issuing sanctions against any social media platform which resisted removal of what the ministry considered misinformation. This is how communism starts. The committee report had little in common with witness testimony. The report was nothing more than the government's truth. The first target for the Albanese's Ministry of Truth should be the Albanese government. I welcome calling out Chinese communist repression, and I look forward to a wider conversation on where our actions in this chamber are leading Australia.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Fawcett.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I too rise to speak on this matter of public importance and thank my colleagues Senator Sharma and Senator O'Neill for moving it in this place. For many Australians, the issue of human rights or what happens in other nations is of second-order importance to cost of living, to issues that they face in their daily lives. But can I encourage people just to pause and consider the import of what is happening here, because this does indeed affect not only the underpinnings of the governance that has seen human rights, the private sector flourishing, prosperity and increasing health for populations around the world, but it goes to the very freedoms that we so often take for granted. And in this case, an Australian citizen is in fact involved. And so whilst people will hear the terms like rule of law, they should also understand that in some countries it is rule by law, not rule of law. Now, what's the difference? When it's rule by law, the law is applied arbitrarily in the interests of the state, not in the interests of the people. Rule by law means that no matter how wealthy you are, how much influence you may have in a government, everyone is subject to the law and is required to obey the law, which means even people who don't have a huge amount of influence are protected, and institutions such as this are designed to make sure that those people have a voice and that the laws that are put in place in the land do consider the interests of all citizens, not just the powerful. Now, how do we see that work out in practice? Well, Tiananmen Square in the People's Republic of China in 1989 was an example where citizens decided that they wanted change, they wanted more freedom, and in response, the Chinese Communist Party sent in the troops and the tanks, and to this day it is not clear how many hundreds or thousands were killed or arrested. In contrast, in a country where there is rule of law, in Lafayette Square in America, after the riots following George Floyd's death, again, authorities used force to clear a square, but the people who were held to account were not the protesters, but the authorities, because it was deemed that that use of force was excessive. If we want to live in a nation where the government and the state exist for the people, then we need to be prepared to support the democracy that we have and the system of government, which, while imperfect, is designed that the people choose who is their government. And that goes to the heart of what is happening in Hong Kong at the moment. Despite a legal agreement that the Chinese Communist Party signed with the British, the Sino-British Joint Declaration signed in 1984 regarding the transfer of Hong Kong back to the Chinese Communist Party, the agreement that was signed was that it would be one country but two systems, and the system of governance and the economy would remain the same, and the freedoms that the people of Hong Kong had grown up with and were used to living by and had underpinned their economy would be respected. Instead, what we see is that today, as we are here in Australia, there are 45 people, including an Australian citizen, who took part in the most basic of democratic processes, which was to choose their chosen representative to run for election to represent them in the legislature of Hong Kong. Under the national security law, which has been imposed by Beijing on the people of Hong Kong, that is deemed to be a crime. And people who took that most basic of actions are facing anywhere between 3 years in prison or life imprisonment. And likewise, we see the crackdown not just on those democratic people, but on other pro-democratic figures, opposition groups, media, trade unions and civil society. And the media leaders such as Jimmy Lai, who at age 77 is still detained and facing trial. And despite the clear indication from the Working Group on Arbitral Detention, which has found that it's unlawful and he should be released, he still faces jail, and we call on the Chinese authorities to respect their obligations under the ICCPR and their obligations under the treaty to respect the people of Hong Kong and their freedoms.
Thank you, Senator Fawcett. The time for this discussion has expired. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McKim, which is also shown at item 13 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Righto. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. And I call Senator Shoebridge to move the motion.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. I move the motion. Half of Australians want to scrap AUKUS, and they're saying loud and clear, we need to end this $368 billion nuclear submarine gamble, it turns out, with President Trump and the US. This deal was toxic from day one. Then Prime Minister Morrison introduced it as a political wedge, and Labor just rolled over. Turns out a short-term political sugar hit and fear of the coalition was more important to Labor than Australia's long-term national interests. So now Prime Minister Albanese has a $365 billion nuclear gamble, and the cards have turned up Trump's. Just the wrong sort of Trump. And you go back 2 years when it was all still shiny and unknown, barely 20% of Australians wanted to dump AUKUS. But the closer we looked, the closer the Parliament looked, the closer they looked, the worse it gets. Every week that goes by, more and more people are realising how dangerous and irresponsible the two pro-AUKUS war parties are, and this week we saw 48% of Australians come out and say they want to renegotiate our way out of AUKUS, and not quite 20%, not even 20%, in love with this pro-nuclear deal that Labor and the Coalition have come up with. So what do we get out of AUKUS? Well, we don't get submarines, I can tell you that much. Every single AUKUS agreement that this government has signed has a get-out-of-jail-free card for the United States if they don't like it. And just recently, the head of the US Navy's Virginia-class submarine program, you know, they're the submarines that Albanese is begging the US to give us a couple of, dropped a truth bomb on AUKUS by making it clear that the US are nowhere near making enough nuclear submarines for themselves. So why would they give any to us? Let's do some maths. The US is making about 1.1 to 1.2 Virginia-class submarines a year. To make enough submarines to give some to Australia, they need to make 2.33. Now, just in case those in Labor aren't following along, because your Defence Minister sure isn't, making one submarine a year is less than making two. So what do you think is going to happen when President Trump or son of President Trump or whatever the future US president is looks at a US military that has about half the number of submarines it was meant to have? Do you think they'll sign off on giving Australia some? Of course they won't, which is exactly why they've been putting all these escape hatches in the AUKUS clause. And if that isn't bad enough, the $10 billion we've already forked out to the US and the UK, we have no way of getting back, even if they decide to give us no submarines. The question isn't, will we get nuclear submarines? The question the Australian public is saying is, how many tens of billions of dollars will Labor and the Coalition fork out to the United States and the UK before the US jumps out? The only thing we will get from AUKUS is a big fat target on Australia's main cities and tons of toxic nuclear waste. And last time we were sitting, the war parties teamed up to ram through legislation that will see nuclear waste dumped right next to Adelaide and Perth. Who is Labor doing this for? Making major cities nuclear targets, making toxic waste dumps, forking out public funds to the US. It's not in the national interests of Australia. It's not in our defence interests. In fact, the only people winning this and grinning are the likes of Donald Trump, who keeps getting bucket loads of Australian dollars shovelled towards him. And that's Trump, who controls multiple US spy bases in Australia. That's Trump, who as Commander-in-Chief is in charge of thousands of US Marines in Darwin. That's Trump, who is in control of US nuclear-capable bombers sitting there in RWF Tyndall in the Northern Territory. It's Trump who has control of nuclear-powered submarines coming through Australia's ports, ports that the Labor government is spending $7 billion to build for US nuclear submarines. In what world does any of this make us safer? It is long past time to scrap AUKUS.
Senator Shoebridge, Senator Birmingham.
Well, thanks, Acting Deputy President. You take your pick. Is it reckless indifference or is it fairies at the bottom of the garden? Because it's one or the other from the Australian Greens when it comes to the positions and the statements we've just heard from Senator Shoebridge. Reckless indifference to Australia's national safety, national security and how we keep our country and our region stable, secure, with a prosperous future ahead, or indeed fairies at the bottom of the garden just not having any knowledge at all. I take the former, frankly, because Senator Shoebridge is actually a smart person. I think he does actually understand what's happening, but indeed it is an indifference. It seems to be this belief that somehow there's an alternate parallel universe we can tread where the security and defence of our nation isn't something that we have to take seriously. Well, it is something we have to take seriously. What was completely absent from Senator Shoebridge's remarks was any acknowledgement of the context that Australia finds itself in. No acknowledgement at all of the reality that world military expenditure has increased in the lead up to 2023, and it certainly has continued since then, for 9 consecutive years. So we're up to 11 consecutive years, no doubt, of continuous growth in world military expenditure. Indeed, in 2023, a 6.8% increase, seeing the steepest year-on-year rise in more than a decade, and of course coming off of ever higher bases as that global growth in military expenditure is undertaken. We face tragically, we would wish it were not the case, but we face tragically the highest level of global military expenditure in real terms since the end of the Second World War. That is the reality of the circumstance we face. And it is being driven, that growth, in our region. East Asia's military expenditure increased by some 6.2% in 2023, reaching on the publicly accounted records, and I'll come to that public accountability, some $411 billion. It's 52% higher in our region in 2023 than it was in 2014. Where is this coming from in terms of that growth of global military expenditure and East Asian military expenditure? Well, of course, as we know, certainly as the parties of government know, it's China's military expenditure, which has risen consecutively for more than 30 years, the longest unbroken streak recorded by any country according to independent measurement. Just pause and reflect on that for a minute. 30 consecutive years of China increasing its military expenditure, the longest unbroken streak of any nation, according to independent assessment. And as I said before, that's only on the publicly available data. Some of those who undertake assessment have indicated that on public data in 2022-23, China's public defence budget was around $229 billion. But estimates take that to potentially in excess of $700 billion. So the security challenges we face in our region are real. They are real because, sadly, we see China not behave as we would wish a great power to behave, but exert its military influence in ways that are counterproductive to the peace and stability of our region. We all wish that to be different, and it's important that we convey that message. But to secure peace and stability, we need to have effective deterrence in place. That was the lesson out of World War II, where indeed lack of deterrence and choice of appeasement tragically led the world into enormous conflict. Deterrence is the way to create the scope for diplomacy to do its job and to create peace and security, which is the objective we all want. Out of World War II, the architecture was built to try to ensure that we had stronger bases for diplomatic efforts, but also shared deterrence umbrellas. The alliance with the US under the ANZUS Treaty, an important achievement of the Menzies government, which has been built upon with AUKUS. And AUKUS is about ensuring Australia achieves the defence capabilities we need for the future, as well as the defence industrial capabilities we need for the future. And they are two pillars where we share an interest with the US and the UK. And no amount of demeaning the United States or our relationship with them by Senator Shoebridge or the Greens will deter us from the fact that together we are stronger, together we can build those capabilities for both our defence forces and our defence industry and create the type of deterrence that can give us room for diplomacy to secure peace for the future.
Senator Ciccone.
Thanks a lot, Acting Deputy President. And I also join to speak on this urgency motion moved by Senator McKim and the Australian Greens. And I must say it is quite absurd for Senator Shoebridge and the Australian Greens to come into this place to lecture us about national security. The Greens, as we know, have a history of jumping to false conclusions, and I do trust that the Australian people will see through these very much misleading statements that have been made, not just today, but on an ongoing basis. The Greens allege that the trilateral AUKUS treaty that was signed in August last year was secretive and, as I quote, driving us further into the US war plans with China, unquote. And this is simply false, a baseless claim. The full agreement was tabled in the Parliament on the first sitting after it was signed, in line with all the signed treaty processes that every Australian government has done since Federation. The Greens also know that the government has also ruled out that Australia will be disposing of any intermediate and high-level radioactive waste from the United Kingdom and the United States of America. And yet, they continue to spread misinformation on this very issue.
Order.
And suggestions by the Australian Greens and Senator Shoebridge that this is a one-sided deal dismisses the very fact that the United Kingdom and the United States have also agreed to share their prized military capabilities and technologies with our country, something that they always choose to ignore. The Albanese government, along with our AUKUS partners, are united in our commitment to a peaceful, stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific region, and this will not change. In all the government's engagement with the United States across the full potential political spectrum, there has been a very consistent message in support of AUKUS. Furthermore, our trilateral security partnership is yet another example of the government's proud record on positively engaging in the international affairs, defending Australia's national interests and, more importantly, creating Australian jobs. And we will continue to accelerate the delivery of the capabilities to ensure that the ADF can keep Australians safe and our region secure. That is our number one priority. And it's also worth mentioning that this is the single biggest investment in Australia's defence capability history. AUKUS is a key pillar of our national security policy. And it's really good to see that there is bipartisanship on this matter. But again, what we hear from the Australian Greens is talking down our national security, talking down Australia's standing in the Indo-Pacific, rather than actually working with colleagues in this place to work on how we can have a much more secure, safe region. But yet what we hear from the Australian Greens is they are anti-jobs, anti-defence, anti-national security, and yet they are pro-misinformation. That is their number one priority, to try and spread mistruths within the Australian community in the lead up to the federal election. The very fact that AUKUS is a key transformative matter for Australia's defence policy and enhancing our capabilities, something that is really important for future strategic challenges, Acting Deputy President. And it's also not just about developing capabilities to acquire and sustain conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines. It's also about, as I mentioned earlier, about jobs, which is the front and centre of this policy. The AUKUS plan for Australia will see around 20,000 direct jobs created here in Australia. 20,000 direct jobs right across the industry, right across many places like South Australia, Western Australia, New South Wales, Victoria and other parts of the country. The whole supply chain, Senator Shoebridge. Yes, New South Wales will also benefit. All those small SMEs in the defence industry will benefit greatly. But again, Senator Shoebridge talking down the industry in defence, talking down all the fine men and women who put on that proud uniform every single day, defending our national security, like the men and women who are here in the public gallery earlier today. All those individuals who are spending millions of dollars.
Excuse me, Senator Ciccone. Senator McGrath.
On a point of order in terms of the interjections from Senator Shoebridge, Senator Shoebridge was heard in silence. Senator Ciccone has had constant interjections since he commenced speaking, and while he does not need a member of the opposition to come to his defence, I would ask that you call Senator Shoebridge to order because interjections are disorderly.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. I do, before I allocate the call, do want to remind senators that they have also had their opportunity to make their contributions. If they need an adjournment speech, they should take up that opportunity. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much. I do thank Senator McGrath for that. But as I was saying, AUKUS will allow for deeper information, technology sharing and greater integration across security and defence-related matters.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Look, if comedy, hubris and, I guess, wishful thinking could be used in defence of our nation, our great nation, many of you in this place could single-handedly keep Australia safe. Between alarmist descriptions of nuclear subs as floating Chernobyls, and the insistence that we cancel the AUKUS agreement, Australia's enemies could all just die from laughter. How would we defend ourselves, defend this country from the myriad of threats that we face in this world, a world that teeters on the edge of war? Is the plan to just potentially glue ourselves to the road? Is that the plan? Or maybe tie ourselves to a post in front of an advancing army? Is that the plan? If only world affairs were that simple. But this is no time for Australia to be led by simpletons. No time. With major threats to our north, there are wars and rumours of war as well. Just how prepared are we? How prepared are we as a nation? Australians watching at home, we've only got 6 submarines, only one of which is fully operational, I'm told. Our Defence Force numbers are below minimum fighting strength, and a recent report indicated that we have enough ammunition to fight for just a week or around a week. We need our allies more than ever, and we have no better, no stronger ally than the United States of America. What a pity then that some in this place just simply prefer to hate on their political rivals rather than taking seriously the defence of our nation. Now, I get it why some in this place dislike the great Donald Trump, because he loves free speech, he loves economic growth, democracy, small government, lower taxes, affordable, reliable power, all of the things that far too many of you in here detest, in my opinion. While foreign powers build their armies and shore up their alliances, we in Australia are led by small, petty men and women whose ignorance and refusal to accept reality could get us all killed. History shows us that peace comes through strength and strength alone. The sooner we have serious people leading our country, the sooner we will have a fighting chance of defending our nation. So people at home, make better choices at the ballot box. The election's just around the corner. It is time for you to vote one UAP, vote one Babbitt.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting President. The election of Donald Trump earlier this month is a sobering reminder that the foreign policy of the United States is fickle and tumultuous. Yet both major parties, the previous government, Scott Morrison, and this Labor government, have persisted with an unpopular, unrealistic and dangerous AUKUS political pact that signed Australia up to the foreign policy whims of Donald Trump. Here are 3 things that Donald Trump has promised to do when he takes office. He has announced that he will immediately withdraw the US from the Climate Paris Agreement. Again. This would send a message to the world that fighting climate change isn't essential, and it will send progress back decades. 2, he supports a nationwide abortion ban that will completely dismantle a woman's right to choose. 3, he has hand-picked billionaires for the top jobs of his administration that will make the mega-wealthy richer while the price of everyday goods goes up higher and ever higher. It beggars belief that Mr Albanese and his Labor government think it is acceptable for Australia to spend billions of dollars on the AUKUS political pact, to sign us up for 40 years of being in lockstep with the decisions of the United States, all with the promise of getting a few outdated submarines that aren't even guaranteed to be delivered. Our community is concerned about the incoming Trump administration. We are concerned about the effect on our economy, on global peace, on climate change. We want a review of the AUKUS political pact and the decision to spend billions of dollars on nuclear submarines. We want a calm and reflective reconsideration of the US alliance in this era of Donald Trump.
Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. Well, so many Australians are pretty anxious since the results of the US election. And the majority of Australians actually, when they're asked about how they would have voted, how they would have felt about the results, was that they rejected the Trump election. They didn't want Trump to be elected, and rightly so, because he's extreme, he's unstable, he's irrational, he's dangerous, he's nasty, he's a felon, he's a crook, he assaults women, he attacks minorities, he takes away women's rights but gives all the power to his billionaire mates. And yet this is the person that Australia is now hooking our wagon to under the AUKUS agreement. And when Australia first signed up to this, and the Labor Party followed the Liberal Party in lockstep, Paul Keating, of course, called this the worst deal in history. That's how dudded Australia was, according to the former Prime Minister. And he said, AUKUS turns Australia into the 51st state of America. And now that state of America, the United States of America, has a dangerous right-wing nutjob back at the helm. And of course, we know what's going to happen. Dutton, the leader of the opposition, Peter Dutton, is already parroting Trump's lines, his dangerous rhetoric and his nasty strategies. We urge the Labor Party, stop, think and act. It's time to get out of AUKUS before it's too late.
Senator Van.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to speak on this urgency motion of the Greens, which I think demonstrates some intellectual dishonesty, because anyone who studies geopolitics and our national security will understand that it matters little who is in the White House, that competition in the Indo-Pacific will persevere no matter who is the President of the United States. And as we know, AUKUS is not just about submarines. It's mostly about signalling that we have allies and friends that will come to our aid and provide us with what we need to be able to contest any battle. And those battles may not even, they may even arise even if Australia is not involved in a war on one side or the other. If there is contestation in the Indo-Pacific, more than anything, we are going to need to be able to protect our ships bringing our goods in that we need to run our country, like fuel and medicines, bring them into the country, as well as getting our exports out of the country. We are a nation girt by sea, as the poem says, that trades with the world. And to protect that trade and to ensure our economic survival and our ability to thrive, we must be able to protect our sea lanes of communication. So cancelling AUKUS because of who is in the White House is just nonsensical. Yes, the submarines are important, but the Greens seem to ignore that there is the second pillar to AUKUS. And Pillar 2 is all about quantum computing, AI, hypersonics, things that we will use and will benefit Australians in their everyday lives that have nothing to do with the military. They are things that are going to propel Australia in the competition for technologically advances faster than anything we could do just on our own. So yes, nuclear submarines act as a capability and capable of deterring aggressors from taking any action against us, because they know we can hold them at risk. So AUKUS must stay.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Let's be very clear. AUKUS under Trump will mean nuclear waste, taxpayer waste and a big fat nuclear target on Australia. $368 billion on nuclear submarines in a cost of living crisis when people are struggling to pay for groceries and rent. $368 billion on nuclear subs when almost half of Australians want this reviewed after the election of Trump. $368 billion on nuclear subs that we might, but very likely won't, see by the 2040s. By then we'll probably need submarines to navigate rising sea levels because we didn't invest in renewables. Labor says we need to tighten our belts. They've even floated cuts to JobSeeker and the NDIS. But somehow they've got $368 billion to spend on something that Australians do not want. And let's not forget the nuclear waste, because clearly what Australia needs is more toxic nuclear waste to dispose of. AUKUS isn't making us safer. It's tying us to conflicts that we don't want and decisions we don't make. Do we really want our defence policy shaped by a demagogue like Donald Trump, who once suggested nuking hurricanes? Albanese is busy buttering up Trump. Dutton is trying to be him. Meanwhile, Australians struggle to afford basic needs. Imagine what $368 billion could do. Build affordable housing, provide life-saving healthcare and drive a renewable energy revolution. These are the real foundations of a secure nation. This isn't just bad policy, it is a betrayal. Australians deserve leaders who will prioritise their well-being over weapons deals. The Prime Minister must remember who he works for. He must pull the plug on AUKUS, invest in housing, healthcare and renewable energy, things Australians need today for a safer, fairer tomorrow.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Not surprisingly, the residents of Port Adelaide are asking, what's the plan, Labor? What's the plan for the disposal of nuclear waste from AUKUS submarines? Apart from the monster spend, $365 billion, which could fix the cost of living crisis, put dental and mental into Medicare, wipe student debt and fund our schools properly, what's the plan for nuclear waste disposal out of AUKUS? Well, there isn't one. As the residents of Port Adelaide learned this week, they have had no consultation, despite Labor's legislation, to allow nuclear waste to be stored at the Osborne shipyard, an area in which 30,000 residents live and on a waterway. This week, the local council voted unanimously against it. They have not had any consultation, not so much as a letter. South Australians know about being kept in the dark on nuclear issues. We lived through the 50s and 60s of British atomic nuclear bomb testing, which cost too many First Nations people their health, their land and their lives. We have lived through the last 2 decades and 2 proposals to foist Australia's nuclear waste on our state, and in 2016 an outrageous proposal to take the world's high and intermediate level waste. We have said no, no and no again. AUKUS cannot be another nuclear Trojan horse to trick and con our community. Margaret Brodie and her First Nations community say no. Eileen Darley and her local community say no. Claire Bone, the Mayor of the City of Port Adelaide and Enfield, says no. South Australians say no again and again to AUKUS and its nuclear waste proposals, which have no proposals for waste disposal.
The question before the Chair is that the motion moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? No. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The ayes should move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew for the noes and Senator McKim for the ayes. Yeah, tell him to sit down. Just a reminder, Senator Ghosh, can you please take your seat? Counting is taking place and the counters are unable to see your faces. The results of the division are 12 ayes and 26 noes. The question is resolved in the negative.
Thank you, Senators. I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 5 of today's order of business. Senator Smith.
Order of business.
Sorry, I don't think your microphone's on just yet. Broadcasting. Try now, Senator Smith.
I rise today to speak on the final report of the Cost of Living Committee, of which I've been a member. It shines a light on an issue that is now urgent for all Australians, at least on some level, the cost of living crisis that is placing unprecedented pressure on households and businesses across the country. This crisis, fuelled by the Albanese Labor government's
Senator
policies...
Smith, I beg your pardon. I've jumped ahead, so we're just a little bit ahead. We're coming to it shortly. Is anyone seeking to take note of the documents listed on page 5? No? Okay, we shall now move to the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Senator Brown.
On behalf of the Chair of the Rural and Regional Affairs and Transport Legislation Committee, Senator Sterle, I present the report of the Committee on the provisions of the Sydney Airport Demand Management Amendment Bill 2024, together with accompanying documents.
Yep.
On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present Human Rights Scrutiny Report number 9 of 2024. On behalf of the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit, I present the 550th and the 506th reports of the committee, as well as a statement concerning the appointment of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. On behalf of the Parliamentary Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's 7th report of 2024. And I present the 222nd report of the Joint Standing Committee on Treaties. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. I present additional information received by the Environment and Communications Reference Committee on its inquiry into the Optus network outage, and I just need to table that. There you go. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I present 2 government responses to committee reports as listed on the dynamic red. In accordance with usual practice, I seek leave to have the documents incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Smith.
Thank you. I present additional information received by the Select Committee on the Perth Mint and Commonwealth Regulatory Compliance.
Thank you. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Chandler, I present additional information received by the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee on its inquiry into the Australian support for Ukraine.
Thank you. Anyone else? Senator O'Neill?
Just for clarity, I want to speak to the committee reports presented out of sitting. Are we at that point yet?
I'll just check.
It's on page 6 of today's order of business.
We are at that point, but Senator Smith did stand momentarily before you, so I might go to him first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Deputy President. I move to take note of document 13 listed on today's order of business. I rise today to speak on this final report of the Cost of Living Committee, of which I've been a member. It shines a light on an issue that is now urgent for all Australians. That is, the cost of living crisis that is placing unprecedented pressure on households and businesses across the country. This crisis, fuelled by the Albanese Labor government's policies, is not just about rising prices, it's about a government that has abandoned Australians in need and turned its back on common sense solutions. The Australian people are becoming increasingly agitated, and their disillusionment with the Labor government is quickly turning to unrest. The clock is ticking for Prime Minister Albanese, Dr Chalmers and every Labor senator in this chamber. Australians are feeling the pinch of the cost of living crisis, and they are holding this government accountable. In particular, this crisis is having a devastating impact on our most vulnerable citizens. More than 2 million Australian households, a staggering 19%, have experienced severe food insecurity in the past year. People are being forced to make impossible choices between putting food on the table and keeping a roof over their heads. The demand for services provided by not-for-profits, the lifeblood of our communities, has surged, stressing the widespread impact of the crisis. Tragically, this is happening while over 7.6 million tonnes of perfectly edible food is wasted each year in Australia because it's cheaper to throw it away than it is to donate it. Yet the government has chosen to reject a simple, practical solution that could help alleviate this suffering and reduce food waste. My private senator's bill, the Tax Laws Amendment Incentivising Food Donations to Charitable Organisations Bill of 2024, proposes tax offsets to encourage businesses to donate food to charities. It was met with overwhelming support from industry groups, food relief organisation and even Labor's own committees. Its passage was also a recommendation of this Cost of Living Committee report. However, the government, in a move that can only be described as putting politics before people, chose to ignore the groundswell of support and announce it will reject the bill. This rejection is particularly shocking given its potential benefits. Stakeholders emphasise its ability to support struggling households, charities grappling with increased demand, and farmers and producers battling rising business costs. Instead of embracing this opportunity to help those in need, the government chose to attack the very organisations they are working tirelessly to support struggling Australians. They accuse the bill of preferring large food relief charities at the expense of others, a claim that is not only unfounded but deeply offensive to those dedicated to helping others. This is another slap in the face for struggling Australians and the charities working tirelessly to support them. This is unconscionable. The government needs to reverse its decision and introduce a policy that incentivises food donations and reduces waste. I also challenge the Greens to join this call for action and support practical solutions to address this crisis. The findings of the Cost of Living Committee complete the picture. Australians are undeniably worse off than they were 2.5 years ago. This isn't just about abstract figures in a report. This is about the real struggles of everyday people who are finding it increasingly difficult to provide for themselves and their families, keep a roof over their heads and maintain a reasonable standard of living. The government's big spending approach has only added fuel to the fire of inflation, forcing the Reserve Bank to repeatedly raise interest rates. These rate hikes have added thousands of dollars to the average mortgage, pushing many Australians towards financial ruin. Projections from the International Monetary Fund suggest Australia will have the highest inflation rate amongst advanced economies by the end of 2025, trailing only the Slovak Republic. As the report does, I implore the government to listen to the anxieties and the suffering of the Australian people and to listen to the voices of the experts. The time for talk is over. The government must act decisively, embracing measures like those contained in the cost of living report and particularly this particular private senator's bill. It is time to act on the cost of living crisis that is hurting many Australians.
Thank you. Is anyone else wanting to speak on document 13?
My remarks?
Yes, leave is granted. Thank you. Yes. You're wanting to speak on document 13?
Well, could I clarify something? Sorry, Acting President. So, Senator Smith just gave a 5-minute contribution to the cost of living report.
Correct.
The red I've got in front of me says that it should be dealt with in a different section and have 10 minutes allocated to it. I just want to check that we're in the right section.
I will just confer, but I'm pretty sure it's 5, but I'll just check. Senator Steele-John, you are correct. So, on the same document, that's how I intend to sort of rotate it around. If we're on the same document, I'll give you the call. Otherwise, Senator O'Neill has, I think, a different document to take note of. I'm in the hands of the Senate.
Is Senator Steele-John seeking to speak to the same issue?
Yeah.
Senator Whish-Wilson thinks just to take note, and then we'll proceed to the one that I've already foreshadowed. Thank you. Okay, great.
Okay,
thanks very much.
Okay, so we'll stick with 13, and over to you, Senator Steele-John.
Oh, thank you, President. Okay. Well, then I would like to acknowledge the Cost of Living Select Committee and thank them for their final report. The communities of Western Australia are being smashed right now. From the Kimberley to Perth to Esperance, the effects are being felt by all of us. The cost of living is hitting our communities, and it is hitting our communities hard. Not a single element of our lives is not being affected by the rising prices being forced out into the community and causing us to need to consider deep cuts to our lives. It is felt at the checkout when you suddenly experience the jolt in your stomach when you realise that what you have previously thought you could budget for and get the food that you need is no longer able to go that far. It is felt at home when the prices of rents and mortgages are skyrocketing with no relief in sight and seemingly little care from this government. The cost of living crisis has grown and grown for years, and this government has sat by and watched. Let's start with groceries, shall we? The average Australian household is spending nearly $10,000 a year at the supermarket checkout, and it's putting immense pressure on the day-to-day budgets of families. In 2020, 19% of households expressed that food and groceries were a point of financial stress. As of 2024, that number has doubled to 40%. That is 3.7 million households across this country that are worrying about how they are going to pay for food. The price increases are felt across the board, with 31% reporting, according to the data, an increase in oils and fats, a 25% increase in breakfast cereals, bread, cheese, eggs and milk, 15% jump in the cost of poultry, 14% rise in the price of fruit. Now, this isn't an inevitable outcome of some uncontrollable economic factor. This is largely driven by greedy corporations and by a government unwilling to legislate any safeguards for our community. Coles and Woolworths have an unchallenged duopoly on our access to food and groceries, controlling 67% of the market. These two corporations run some of the highest profit margins for supermarkets in the world and have consistently run higher profits in the last 3 years as the cost of living crisis has spiralled out of control. This is a very real and lived trial and struggle for so many. And there are very real and meaningful actions that the government could take right now to ease the cost of living crisis in our community. Break up this unconscionable duopoly and make supermarket price gouging illegal. In the housing space, after getting home from being robbed at the checkout, we then get back into our homes only to be robbed again by the corporate landlords and by an RBA out of touch and disinterested in the struggles faced by everyday folks in our community. The median rent price across the nation is now $627, a nearly 10% jump from last year alone. In my home state of Western Australia, vacancy rates are at record lows, which means that even if you have the money to pay, you will have to go through open houses with plus 50 people, rent bidding, and whatever conditions the landlord decides on, that's what you get. Additionally, Western Australia has had the sad title of being the only state left in the country with no-fault evictions, meaning that if you raise a maintenance request or something else that your landlord doesn't like, then there is nothing they can do to prevent themselves being evicted. You are completely at the mercy of your landlord. There are so many stories across WA of people being pushed out of the market. For those that can, they are relying on parents or friends, but for those that can't, they are being forced into homelessness. Tonight, 9,000 Western Australians will experience a form of homelessness, 12% of them under the age of 12. It is unacceptable that in a wealthy country like Australia, so many have to go without access to a basic human right like housing, while others hold so much and treat them as commodities and investments. First home buyers are on the front line of this manufactured cost of living crisis, with interest rate rises putting them under pressure and making life harder. The Greens are the only party that want to both institute a rent freeze and also a cut to the interest rate to help people in this housing crisis. Now, on healthcare, the impacts of the cost of living crisis go beyond housing, beyond groceries, and stretch all the way to healthcare. More and more people are avoiding medical treatment because of cost. In a recent survey I conducted, 80% of people said that they avoided seeing a GP because they couldn't afford it at the time. In Perth, the average out-of-pocket cost to see a GP is nearly $50, and that is assuming that you have the upfront cash in the first place. This is leading many to resort to going to emergency rooms, because now the emergency room is the only fee-free way of receiving health care. This applies to dental and mental health care as well, where Medicare doesn't even cover the most basic costs of services, leading many to avoid them altogether. So you rock up You rock up to an emergency room because it's the only fee-free place to get healthcare, and when it comes to your teeth or when it comes to your mind, you cannot even get the help you need there. This simply cannot go on. In an economic crisis, statistics can only go so far, only tell us so much. The real story is the individual experiences of people in our community, the people we know, or even ourselves being affected. It's people making hard choices, like putting food on the table or going to see a GP. It's the young family having to move back in with their parents because their landlord forced them out and they can't afford a new rental in this market. It's the first home buyer who is at risk of losing their house because of these unacceptable and devastating interest rate rises. It's our friend suffering a mental health crisis but being unable to do anything about it because they can't afford a specialist. These are all issues the government policy could solve tomorrow. These are all issues that this place could act on now. But the government chooses not to. And the Parliament sits by. This election will be a cost of living election. So I urge people, when they go to vote for a new government, for a new Parliament. I urge people to remember that in this crisis, both parties decided to let the suffering continue and to hold them responsible for every single one of the consequences created. Because at the end of the day, MPs are elected by their communities. And when they fail to serve those communities, they should be replaced.
Now, Senator Whish-Wilson, can I just check, are you just wanting to take note of something?
Yes.
Are you wanting to take up time?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry,
Thank you,
sorry, just
Acting
one
Deputy
moment.
President. Yeah,
Just one moment, sorry. Okay, Senator Steele-John, do you want to be in continuation? Would you like to seek leave to continue your remarks?
Sorry, Acting President. Yes, of course. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Senator Steele-John.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Whish-Wilson, beg your pardon.
That's right. We both have double-barrelled names, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of Document 7 on page 6, Environment and Communications, Reference Committee Report, Government Responses, Australia Antarctic Division Funding, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Okay, before I thank you, is leave granted? Leave is granted. I'll be coming to you in just a second. Is anyone else just wanting to do that, just seek leave, just to allow this to move through quickly? Senator Askew?
I seek leave to take note of item 4 on page 5 in regard to Community Affairs Reference Committee reports and government responses.
Leave granted. Leave is granted. Thank you. Yep. Senator O'Neill, we're with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. And I seek to speak to the Corporations and Financial Services Joint Statutory Committee, Ethics and Professional Accountability, Structural Challenges in the Audit, Assurance and Consultancy Industry Report, which was presented out of sitting on the 7th of November this year. Acting Deputy President, illuminated on the skyline of major cities across the globe are the alphabet logos of the so-called Big Four accounting and consulting firms, KPMG, Deloitte, EY and PwC. Their colourful banners might catch the eye, but most Australians know little of these massively influential entities that are so important to the proper functioning of our financial markets. For those of us who use their services, and that in fact is every working Australian, it's almost impossible to think that there was a time when they didn't exist. These entities have entrenched themselves as the trusted and independent ethical providers of audit and assurance services that purport to verify the truth and accuracy of financial statements of companies of all sizes. Therefore, it's of paramount importance that there is trust in the auditing services provided by these firms and that their function of providing independent truth is not marred by their own opaqueness. Given every working Australian has superannuation, we each have a stake in the investment decisions being made on our behalf based on the audited financial statements that inform the decision-making of superannuation trustees, superannuation holders through SMSFs, and in any form of superannuation. The investment is determined on the basis of what these companies say. What EY, Deloitte, PwC and KPMG do has real impact on our lives, particularly for our retirement. And I remind Australians that we have $4 trillion under management. This is no small thing. The Big Four are all partnerships. Together they audit 193 of the top 200 companies in Australia. What they do matters. It matters to all of us. In the course of this inquiry, we heard from many former senior members of this profession who understood their centrality to the financial ecosystem. They were deeply proud of that work in previous times, but many of them bemoan the current state of their profession and speak of an ethical decline and an increase in risk to everyone who relies on the integrity of audit. Colleagues, the reality we faced when we commenced this inquiry was to have a look at the challenging behaviours that manifested themselves through evidence that we received in the Senate. The final report that we adopted without dissent did have additional comments on a couple of matters that will be probably spoken to by my colleague Senator Pocock with regard to the Greens and Senator Paul Scar from the Liberal National Party. But the inquiry delivered an essentially unanimous report with 40 recommendations. We held 12 public hearings, we received 83 submissions, and we published 196 responses to questions on notice. Those 40 recommendations directly respond to regulatory, cultural and legislative issues raised throughout the course of the inquiry. Acting Deputy President, it was at the Senate Economics Committee in estimates on the evening of 15th of February 2023, in response to my question to the CEO of the Tax Practitioner Board, Michael O'Neill, that Peter John Collins, as a partner of PwC, was revealed to have conspired along with 20 or 30 people, that was the evidence on the night, to monetise confidential Australian government information for the benefit of PwC and its clients. Following this revelation, questions on notice to the Tax Practitioner Board led to the release of 144 pages of internal emails detailing the depths of that deceit and a disturbing cultural failure within the major international accounting and consulting firm. The emails revealed the hidden inner workings and the cultural realities of one of the most important entities in the architecture of the Australian financial sector. The resulting scandal shook corporate Australia to its core as PwC, those three letters, became synonymous with a profoundly disturbing breach of trust. The public outrage that has ensued has ensured the strength of this largely non-partisan and deeply comprehensive parliamentary response, of which this report is a central component. So egregious and shocking were the PwC revelations that the Albanese government has already implemented significant legislative change as the Treasurer, the Finance Minister, Attorney General and Assistant Treasurer introduced immediate reform. But still, as this report indicates, there is much yet to be done. Concerningly, the committee documented a broad and relentless pursuit of profit at any price, with the revelation of practices that jettisoned even the most basic principles of ethics and professional accountability by far too many in this sector. That sort of culture thrives on conflicts of interest, which are all too frequently ignored, ill-managed or even exploited. With regards to the structure of these firms, the committee has recommended that the proliferation of partners be recalibrated to match the number of the legal industry and to realign it to a more operable form of joint and several liability. Further, the makeup of multidisciplinary professional services firms should also be altered with the operational separation of the audit component of the firm to be utilised at the exclusion of other services to the client. These recommendations will change the shape of the industry and implement evidence-based solutions that have proven successful in other sectors and jurisdictions. Such changes, as recommended by the committee, will return the focus of these very important entities back to providing objective and independent services and eliminate many of the current and prevailing inherent conflicts of interest. On the regulatory side of the equation, mechanisms to strengthen the standards, liabilities and independence of the boards that actively monitor and enforce compliance should be considered by the Australian Government. It is also essential to promote healthy competition within audit and consulting sectors. The recommendations of this report have been framed by an explicit intention to protect the viability of smaller entities as we move to an increasingly robust regulatory framework. The committee also recommends increasing the small and medium-sized consultancies, particularly those that solely undertake government work, as a means of uplifting these businesses and reducing the potential for conflicts of interest among consultants undertaking government work. Throughout the course of the inquiry, the committee contended with varying levels of transparency and willingness among large firms, or I should say unwillingness among large firms with respect to their engagement with the committee. In particular, engagement from PwC's past and present leadership proved to be extremely challenging and highlighted an absence of meaningful commitment to reform. Evidence given verbally or in documents was far too often constructed in compromising half-truths and obfuscation, and far too often was provided only after protracted delays and resistance to requests from the committee. This behaviour failed to meet the standards required by the Parliament and also fell short of public expectation. The inability of the PwC firm's former CEOs, Mr Luke Sayers and Mr Tom Seymour, to robustly describe, evaluate and take sincere accountability for the culture they created is a failure of leadership by any measure. Further, Mr Sayers and Mr Seymour's relationship with and treatment of the Commonwealth officials of our regulatory bodies, especially the ATO and the Tax Practitioner Board, revealed that same practice of ignoring, avoiding and delaying proper scrutiny that this committee has had to confront and manage. It has to stop. It has to change. I also hold grave concerns about the leadership of the current PwC Australia CEO, Mr Kevin Burrows, PwC's international secret side payment to Mr Burrows of $1.2 million and the firm's continued refusal to hand over a report known to us as the Linklaters report and related documents into the foreign PwC network partners involved in the Peter John Collins scandal that emanated from Australia, demonstrates a dismissive attitude towards the Australian Parliament and a failure to identify glaring conflicts of interest. It's for these reasons the committee has taken the view that PwC and related entities should be excluded from tendering for government work until the completion of ongoing investigations and resolution of outstanding matters still at large in the public sphere. We've also recommended that government consulting firms should be required to publicly declare if and when they are subject to international remediation and reveal the terms involved. Australia's sovereignty should never be compromised by an international franchise's needs or actions or contracts. I'm very proud to have chaired this report. I want to thank and acknowledge the work of my colleagues, the Deputy Chair, the Honourable Alex Hawke MP, Senator Paul Scar, Senator Barbara Pocock, Senator Louise Pratt, Dr Daniel Molino MP, the Honourable Luke Howarth, Ms Zanetta Mascarenas, Mr Steve Georgianis, along with their staff and former members of the committee, the Honourable Keith Pitt, for their very close attention to this inquiry and their regular attendance. This is a body of work that needs sincere and prompt implementation, and I also want to thank the Fourth Estate for their continued focus on this matter of national importance.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you. I take note of Committee Report number 12 from the Corporations and Financial Services Joint Statutory Committee into Ethics and Professional Accountability, Structural Challenges in the Audit, Assurance and Consultancy Industry. This is an important report that responds to a public scandal in PwC and the consulting industry more broadly, including all of the Big Four, PwC, KPMG, EY and Deloitte. I thank our Chair, Senator Deborah O'Neill, and my parliamentary colleagues for their cross-party collaboration, and the Committee Secretariat and my own staff for their very hard work. This scandal has shocked Australians and many beyond our shores. For far too long, reprehensible behaviour has thrived in gaps in our regulatory framework. This evidence is of international significance. It reveals global challenges that beset effective governance, behaviour and structures in some of the world's largest entities that too often put their own interests before those of the public. Meaningful reform cannot wait. The evidence is in. The PwC tax scandal first came to light in January last year when the Financial Review posted its bombshell report into Peter John Collins and his use of confidential government information. While PwC was advising the Australian government on new tax laws for multinationals, some of its senior partners were using the intel to court clients seeking to sidestep those same laws. PwC initially tried to shrug off the story as an isolated incident affecting only a few bad apples. Far from that. 18 months and 2 parliamentary inquiries later, this parliament has uncovered rot after rot within PwC. PwC are yet to engage with this parliament in a truly transparent, open and honest way. They have yet to provide this parliament with the Linklaters report. We still don't have the full story on the extent to which international partners were involved. Just the other week, the Australian Federal Police raided PwC's Sydney headquarters for a week. Some of the former partners at the centre of this misuse of confidential government information could face up to 10 years in jail for breaches of Section 70 and 90 of the Crimes Act if they were convicted. This whole scandal is outrageous and it is far from over. However, this is about far more than just PwC's misdemeanours, as concerning as they are. While these inquiries may have started with PwC, they have uncovered mountains of evidence demonstrating an unethical shadow, privatised public service with no accountability. The extraordinary expansion of consultants into our public sector over recent years has had dire consequences. It has gifted billions to the Big Four while cannibalising funding for essential public services. It has given too much power to small numbers of influential people who have deliberately farmed a tight network of close relationships for personal benefit across the big end of town and into government and regulatory bodies. Like many Australians, the Australian Greens have long been aware of the ethical failures, unchecked conflicts of interest and lack of regulation in the consulting and audit sectors. The scandals in these sectors are frequent, they're global in nature and many never see the light of day. However, this parliament has seen enough to know that serious change is needed. These inquiries expose numerous conflicts of interest, poor governance, ethical failures, state capture and regulatory weaknesses across the larger consulting sector and parts of the public institutions that deal with it. We now undeniably have the evidence base we need to enact vital structural reform. And that brings us now to this report and its 40 recommendations. There was unanimous agreement for many important recommendations in this report, and that should give momentum to their realisation and enactment. It's not often in this chamber that you have Labor, the Coalition and the Greens united on a vital issue, but we have all witnessed the Big Four's repeated resistance to the accountability and transparency that parliamentary inquiries bring, and we have shared the outrage. The committee unanimously recommended that the Australian government not permit PwC or any of its related entities from tendering for government work until the completion of all ongoing investigations and their recommendations. The Greens also achieved some important wins in this committee work as we have pushed for certain outcomes. We have pushed for recommendations that any government regulatory body or regulated or related standards boards are independent, including by ensuring that the bodies do not include individuals with a current financial interest in entities under the direct governance of the body. This mirrors our change to the Tax Practitioners Board, which made sure that the foxes were kicked out of the henhouse and fixed the loophole that allowed big consultants to regulate themselves. We pushed to recommend a review into improving the ATO's tax settlement procedures with a view to make their details more transparent. We pushed to recommend a whistleblower protection authority covering both the public and private sectors to provide practical support for our whistleblowers, without whom a great deal of the information in this report and through our inquiries would never have come to light. We thank them most sincerely. The 40 recommendations of this inquiry are a vital step towards change, and they deserve strong support. There are also a number of areas in the report where the Australian Greens would like to have gone further. Our additional comments make 5 supplementary recommendations that also deserve attention. First is the issue of partnership reform. While the committee's recommendations to cap partnership size at 400 are a very good starting point, there's considerable evidence in favour of it being lower. I, alongside others who gave evidence to the inquiry, think it should be around 100. Even Adam Powick, the CEO of Deloitte, told our inquiry that once you get over 100 partners, it becomes impossible to effectively manage the partnership. Second, we think separation between audit and non-audit functions should be clear and structural. We need to eliminate that built-in conflict of interest. The report we'd also like to enforce that structural separation so that audit divisions of consulting firms are forced to incorporate as a separate entity, eliminating, as former ACCC Chair Alan Fells put it, that built-in conflict. We'd also really strongly recommend the need for an independent regulator for the consulting industry. The report calls for a code of conduct for consultants and a register, but we really need an enforcement mechanism for that code and for national standards. And finally, and fourthly, is the issue of political donations. Over the past decade, the Big Four have donated over $6 million to the ALP and Coalition and received a staggering $8.5 billion in contracts. There's widespread support for banning these donations, except within the major political parties, but including amongst 80% of Coalition voters and 70% of Labor voters. Lastly, the inquiry found considerable evidence within the Big Four of poor organisational cultures, and we really need to take action to support the well-being, physical and mental, of staff within these big companies. We need devices like non-disclosure agreements that should not be used to disguise poor behaviour. And in this light, we recommend a review of those non-disclosure agreements and the ways in which they're used in these firms to conceal or hide repetitive patterns of poor behaviour. So we need systemic change to ensure that the PwC tax leak scandal can never happen again. This report, as well as the Senate Finance and Public Administration References Committee report into consulting services, provides the government with a very clear roadmap for reform. If the Albanese government adopts the 40 recommendations of this report, which were made without dissent, it will lead to a comprehensive overhaul of the regulatory framework that defines how audit and consulting firms are allowed to operate. We need comprehensive legislative, cultural and structural change to fix these organisational failures. Let's honour the evidence that's put before us and convinced us all of the need for strong change now. There is a very powerful case for change. Shared outrage is not enough. The time for action is now, and we must take it. Thank you.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of the report of the Joint Standing Committee in relation to corporations and financial services, and its report in relation to ethics and professional accountability, structural changes in the audit, assurance and consultancy industry.
And in doing so... Or number 12.
Or number 12. In doing so, I would, at the outset, like to give my heartfelt congratulations and acknowledgement to the fellow committee members, including Senator Pocock, who we just heard from in relation to her contribution to the committee, but in particular to the outstanding leadership of Senator O'Neill as the chair of the committee. And I say outstanding leadership in particular because Senator O'Neill was absolutely resolute in her leadership of the committee in requiring PwC and others to provide the evidence which the committee needed to do its work for the good of the nation. And I think, from my perspective, that represents the very, very best traditions of this institution, and I think Senator O'Neill should be deeply congratulated and acknowledged for that contribution. In relation to the 40 recommendations, I'll make a few comments with respect to the vast majority of the recommendations which the coalition members on the committee agreed with, strongly agreed with, and then I'll provide a small number of reservations for the record. In relation to the recommendations which we agreed with, the first fundamental recommendation was that PwC should not be given any government consultancy work until all the investigations in relation to PwC's activities in this regard have been satisfactorily completed, and PwC has demonstrated that it has undertaken appropriate remedial action to address the concerns that arose during the course of this inquiry and previous inquiries. And I fully support that recommendation. I fully support that recommendation. At one stage during the committee hearing, Mr Burrows, the current Managing Director of PwC, opined that he wished the committee was considering other things in relation to the future of the accounting assurance industry. And I say to PwC, including its current leadership, I wish we could have too. I wish we could have too. But PwC are the ones who put us in this position, and they shouldn't forget it. They shouldn't forget it. Absolutely outrageous behaviour. And from my perspective, having the philosophy I have, it's just a great shame. It's just a great shame that the committee had to inquire to the depth we had to in relation to the activities of PwC and consider a whole raft of recommendations, which will necessarily mean that there's a regulatory burden imposed upon those who've done the right thing, And that is a great shame and something which PwC should reflect on. The other point I'd like to say about PwC is this will be held up for years to come as an example of how not to respond to a parliamentary inquiry, how not to deal with a crisis of confidence in relation to a major world-leading organisation. I was aghast at some of the failures of PwC in relation to the course of this inquiry, their failure to provide full and complete and accurate information at the earliest opportunity. And even at the end of the inquiry's deliberations, there was still key evidence which had been withheld from the committee on the basis of legal professional privilege asserted overseas in circumstances where that privilege is in favour of PwC, and it was within their control to waive that privilege so the committee could have received all the evidence which the committee sought. And PwC chose not to provide that information to this committee. And that should be noted. That should be noted, and it should be the cause of deep reflection on behalf of PwC. With respect to recommendations more generally, I fully support the recommendations that large multidisciplinary accounting firms should have an increased obligation to provide reports, transparency, report as to how they're meeting governance requirements in relation to the need to have independent directors. And the reason for this is because of the materiality of their role to the functioning of Australian society. PwC audits many public interest entities, the performance of which is of key importance to all Australians. And with that, I believe, comes an obligation for open and transparent reporting and also the implementation of appropriate corporate governance procedures. The other point I want to make, and I'd like to echo Senator Pocock's comments in this regard, we should avoid a situation where the members of key regulatory and disciplinary bodies have an ongoing financial interest in the bodies in which they regulate. That should be a no-brainer. So I absolutely support the recommendations in that regard, and there are a number of other recommendations, most of which, the vast majority of which I do support, that are contained in the report. I have a few reservations. I do have a few reservations, and I should say, under Senator O'Neill's leadership, we did our best to agree to everything we could agree to, and we exhausted those avenues in good faith, and differences of opinion were deeply respected throughout the course of the inquiry. I have reservations about the 400 partnership cap, in particular in the context where the cap had been increased to a level of 1,000, and then now this place is recommending bringing it down to 400. And I can envisage a quagmire of complication in terms of how you get from, say, 700 partners, 600 partners, down to 400 partners. And no doubt there are many junior partners, there are many staff of the big accounting firms who are on the partnership track. And changes like that, which are imposed upon the industry, would cause all sorts of disruption and complication with respect to those organisations. Personally, I would like to see the transparency provisions, the corporate governance reforms, see what we can achieve through operational separation of the audit and non-audit functions of the large accounting firms. I'd like to see how that plays out first before we look at taking such a drastic regulatory action. But with that, I'll end my comments there, Madam Acting Deputy President, but I would like to also put on the record my thanks to the Secretariat for their outstanding job. This was very complicated evidence we received and very complicated material, and I think the Secretariat did an outstanding job. And with that, I commend the report to the Senate.
Thank you. Senator O'Neill.
Senator Scarr, as the last contributor, might seek leave to continue his remarks because I didn't get quite enough time to thank the Secretariat and my remarkable staff.
Senator O'Neill, I did wish to seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak to reports or documents? Are there any delegation reports? Senator Ciccone.
There certainly is, Acting Deputy President. And on behalf of Senator Urquhart... Senator
Ciccone, did you seek leave?
Well, I was just about to say that.
Right, thank
you.
So
you just took the words right out of my mouth. But as I was about to say, Acting Deputy President, maybe Senator Urquhart would like to do this herself, given I was about to do this on her behalf. But here she is, everyone.
Great timing.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're up to seeking leave.
Thank you. So I seek leave to present a delegation report.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted.
I present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to Vietnam, which took place from the 25th to the 30th of August 2024, and I seek leave to move a motion to take note of the document.
Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted.
I move that the Senate take note of the document. Thank you. And as outlined, the delegation took place from the 25th of August until the 30th of August. Vietnam and Australia are enduring friends with a relationship anchored in political trust, share a vision for a peaceful, stable and prosperous region. Vietnam is one of Australia's most important partners economically, strategically and through strong people-to-people links. We visited Vietnam at the invitation of His Excellency, Mr Chun Tung Mun, with an important cross-party delegation. President Sue Lyons led the parliamentary delegation, accompanied by myself, the Honourable Kevin Hogan MP and Miss Di Lee MP. And we were supported by Miss Rachel Callanan, who is in the chamber today with us, an officer from the Senate. I would like to send my sincere thanks to His Excellency, Chairman of the National Assembly, for welcoming the cross-party delegation to Vietnam. I'd also like to thank a number of the embassy people, certainly the Ambassador to Vietnam, the Honourable Andrew Golder-Zinski. I'm not sure about the pronunciation of that, but Miss Renee Desjomps, Mr Brent Stewart, Miss Sherry Russell, Miss Carol Holmes, Miss Cecilia Brennan, Miss Madgie Horden, Miss Alexandra O'Connor, Mr Ben Davis, Mr Joe Burke and Miss Arabella Bennett, who were all embassy and consulate general employees who looked after us immensely, I must say. The delegation received a welcome and presentation from Madam Tai Tan, Standing Deputy Chair of the National Assembly, and with other officials on the first day of our visit. We had a meeting with Mr Mai Van Tuot, Deputy Secretary and Chair of the People's Council of Ninh Binh Province. We then had an official welcome ceremony. We then met with Mr Tran Than Man, President of the National Assembly, and dinner reception. The meeting discussed the growing ties between the two legislators, particularly following the signing of the cooperation agreement between the National Assembly of Vietnam and the Parliament of Australia, the Parliamentary Cooperation Agreement, CPA, by the presiding officers of the Australian Parliament and the former President of the National Assembly. The agreement provides a framework for further developing bilateral relations between the two legislators and builds on the long history of engagement between the two parliaments that has deepened since the previous cooperation agreement was entered into in 2013. The visit was the second Australian delegation to visit Vietnam since the signing of the agreement. We had a very busy, full-packed delegation. We visited the Koto Training Centre, which is in a training facility for at-risk and disadvantaged youth across Vietnam that provides life skills and job-ready training. We learnt how to make a cup of coffee there, and I must say the ambassador was very impressed with my efforts in that field. We met with Australian agricultural representatives. We visited the Maxport Garment Factory, which Australian Mr Jeff Stokes was the founder and CEO. We popped into the embassy and had afternoon tea with the officials. We then had a meeting with the Minister of Industry and Trade. We also met with the Prime Minister, and we had a courtesy call on the chairman of the Vietnam Australian Parliamentary Friendship Group, and it was noted that friendship groups established in both of the parliaments, both here but also in Vietnam. We also visited the Vietnam Museum of Ethnology. The delegation enjoyed that tour, including the People of Vietnam galleries, highlighting the diverse population of Vietnam, comprising 53 ethnic minority groups. We then went on to meet with the General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam and the State President. We travelled from Hanoi down to Ho Chi Minh City, where we again met with AusCham board and members. We visited a label maker factory, which Mr Simon Pugh, another Australian, is the managing director. We visited the NAB Innovation Centre and took a briefing and an office tour of the NAB Innovation, learning about their presence in Vietnam and the value of that to Tasmania. And finally, we visited the RMIT campus
Senator
in Vietnam.
Eckhart, your time has expired. Are there any ministerial statements? Ministerial statements. Minister.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. On behalf of the Minister for Resources and Northern Australia, I table the 2024 Annual Statement on Developing Northern Australia.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Annual Ministerial Statement for Northern Australia. I am pleased to take note of this ministerial statement, highlighting the crucial role that Northern Australia plays not just in the economic prosperity of this country. Northern Australia is vast. It immediately captures your imagination with its possibilities. It comprises 53% of our landmass. Just picture 3/4 of Queensland, half of Western Australia and all of the Northern Territory. It is home to regions and towns that many have only seen on a map or heard of in outback folklore, places like Cape York, Kununurra, Katherine and Cloncurry. The North has contributed so much to our history and to the Australian character. The determination, resilience and fearlessness of the early pioneers of the North lives on in Northern DNA. And one only needs to visit Rockhampton to marvel at the historical importance of trade and resources to Northern Australia. Rockhampton's development from frontier town to bustling port to gold rush town in the 1800s is preserved in heritage buildings of sandstone and wrought iron which rival the grand colonial buildings of Sydney and Hobart. The Coalition values the position of Northern Australia in our history, but more importantly supports every opportunity for the future development. There are only a small number of voices advocating for Northern Australia, and of the 151 members of the other place and the 76 senators, only 12 are based in Northern Australia to give voice to the issues that matter. And these few voices really have to crank up the volume to be heard on issues that Southerners don't really need to fight for, like improved roads, bridges and transport, protection of our biosecurity and agricultural industry, protection of our northern borders, water for both our urban populations and rural communities, incentives for business, mining and tourism investment, stronger infrastructure to defend the north, reliable communications, affordable insurance, more doctors, nurses, allied health professionals and hospital beds. Now, Northern Australians live with these challenges every day and face service shortages with tenacity and ingenuity, but it behoves government to design policy that develops the north, not just for Northern Australians, but for every Australian. The sense of urgency for Northern Australia is right now a dynamic geopolitical backdrop, an increasingly hungry world to our north, demanding quality food with reliable supply chains, and our allies seeking a secure supply of critical and traditional minerals and rare earths to electrify the world. It places great opportunity right at our northern gateway. The Coalition has demonstrated through our track record that we recognise and care about the families, the communities, the industries, the employers and employees, the economic contribution and the potential of the north. It was the Coalition that developed the White Paper on Northern Australia, Our North, Our Future, in 2015 to set the direction for a strong future. The Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility was born from this Coalition initiative to transform the north by encouraging private sector investment and transformational nation-building infrastructure projects. The groundbreaking NAIF has now financed 33 projects to provide a forecast $40 billion in public benefit and over 20,000 jobs. Research conducted by the Cooperative Research Centre on Northern Australia de-risks northern businesses by providing greater efficiency. Along with the contributions of NAIF, the CRC Northern Australia develops the competitiveness, productivity and sustainability of the north. And I acknowledge the work of the Indigenous References Group in their important work in developing Indigenous opportunity and connecting our communities. I applaud the Joint Select Committee on Northern Australia for its inquiries into the cyclone reinsurance pool, energy, food and water security and workforce development. Outcomes from these inquiries will build further structures for Northern Australia to succeed. Now, the Australian resources sector is deeply invested in Northern Australia. The latest ATO Corporate Tax Transparency Report shows that Australia's mining industry is the nation's biggest taxpayer, paying $43.1 billion in company tax and $31.5 billion in royalties for 2022-23. Now, this highlights the crucial role that mining plays in keeping our economy strong and funding the essential services that Australians rely on every day. The resources industry has paid more in tax than all other Australian industries combined for the second consecutive year. This contributes to funding for schools, roads, aged care, hospitals and national security. Taxes and royalties from northern mining benefit every town and city in Australia. Now, that same geology that makes a resource-rich north has created an abundance of natural tourism attractions. There are few natural icons in the world that are prioritised so highly on bucket lists around the globe. Each visitor to the Great Barrier Reef in 2023-24 contributed to the $6.3 billion that the reef pumped into the Australian economy. Visitors to the Northern Territory, who included the Red Centre and the sacred Uluru monolith on their itinerary, as well as the Kakadu National Park, contributed to the total tourism gross state product of $2.6 billion. Now, those who've enjoyed the Kimberley or the Pearl history of Broome and long white sands and sunset camel rides of Cable Beach have helped boost the Western Australian tourism gross state product to $13.2 billion. Now, remember that only 1.4 million people live in Northern Australia, just 5.2% of Australia's total population living on 53% of our land mass. However, Cairns can be populated by an extra 30% on any one night through tourist visitation. The additional city infrastructure required to accommodate this additional transient population is considerable and is one example of where the federal government needs to consider the billions of dollars that the Great Barrier Reef delivers to the national coffers and reciprocate by supporting infrastructure in Cairns. And I refer specifically to the Cairns Water Security Project. This is a call for drinking water, a basic human right to support the local permanent population, visitors, disaster resilience, economic development, and above all, demonstrate a show of government confidence in the north. Now, let's not undervalue Australia's longest shortcut, the Outback Way. The Outback Way is the great Australian road trip as it winds 2,700 kilometres through the heart of Australia, from Winton in Queensland via the Red Centre to Western Australia. It's important that we should all consider driving this road because it is Australia's third transnational route connecting the east and west coasts, a fully sealed road that will boost our national productivity and GDP by expanding tourism, mining, agriculture and freight efficiencies. It will provide a corridor for commercial investments and access to agricultural markets. This is, like the Savannah Way and other important roads in the north, that must be sealed to allow for suppliers to service remote communities and ensure product on supermarket shelves, reducing prices and the ever-escalating cost of living. These roads facilitate access to mining projects. They enable sustainable outcomes for communities by improving job creation, health, education and emergency access, closing the gaps initiatives and social connectivity. These will improve the quality of life for Northern Australians and is another example where government needs to consider the economic input of this region to the bottom line and reinvest in that continued growth. Now, when we understand that there are 12.5 million beef cattle in Northern Australia, which supplies around 90% of Australia's annual live cattle exports, and supports our near neighbours in their demand for nutritious protein, the importance of road systems and programs becomes obvious. In addition to cattle, 95% of our sugar, 96% of bananas, 92% of our mangoes are grown across the north, and that requires an importance of a reliable road, rail, port and airport connection to feed ourselves and export to our neighbours. Northern Australia is the powerhouse of our economy. It's a treasure of resources, it's our food bowl, it's a tourism beacon, and it's home to 3 great universities: James Cook University, Charles Darwin University and Central Queensland University. We will continue to raise our voices and advocate for our northern future because it represents the future for every Australian.
Are there any further speakers on the motion moved by Senator McDonald? If not, I put the question that motion be agreed to. Those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Business of the Senate. Notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of the leader of Pauline Hanson's One Nation Party, Senator Hanson, concerning a reference to Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee.
Senator Hanson.
Well, immigration will be front and centre at the coming federal election, and I think it's important for those people that are tuned in today to understand what I'm trying to do here is to move a motion for the following matter be referred to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee for inquiry and report by the 10th of February 2025. There has not been enough of a debate on it, and this is what needs to be done. The failure of the Albanese government's immigration policies to manage population growth and protect Australians' interests, with particular reference to A, the government's failure to meet immigration targets and the impact of allowing record numbers of migrants into the country without adequate planning. B, the role of mass immigration in driving up housing costs, worsening the rental crisis and locking Australians out of home ownership. C, the unchecked influx of international students and the strain this is placing on housing and services. D, the strain on infrastructure, essential services and the environment caused by rapid immigration-driven population growth. E, the lack of clear and accountable processes for managing visa programs, including the government's failure to enforce promised restrictions. F, the uneven impact of immigration, creating unsustainable pressure on cities while diverting resources away from rural and regional areas and stifling their development. G, the failure to address critical skill shortages through alternative methods, such as increasing apprenticeship subsidies and investing in local workforce development instead of relying on high immigration. And H, any other related matters. This is because, and I'm driving this, as I have done for nearly 28 years, is the profound effect it has on the Australian people with reference to the cost of living, housing affordability and availability, the provision of services, public infrastructure, the natural environment, and on Australian society. Now, one of the main reasons Labor's support is eroding in the electorate is because of the record immigration it has enabled and the disastrous impact it is having. Labor doesn't understand, and has never understood, that immigration policy must serve Australia's best interests. That's why immigration policy under Labor always works against Australia's interests. It might work in Labor's interests, but that is most definitely not the national interest, no matter what delusions the party may have about it. One nation policy on immigration is one that serves the nation's interests and is a policy that treats living in Australia as a privilege to be earned, not an entitlement, and respects the Australian culture and way of life and not divide us based on race. It ensures that people have demonstrated loyalty and allegiance to Australia over a long period of time, of up to 8 years, before they get citizenship, not the current 2 years, that they can apply for it, and permanent residency. We want to know who these people are. Have they got criminal records? Are they actually going to give their allegiance to Australia? To ensure that a significant breach of Australian law by an immigrant proven in a court results in immediate deportation and a permanent ban on that person ever coming to Australia again. Ensures social cohesion by prioritising immigrants from countries with similar cultures and values and denying immigration to people from countries which don't. Prioritises immigrants with skills and qualifications that our country needs. Prioritises Australia's national interest over humanitarian and political considerations and over international agreements. Forever ensures that those who come here without permission can never live here or come here again. Does not set annual refugee targets and puts Australians' interests ahead of international refugee agreements. Never permits the importation of extremist ideologies incompatible with Australian values like the rule of law, secular democracy and equality, and deports them if they slip through. Never compromises an Australian's ability to obtain employment, enrol in study or secure a home. Never places an undue burden on public infrastructure and public services, and never ever puts the safety of Australian people at any risk. Quite simple. It means I'm very patriotic to my country and the people out there who have been screaming out for so long that they want to have a debate or a discussion on immigration. As we've all seen, Labor's immigration policy does none of these things. It is working directly against our interests. If you want an immigration policy that serves Australia's national interest, you cannot possibly vote or support Labor. Don't even get me started on the Greens, who hate Australia and actively work against our national interests. The Greens should be completely dismissed from any debate on immigration. As for the Coalition, some of them have the right idea and some do not. They know who they are. We need a national summit on immigration and we need a national plebiscite on immigration. We know for a fact the majority of Australians want much lower immigration levels. That's evident constantly all the time. They're crying out for it, but they can't understand why the politicians aren't listening to them. We know for a fact that Labor, the Greens and the Coalition don't care that the majority of Australians want much lower immigration. And I can say that because we don't see immigration lowered enough to actually look after the Australian people first and foremost. They all voted against my immigration plebiscite bill. Why? Why? Why wouldn't you give the people a say in this? Because you think you're better than them. The Coalition even said the issue was too complex to put to the Australian people in a plebiscite. I think that's more of an indication of the major parties' contempt for the intelligence of the Australian people, who are more inclined to suffer the impact of high immigration. I was right about immigration in 1996 and multiculturalism. Everything I warned about has come to pass, and I'm right today. Immigration will be a major issue at the next election, and it's the party with an immigration policy in the national interest that will win votes. You underestimate the Australian people, and I can tell you that won't be Labor. I'm moving this inquiry because we must have a real national debate on immigration policy, and this could serve as a start. The government's immigration policies are failing Australians. Immigration should be tailored to the wishes of the Australian people. The Australian people are tired of suffering the impacts of high immigration on their daily lives and overcrowding. They're tired of going homeless, paying higher rents and managing their higher mortgage payments. They're tired of waiting for weeks or months for a doctor's appointment or waiting for hours in crowded emergency departments. They're outraged at the extreme important by migrants, such as the appalling outbreak of anti-Semitism in Australia, happily promoted by the Greens. Australians want their country back, and it's time we gave them a voice on immigration. Under this Labor government, we've looked at bringing in 1.5 million people into the country. In just January and February alone this year, I think it was 125,000 one month, 100,000 the second month. That's in 2 months alone. We've had, I just came from Cairns. Well, they had people running around trying to find accommodation for 60 Sudanese. 60 Sudanese. And the fact is, you've got Australians there that are homeless, can't get accommodation, but no, it's all right. We need to bring these people and find them homes. And the whole fact is that, you know, the impact it's having on us. In 22-23, 737,000 people were brought into the country under the Labor government. 51,605, they say they brought them in for the skills. Skilled migrants. Of that amount, 737,000, only 51,605 were skilled migrants. And they said we need it for the building industry construction. Of that, only 1,800 had those skills. So that was a lie, a scam. We just can't keep going the way that we are. And as I said to you, the people in this place, you're so out of touch with the general public who've been screaming about high immigration for a long time. And yet you keep putting more pressure on the people with higher electricity, higher cost of living, and the cost and your higher electricity is because you're actually driving the carbon emissions trading scheme with the agreements that you've signed, and the whole fact that's putting more pressure on the Australian people. Yet you keep bringing in more migrants into the country, which is going to cause more carbon emissions, which is going to impact on us, So what is it? So is the climate change a scam, so really high immigration doesn't have an impact on it, or you really don't care? Or is it because you're propping up the GDP, because you're in a hell of a mess in running the country, that you need high immigration then to prop up the state of the nation, and that we are really in a per capita recession? And I hope that people wake up to this, because you're absolutely hopeless and incompetent in what you're doing in running this country. And I hope you're thrown out in your ear at the next election, because I'll be doing everything that I possibly can to make that happen. But high immigration really needs to be addressed. And you haven't listened to the Australian people, and I keep saying this all the time. I actually assisted, this is where it's really hard when in Queensland, as I've moved across the state and to other states as well, and I was in WA just a couple of weeks ago, and this woman of Aboriginality, she actually came up and she said, I can't get housing. She said, I'm living in the toilets there and I've lived there for the last 14 months. And she said, I can't get housing. And she asked me for assistance, and I said, look, I'm going to see what I can do for you to try and see why you're not getting housing. And then you have the health issues, but this is happening in Queensland. People live in their cars and they're living under the bridge and in tents and parks. And I've been to the parks and I've actually fed the homeless. So that's things that I've tried to do the best that I can as a Member of Parliament to assist these people and to get them housing. But then again, we have the health issues, as I said to you. These people can't get the health. They can't get operations that they require, because there's too many people in the country. We have not provided for the infrastructure. We haven't provided the hospitals or the schools, and all the problems that we're seeing now is because it was not planned. The politicians in this place, what you've done is, in your short term that you're here for the 3 years, you only look at it from this period of time. Long-term vision is not here anymore. You're not looking down the future. It's what suits you for the time being. Long-term planning, long-term vision, you don't get it. And that's why the people are suffering all the time. They can't have the operations, you can't get them in. The emergency departments are actually flat out. We don't have enough doctors. And there was a young girl, 9 years of age, that I actually paid for her tonsillectomy operation, personally paid for it, just a couple of months ago, because she had it for 7 years, couldn't get in to have the operation. And she was getting to a stage where she couldn't go to school. She was missing 1/3 of the term out of school, and she was in a hell of a mess. And when you see that happening to the Australian people, why am I so adamant about cutting back on immigration in Australia? My duty is to the Australian people first and foremost, to ensure that they have the best of health care, education, nursing homes, aged care, that they have all this. We're not representatives for the rest of the world. We can't do it. And when you walk the streets out there, if you really empathise with the Australian people, you would know that this needs to be addressed. It's the biggest issue. It's the biggest issue that's affecting people in Australia, is the immigration levels. And it's just a deplorable, it's a shame on this government of why they have allowed it to continue. And you're backing your mates out there, whether it's the unions or whether it's the big business, that they want higher immigration because they're selling more product. Yet it's the average person out there that has to suffer this all the time. They're the ones that have to put up with this because they can't get the housing. Then you're worried about, the youth out there, whether they'll ever own up their own home. And another thing we need to address is the housing issue with foreign investment. But that's another issue. I hope that you will support this notice motion, have an investigation into this on behalf of the Australian people, to discuss this matter, give the people the right to have their say, and let's have a decent debate on this discussion and see where we're headed as a nation. And I'll continue to fight for the Australian people.
Hey. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Just to be clear, the Greens absolutely will be voting against and rejecting that spray of division that's come from that senator. That spray of division and conspiracy and invective against multicultural Australia, our neighbours and our friends. We reject it and we'll vote against it and we'll do it every time. But why has that senator been able to make that contribution, and why is it happening now? Well, let's be very clear that the door to that vile invective we just heard was opened today by Labor's Immigration Minister Burke. And he's done it again, like Labor has time after time, in their race to the bottom and their race to the right to see who can be more vile on immigration and refugees. Can it be Labor or Peter Dutton's coalition? Who can be the most vile? And do you know what? Today, Minister Burke made it clear that Labor can be more vile, can be actually leading the kind of debate, this ugly race to the right on immigration and refugees and multiculturalism that opens the door to that vile invective we just heard from that senator. And what did Minister Burke do? Well, when he was being tested on Labor's incredibly unpopular thought bubble to cut foreign students without any solution for the higher education system in legislation that's been widely rejected, what did Minister Burke do when he was asked about it? What did Labor's Minister Burke do? He got up and said this. He said, so if anybody out there who might feel that they are missing out on accommodation because an overseas student has taken it, just know the Leader of the Opposition wants to make that situation worse. Minister Burke went on and he said, if anybody out there is thinking that because of the rate of immigration they're having trouble getting a home, just know the Leader of the Opposition has decided to make that worse. The most vile political opportunism from Labor, linking migration to the housing policy, linking foreign students to the housing crisis. Labor's revolting leap is even trying to out-Dutton Dutton, and doing it, and out-Dutton the opposition leader, Peter Dutton, and doing it for narrow sectional grab for a political moment. Why does Labor feel that it needs to be even more vile than the coalition? I don't know where they're getting their advice from. There is a progressive majority in this parliament to actually deal with multiculturalism and migration and refugees with decency and compassion, and to lead the debate away from where Minister Burke took it today, linking immigration to housing crisis. I'll tell you why we're in a housing crisis. It's not the fault of immigrants or refugees. It's not the fault of Multicultural Australia. Multicultural Australia is building our houses. Multicultural Australia is contributing to the housing industry. It's because of decades of failed policy from both Labor and the coalition. It's because Labor won't join with us to invest the billions of dollars needed to build public housing. But instead of Labor accepting the responsibility of government and investing in public housing and fixing the problem, what did Minister Burke do? He linked immigration with the housing crisis. He did it from the pulpit of the House of Representatives. He did it as a Labor minister, and he disgraced Labor and he disgraced the chamber. And he should apologise. And the Prime Minister should hold him to account. Because Labor right now is saying pretty much every time they're asked on immigration, actually they're meaner and nastier than the coalition. They want to be seen as meaner and nastier in the coalition, and they probably are when it comes to immigration right now, because that's their minister, Minister Burke, using his authority as Minister for Immigration to link immigration and the housing crisis. Well, we say to Labor, be better. Be better. You want to deal with the housing crisis? Build public houses. You want to deal with the fact that people in Western Sydney can't get a flat? Join with the Greens and put billions of dollars into public housing, and never, ever blame Multicultural Australia for the mess you've made. Disgraceful.
Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Obviously, I rise here in support of Senator Hanson's motion. I'd like to make a very short contribution to that motion. Look, I believe that our current immigration program is unsustainable. I also think that it's not in the national interest, and it is an economic and a cultural disaster. Now, Australia's always had a generous immigration program. It provides opportunity for people from all around the world. Heck, many of us in this room are migrants. My own family benefited from Australia's migration program and Australia's generosity. But a generous immigration program, it must be sustainable. And the record numbers of people being brought into our country, into Australia by the Albanese government is anything but sustainable. It's not even close, and we know why they're doing it. They're doing it to prop up the GDP because they are bad economic managers. It's a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. That's what it is. Look, housing is in short supply. We all know that. It's being made more expensive as a direct result of mass immigration. Public infrastructure, it's overrun. Our major cities, they're clogged. Social cohesion, this is an important one, it's at an all-time low. Why? Because we insist on bringing people into Australia that are not culturally aligned with Australian values, and this is a huge mistake. It's a huge mistake, and we're going to pay for it down the line. Look, what good is a big Australia if the result is something other than Australia? What good is it? Worryingly, that seems to be the case. If the government believes that there's a skills shortage, as they like to say, then how about find ways to address this skills shortage without importing massive numbers of people in an unchecked way? Make our immigration policy finely tuned, finely targeted for exactly the people that we need. A sustainable program, a smarter program. It would enjoy much more public support, and that's important. That's a vital key. Importing record numbers of people via a haphazard process, it risks alienating mainstream Australia, which will in turn alienate those who arrive in our country. Look, when around 30% of people or thereabouts of Australians voted for the Labor Party at the last election, voted them into power, no one knew that Prime Minister Albanese and his team would bring in around 1 million people here within just a couple of years. No one knew. If they haven't already, the government runs the risk of losing support for immigration, full stop. This is terrible leadership. It's got to be addressed. It's got to be addressed. Enough is enough. To ensure sustainable and popular support for immigration, the current numbers just have to be cut, and they have to be cut drastically. In fact, I would support net zero immigration for a while. I would support that. Not to do so would undermine immigration itself, but worse than that, it would undermine Australia itself. That's what it would do. Now, for these reasons and a whole lot more, I wholeheartedly support Senator Hanson's motion, and I hope that many of you will. Possibly, you probably won't, because you don't have the kahunas, you don't have the backbone. And that's why you will continue to slide in the polls, and that's why parties like mine will continue to rise. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Babet. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Australia is in a housing crisis, a housing catastrophe. 10 cities are appearing across the country in a way many people have never seen before. I've been to them. Disgraceful. In almost every major Queensland city I've been to, the tents are there. People sleeping under bridges, in caravans, in parks, in their family car. In August 2020, the national average rent was $437 a week. It's now $627 a week, an increase of 40% over just a few years. In 1987, the average house price was 2.8 times the average income. Today, a house price is 9.7 times the income. 9.7, nearly 10 times. What hope have our children got? A major driver of the housing crisis is Australia's turbocharged immigration program. And listen to the facts that I come up with soon. And remember, that I'm not against migration. I was born in India, I'm half migrant. Australia has a very proud history of migrants building this country. But at the moment we have too many. So let me give you those figures. Australia's net overseas migration used to average a bit over 80,000 a year. For the 2023 year, our net intake was an astonishing 547,000 new people. More than 500,000 new people net. In the 9 months to September 2024, 394,000 immigrants have been added to the population. That puts us well on track for yet another year of more than 500,000 arrivals into the country. That's net. That's after the people who've left have been removed from that count. Yet soon after setting Australia's immigration record last year, Prime Minister Albanese promised he would cut immigration rates. Instead, he increased immigration rates and is on track for a second new record in a row. Before 2020, and excluding tourists and short-stay crew, there were around 1.8 million temporary visa holders in the country. 1.8 million. Today, that number is 2.45 million temporary visa holders in the country. An increase of a third. Using Australia's average household size of about 2.5 people per dwelling, that means temporary visa holders are taking up 1 million homes. 1 million homes. 1 million unavailable because of this immigration program. The Master Builders Association October Housing Review shows that in the 12 months to June 30th this year, only 158,000 homes were completed. So much for your housing policy. Less than we needed to cover new arrivals, let alone the homeless and those sharing and who want their own place. Every year this Labor government is in power is yet another year Australia's housing crisis becomes worse. That's why it's beyond a crisis, it's a catastrophe. The ALP and the Greens can promise more houses all you like. Houses aren't built out of rhetoric. When Australians are sleeping on the street, we have to stop the flow of more people into the country. Some of these temporary visa holders have to leave. Let's start with the 400,000 overseas students who have completed or discontinued their study and have failed the 100-point test necessary for permanent residence. These students are in a limbo which is best solved returning home and developing their own countries with the skills learnt here. Then there are hundreds of thousands of long-stay visa holders who have failed to learn English, failed to get a job, and who nonetheless avail themselves of social security. I'll say that again. Failed to learn English, failed to get a job, and are on social security that Australian taxpayers are paying. If someone has been in this country for 5 years and has failed to earn their own way, then their visa must be critically reviewed to determine if Australia is the right place for them. It's time to put the temporary back into temporary visa holder. Our country's bleeding. Stop twisting the knife. The unprecedented level of immigration isn't just leading to the housing crisis. 2.45 million extra people adds to inflation. Inflation is caused when too much demand is chasing too few goods. It's really simple. 2.45 million new arrivals is a lot of new demand. It's a hell of a lot. The government's net zero energy policy has driven up power prices. We can all see that. Reduced the capacity of agriculture and manufacturing to meet this demand, leading to demand inflation, a double whammy on inflation. The Reserve Bank has refused to lower interest rates because they have publicly stated this unprecedented rate of immigration is creating so much excess demand, and said that reducing interest rates now would cause inflation to worsen. House prices are at highs. Now we've got interest rates high. This is a huge catastrophe. The Reserve Bank has refused to lower interest rates because they have publicly stated this unprecedented rate of immigration is creating so much excess demand and inflation. And why is the government doing this? Because, as Senator Hanson said, we have been in a per capita recession. We've been in a per capita recession per person now for 6 quarters. We should be in recession, according to the performance of our economy. The only reason we're not in recession is because they're flooding the joint with migrants to bump up the gross domestic product. You see, a recession is defined as 2 quarters of negative gross domestic product. So the only thing saving the recession tag being hung around Prime Minister Albanese's neck and Treasurer Jim Chalmers' neck is the record immigration coming in to take us over zero, so we're just barely hanging in there. They don't want to be tagged with the Prime Minister and the Treasurer who were in office when the recession hit. Instead, they'll let hundreds of thousands of people go without what we need, facing inflation and tens of thousands of people out of home. Immigration is also affecting a health response. Ambulance ramping is at all-time highs in most states, including my home state of Queensland. Now, it takes time to train paramedics, expand emergency departments and buy new ambulances. The pace of the government's increase in new arrivals has placed demand on a health system, and it simply can't keep up. Lives are at stake. People are dying. And Labor does not care. Doesn't care about the working families, mums and dads working, coming home at night to their family car in a park, see if their kids are still there. That's what this government is doing. One of the largest budget costs is more infrastructure, especially on roads and transport. These projects are collectively costing hundreds of billions of dollars. The huge demand for infrastructure, materials and qualified people is driving up the cost of infrastructure, adding to inflation. Many of these projects wouldn't be necessary if we didn't have an extra 2.45 million people in the country. And the people coming to work from the Gold Coast to Brisbane, people coming to work from the Sunshine Coast, even Caboolture, Burpengary, Morayfield, every day to work in the city of Brisbane, you're tied up in a car park, stationary traffic for hours, your life just slipping away. We've got people sleeping under bridges, as I said a minute ago, mother and father returning after work to see if their children are still in the car in which they live in a park or a showground. Or maybe a tent under a bridge. Yet Australia has the world's richest reserves of minerals, bar none. And we've got people sleeping in tents because the Labor government does not care. It's a vicious cycle where the government claims we can fix the immigration problem with more immigration. And we can fix the housing catastrophe by adding bureaucrats and more immigration. Fix housing, the catastrophe, with more immigration.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Grogan.
The government does not support the motion moved by Senator Hanson. The 2022-23 increase in Australia's net overseas migration was driven by strong arrivals of temporary migrants, particularly international students, and by below normal departures. As the Minister for Home Affairs, Peter Dutton mismanaged Australia's migration system, enabling exploitation and rorts. The government is determined to bring migration down, including by capping international student numbers. We're already doing the hard work. We have restored the immigration compliance function in Home Affairs, an area that the Leader of the Opposition cut by nearly 50%. We've increased the temporary skilled migration income threshold from $53,900 to $70,000 to restrict the number of low-income workers entering the country. We've ended unlimited work hours for international students, launched a crackdown on rorts in international education, cracking down on shonky providers and closing loopholes that were being used to bring non-genuine students into the country. We're implementing a $160 million reform package to restore integrity into the system.
introducing limits on international student numbers. Now, yesterday, we saw the Coalition teaming up with the Greens to block a bill to limit the number of people coming into the country. The bill deals with pretty serious corruption and integrity issues in international education. So why are the opposition opposing a crackdown on dodgy operators and unscrupulous agents? It just doesn't make any sense. The opposition is standing in the way of genuine reforms to fix a system that the Parkinson Review found was so badly broken it would require a 10-year rebuild. 10 years to rebuild because it is in such bad shape, left in such bad shape by those opposite. We are working to reduce migration through the means we have available, with the goal of bringing it to sustainable levels. So, for those in this chamber, if you cannot get on board with the clean-up, we suggest that you just get out of the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Grogan. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. The Coalition notes that 388,241 additional migrants arrived in the first 9 months of the 2023-2024 financial year, and experts believe annual migration under Labor will overshoot Labor's target of 395,000 and even could surpass 500,000 arrivals. Under Labor, 1 million migrants have arrived in just 2 years as Australia endures a housing shortage and cost of living crisis. Former Immigration Department Deputy Secretary Mr Abdul Rizvi says that net overseas migration could reach as high as 475,000. The Carina Economic Advisory's Saul Oslak expects the net overseas migration number of at least to be at least 495,000. The KPMG Chief Economist Brendan Ryan predicts that the net overseas migration would reach between 480,000 and 490,000. We've experienced record migration since Labor came to power, and housing supply isn't close to keeping up. That drives up the cost of housing and rents, which further increase inflation as Australians endure cost of living pain. The Prime Minister, Mr Albanese, needs to explain where all of these people are going to live. The RBA Governor, Ms Michelle Bullock, has said that new migrants add to demand and, I quote, "they have certainly added to pressure on the housing market," unquote. Former Queensland Labor Premier Stephen Miles has said, and I quote, "if migration continues at current levels, we'll need tens of thousands more homes every year, more than the industry can build. That's a big part of why prices and rents have risen so rapidly," unquote. The latest Australian Bureau of Statistics building activity data has confirmed there is no end in sight to Labor's housing crisis. 2023-24 saw the lowest home building commencements in over a decade, dropping 8.8% to just 158,690 new starts. The Coalition believes that by rebalancing the migration program and taking decisive action on the housing crisis, we would free up almost 40,000 additional homes in the first year and well over 100,000 homes in the next 5 years. First, the Coalition will implement a 2-year ban on foreign investors and temporary residents purchasing existing homes in Australia. Second, the Coalition will reduce the permanent migration program by 25% from 185,000 to 140,000 for the first 2 years in recognition of the urgency of this crisis. The program will then increase to 150,000 in Year 3 and 160,000 in Year 4. The Coalition will also reduce the refugee and humanitarian intake to its long-term average to 13,780 per year. The Coalition will also ensure that there are enough skilled and temporary skilled visas for those who are in the building and construction industry to ensure that there are enough skills to support our local tradies to build the new homes that Australians desperately need.
Thank you, Senator Smith. If there are no further contributions on that motion, I will put the motion. The question is that business of the Senate notice of motion number 1, moved by Senator Hanson, be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. A division is required, and that will be deferred until another point in time, given that it is after 6:30 p.m. And I will call the clerk to call on our next item of business.
Government Business Order of the Day number 1, Aged Care Bill 2024, Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024, second reading debate and on the amendment moved by Senator Kovacic.
Senator Colbeck, you're in continuation.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And before we left this legislation before lunch, I was making the point that government senators are talking a very big game on this piece of legislation, and I would suggest they go back and look at some of the facts so that they don't mislead the Parliament. In a previous contribution, the chair of the Community Affairs Committee, Senator Murray L. Smith, said that the Royal Commission said that this Parliament should, or aged care legislation, be passed by this Parliament. What the Royal Commission number 1 recommendation said was that the Aged Care Act should be replaced with a new Act to come into force by no later than the 1st of July 2023. Now that's over a year ago. So this legislation should have been passed 2 years ago. This is how far behind this government is with this legislation. They talk about how they care, they talk a big game, they misrepresent the Royal Commission. They have no respect for the Royal Commission, just like they have no respect for this Parliament. And in the Coalition's response to the Royal Commission, which was tabled in 2021, in 2023, part of the work that we said that we would do was to commence a new Aged Care Act in 2023. That was in the government published response, which was published only a few months after the Royal Commission's final report, along with the budget in 2021. So a lot of big talk from Labor in respect of this, but they should check their talking points, because they're being misled by their talking points and subsequently misleading this Parliament. And the problem with this legislation, has been said by my colleagues, is that we haven't seen most of the regulation. We haven't seen the new quality standard. And the new quality standard in particular is the thing that will drive performance in the sector. That's what will drive performance. We haven't seen the new IT system that will support it, and can I tell you, the new aged care system will not work without the IT system that supports it and provides all of the data, because a lot of the work that gets done in the system is driven by that process. Now, I'll give the government credit. They have put the additional funding in required for the IT system. That was a really important move that they made, and they did make that early in this term. So I'm not all negative in respect of this, but this has taken way too long. It should have been legislated last year. And the industry, and particularly those who are receiving care, should have had the opportunity to properly scrutinise the regulations that support this legislation, and there will be a lot of it. It's complex, it's complicated. We should have seen the new quality standard because, as I said, that will drive a lot of the things that work, make the system work. And the system, as has been said a number of times, needs to work as a system. It is a complex beast and it has many parts. And the reality is what we've seen from the government in getting us to where we are now, good governance, and clearly it's not. I want to go back and just refer again to some representations that were made to me by some constituents in the lead up to the debate on the bill. And that goes to the cost. And as I indicated earlier in my presentation, if somebody takes out a returnable accommodation deposit, a RAD, that's protected under the legislation. But if they don't have the money for a RAD and they have to pay a DAP, a daily accommodation payment, that is not protected under the lifetime cap. And so someone of low means can be milk dry by this system. The cap does not apply. I know people in that circumstance, and it's not good enough. And so we have a number of things that have occurred and are occurring under this government, and as I said, they've talked a big game. The waiting time for a home care package has blown out shamefully and unacceptably. It is absurd that
all of the hard work was done to get the waiting time for a home care package down to 30 to 90 days. 30 to 90 days, and it's now 15 months. You can shake your head, but that's the fact, and it's published on the department's website. And it's your neglect of the aged care system and this reform process that's got you 2 years behind, and you even represent the Royal Commission's final report that talked about care, dignity and respect. Care, dignity and respect. Where's your care and dignity and respect for people who are receiving aged care? There isn't any. There isn't any. When Labor said to us, when their report came out, the wealthy will pay more, we thought, yeah, fair enough. Those that can afford to pay more should pay more. Those that can afford to pay more should pay more. That's a reasonable thing to say. But what they didn't tell you was everyone's paying more. Everyone's paying more. And so the rhetoric was, the wealthy will pay more. We heard every time the report was talked about. And so what's happened at the end of the day is that everyone will be paying more, particularly those of low means. Particularly those of low means. Mr Albanese, and they'll wait longer for their home care package. So the design of this system, instead of 30 days where the Coalition got the waiting time to, the ambition in the aged care legislation is 90 days. 3 months to wait for a home care package under Labor's proposed reforms. Simply not acceptable. Mr Albanese promised that he'd put the care back into aged care. That's what he promised a number of times before the election. What he has put back, Deputy President, is the waiting lists, and he's put up the price. And Labor should be ashamed of their efforts to date on this legislation. Instead of talking a big game, the fact that they are 2 years behind with this reform, they're all running out there as though this is a great achievement for them. They're 2 years behind. They don't have all the regulations on the table. They don't have the new quality standards on the table so people can properly understand the way the systems work, and they should be ashamed of themselves instead of running around triumphantly like they are at the moment.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Order, Senator Polley. I will remind senators that interjections are disorderly. Senator Polley, I've called the Senate to order. Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting President. I'm not going to get all the way through this before we adjourn for this evening, so I'll begin by doing a bit of context for our position on this bill. The Aged Care Bill of 2024 will be the subject of my contribution this evening. This bill is a response to the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety's recommendation for a new Aged Care Act. The recommendation from the Royal Commission was an act to enshrine the rights of older people who are seeking or receiving aged care with a rights-based approach guaranteed and universal access to supports and services that an older person is assessed as needing. Now, the Greens have consistently called for universal access to be the foundation of all health and aged policy. And if you think about this recommendation, it is the kind of basic that we should be aspiring to. It shouldn't be radical that we would seek to enshrine the rights of older people who are seeking or receiving aged care to ensure that they receive a human rights-based and person-centred approach. The government needs to be responsible for funding an accessible system for all Australians who need it. The Royal Commission heard from people with lived experience, older people, aged care workers and family members. Their experiences were vital in shaping the recommendation of universal support. Following the Senate inquiry into this bill, I have some serious doubts as to whether universal access to aged care will be achieved through this legislation. The first concern, which I and the Greens hold, is that this bill opens the door to an expanded UDA pays model. This risks only increasing the profits of private providers. Such private providers are already making massive profits off the backs of older Australians. Secondly, between the exposure draft and the introduction into Parliament, criminal penalties for providers who do the wrong thing were removed and replaced with watered-down civil penalties. The Greens see this move as a clear concession to providers, putting their agenda above the needs and rights of older people. Additionally, many submitters to the inquiry raised the concern that this Act does not go far enough. It will not result in the effective enforcement of the rights of older people. Now, this is a quote from the National Older Women's Network appearing at the hearing of this bill. It appears that the framers
Order, Senator Steele. John, you will be in continuation when debate on this bill resumes, and it being 7:30 p.m. I propose that the Senate now adjourn, and I call Senator Polley.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. When the Minister for Health, Mark Butler, and the Albanese Labor government committed to tripling the bulk billing incentives so more GPs would bulk bill their patients, I knew this would be life-changing for my community in Tasmania, just as our urgent care clinics are doing, as thousands of Tasmanians take advantage of those 4 clinics. Well, the numbers prove how important these decisions have been. The latest Medicare bulk billing data shows the Albanese government's record investment in strengthening Medicare 1 year ago has revived bulk billing, with Bass residents in northern Tasmania accessing an additional 20,129 bulk billed GP visits in the last 12 months. These are life-changing visits, providing people with access to a general practitioner when they need it the most. It comes at a time when the cost of living means more Tasmanians are visiting their GPs instead of off to a medical appointment. Tasmanians overall have witnessed over 152,000 additional bulk billed GP visits thanks to the Albanese Labor government. In October in 2023, the bulk billing rate in Bass was 68.9%. In October 2024, it has risen to 72.9% because of our government wants to be able to provide access to the medical care when people need it the most. We are a party of Medicare and will only ever improve and access healthcare in this country when you have a Labor government. On the 1st of November 2023, the government made the latest investment in bulk billing in Medicare history, targeted to families with children under 16, pensioners and concession card holders. The Royal Australian College of General Practitioners called the investment a game changer, and for the past 12 months, doctors said it has given them the confidence and support they needed to bulk bill more often. After a decade of cuts and neglect from those opposite, and we know their current leader, Mr Dutton, we know what he did to healthcare in this country when he was Minister for Health. He was voted the worst health minister ever, not by just the public, but by the medical fraternity. Families with children under 16, pensioners and concession card holders can now be seen and bulk billed more than they ever have been able to. 90.0% of GP visits with children under 16 have been bulk billed in the past year. Those 11 million Australians are the patients that see GPs most often. They make up 40% of the population, account for 60% of GP visits on average. They pay taxes, so they should be able to access health care in this country. It is, after all, a universal human right, one which Labor honours and delivers. The historic investment in bulk billing builds on the way the Albanese government is strengthening Medicare to make health care more affordable and more available. And we know on this side of the chamber that when it comes to Medicare, when it comes to universal health, those on that side of the chamber, it's in their DNA. They will do anything to try and destroy Medicare. That's why the Australian community voted for us, because they know we believe how important healthcare is to them, to their children and the people that they love. Funding and opening 87 Medicare urgent care clinics so Australians can walk in, get bulk billed. All they need is their Medicare card 7 days a week to see a GP when they need them most. Take away those patients that don't need to be in accident and emergency is something that has proven to be so beneficial in my home state, in my home city of Launceston. The figures speak for themselves. People believe when we talk about healthcare, they know we are going to deliver on it. The difference between us and those when they were in government, they had ministers who only ever wanted to destroy Medicare, cut bulk billing, cutting GPs and gave them no incentives at all.
Polly, your time
That's what a
has
Liberal
expired.
government...
Senator Antic.
Well, thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Despite all of the complaining and the whinging and the fear-mongering from the media in the United States, Donald Trump soared to victory in the recent presidential election, and the levels of triggering among some court has been off the charts ever since. You can almost feel the mood in this building as we've returned for the first sitting week post-election, and maybe that's just the product of this Labor government taking on water day by day. But how did the media get it so wrong yet again? Well, part of the answer lies in the fact that a large majority of the mainstream media is deeply, deeply left-wing, and leftists tend to double down on their assumptions and blame everyone else rather than pausing to reflect on their own behaviour. That was certainly on display with the bewilderment we saw from the corporate media following this election, or in our case, the Voice to Parliament referendum. Now, remember, to the journalists out there who are listening, just because you and your wine appreciation group like something doesn't mean the rest of us are going to like it or endorse it. Prior to the election, all we heard about was this election's close or Trump is down in the polls. But guess what? Wrong and wrong. You're wrong again. Rarely occurs to the overtly woke why people who work, who provide for their families, who see value in traditional gender roles, who value religious faith, who reject climate alarmism and the demonisation of men, I should say. As far as I can tell, the Democrats in that election, all they ran on was the endorsement of celebrities, yet the corporate media seemed to be stunned at the outcome. Now, in the lead-up to the election, President Trump did the rounds on long-form podcasts, talking to people like Joe Rogan and Theo Von, engaging in lengthy discussions about issues that actually matter to people. He connected with the American people on matters like illegal immigration, public health, inflation, you name it. He spoke about it, and he spoke his mind. And that's what the left can't understand, because they can't go onto shows like that, because often they just simply don't know what they believe in. Now, people want a return to normal. They don't want more absurdity in their lives. They don't want more inflation. They don't want more war. And people simply don't care what the major news networks have to say. They, in this case, listened to the candidate himself, and they listened to him speak for several hours at a time. The win signals what could be described as the final countdown for the legacy media. And as Elon Musk told ex-users after the election, you are the media now. It's funny, isn't it, how when there's less censorship, the absurdity of all of this becomes unsustainable. That's why Labor wants to control social media platforms with the threats of massive fines to users and corporations with their misinformation and disinformation bill. They're scared of the truth. They're scared of the inevitable breakout of discussion, and discussion that isn't easily controlled, and they're scared, unbelievably, of memes. Can you believe it? All I can say to the mainstream media is it's time to cry harder. No one cares about your commentary, no one cares about your worldview, and simply put, with the rise of alternative platforms, you're wilting on the vine. Since COVID, The red pilling's been occurring at an accelerated pace, and Labor, with their commitment to this woke ideology that's become so tedious, just can't keep up, and censorship won't fix it. Ultimately, I think we'd have to come to the conclusion that it is fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. So commiserations to the legacy media. You got it wrong again, and all we can do is dance.
Thank you, Senator Antic. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Acting President. Communities in Western Australia are being smashed, from Kimberley to Perth to Esperance. The effects of... Sorry, hang on. Let's try this again. All right. Communities in Western Australia are being smashed right now. From the Kimberley to Perth to Esperance, the effects are being felt by all of us. The cost of living is hitting our communities harder and harder. All elements of our lives are increasing in cost. The rising prices are forcing us to cut things we never thought we'd need to think about removing from our lives. Decisions between food and rent, and being able to buy your kid a birthday present, and being able to actually experience a moment of joy or relaxation or care. In talking to people in WA, it seems that the pain is most felt at the supermarket checkout, where the rising costs are forcing people to cut back and go without essentials. The average Australian household is spending nearly $10,000 a year at the supermarket checkout, and it's putting immense pressure on the day-to-day budgeting of many families, young people and pensioners. In 2020, 19% of households expressed that food and groceries were a point of financial stress. As of 2024, that number has doubled to 40%. That is 3.7 million households across this country that are worrying about how they are going to pay for food. The price increases are felt across the board, with a 31% increase for oil and fats, 25% increase in breakfast cereals and bread, cheese, eggs and milk, 15% jump in the cost of poultry, 14% rise in the price of fruit. Now, this isn't an inevitable outcome of some uncontrollable economic factor. This is largely driven by greedy corporations and by a government unwilling to legislate any safeguards for the community. Coles and Woolworths have an unchallenged duopoly on our access to food and to groceries, controlling 67% of the market. These two corporations run some of the highest profit margins for the supermarket industry anywhere in the world, and they have consistently run higher profits in the last 3 years as the cost of living crisis has spiralled out of control. A few months ago, the Greens put forward the divestiture bill, which would have given the federal government the power to break up the supermarket duopoly and put real consequences on them for their anti-competitive, community-harming behaviour. But the Liberals and the Labor Party have sided with the profits of Coles and Woolies. The political duopoly protects the grocery duopoly. Coles and Woolworths have price-gouged customers, treated their workforces appallingly and driven suppliers, like our West Australian farmers, to breaking point. Their market dominance and political donations have allowed them to get away with it. It needs to end. If you're worried about the rising of costs, you are not alone. Millions of us are being ripped off by big corporations like Coles and Woolies, making massive profits. Now, you cannot keep voting for the same two parties and expect a different result. The Greens are working for cheaper groceries. If you want change, you have to vote for it. Together, let us break up the Coles and Woolworths duopoly and make groceries cheaper for those in our community.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Green.
Thanks very much, Madam Acting Deputy President. I'm really pleased tonight to rise in the Senate and to speak about our government's policy to make fee-free TAFE permanent. Last week, Matt Smith, the candidate for Leichhardt, and I visited the TAFE Cairns and met some amazing students. Matt Smith and I met Terry, a student at TAFE Cairns who is studying nursing. Terry is part of a cohort of nurses set to graduate in the next few weeks and will be in the workforce by January in Cairns, delivering regional nursing services. Terry is an incredible woman. Her classmates look up to her, she's a great student, and she has so much compassion and care for the Cairns community. But without the Albanese Labor government's fee-free TAFE, Terry wouldn't be there and she wouldn't be becoming a nurse. Terry told us that her TAFE experiences have been just amazing, and she put a call out to those wanting to go to TAFE to take a leap and chase their dreams. But today, we found out that the LNP under Peter Dutton's leadership are going to oppose the government's legislation that would make fee-free TAFE permanent. This means they're actively denying students like Terry and future students the opportunity to access affordable, high-quality training that can lead to secure, well-paid jobs. And they're denying industries, like the healthcare industry in places like Cairns, the opportunity to have skilled workers. Australians have embraced fee-free TAFE with overwhelming support. Over 500,000 people have already accessed the life-changing opportunities that come with fee-free TAFE, training in critical sectors that are vital to our community. Sectors like healthcare, construction and early childhood education, and of course nursing. This is the training that will equip them with the skills that our nation desperately needs to overcome current skills shortage, the worst in 50 years, a legacy left by the previous LNP government. But now, despite the success of fee-free TAFE, under Peter Dutton, the Liberal National Party are saying no to fee-free TAFE. They are saying to these wonderful TAFE students that they simply aren't worth the investment. They're saying to people like Terry that they should stay put in their current job and not retrain to become a nurse of the future. They want to scrap the very policies that are opening doors for Australians to build brighter futures and for us to have the skilled workforce that we need. Well, it is clear that there is a choice at the next election. And it is clear that for Australians, the only solution to have fee-free TAFE is to vote for an Albanese Labor government. And in Cairns, that means supporting Matt Smith, the Labor candidate for Leichhardt, because the local Liberal candidate will not be supporting fee-free TAFE at the election. Now, the Labor government is committed to rebuilding the vet sector after the decade of neglect. This is a sector that has been starved of funding, left under-resourced and undervalued by the Liberals. And our Labor government will ensure that the fee-free TAFE becomes an enduring piece of the national vocational education and training system. We'll ensure that by 2027 we'll be funding 100,000 fee-free TAFE places every single year. Imagine 100,000 Terrys out there training to be the next nurse, the next early childhood educator, the next construction worker. Places that will be available to people across Australia from all walks of life. And we know that this is working. We know that 1 in 3 of these places is in regional Australia. We know that more women have taken up this opportunity. We know that we are seeing these places, 180,000 fee-free TAFE places in 2023 and 300 places over the next 3 years. I'm really proud of the work that our government has done to establish fee-free TAFE, to train up students like Terry, to give them an opportunity to become a nurse. Terry's mum was a nurse, and that's why she's entered the profession through fee-free TAFE. I just hope that we don't have a Peter Dutton government that will put a stop to fee-free TAFE and stop students like Terry becoming nurses in regional towns like Cairns. And the only way to stop that from happening is for an Albanese Labor government to make fee-free TAFE permanent. It's clear that there's a choice for people living in Cairns. If you want to keep students like Terry being trained to be the next healthcare professionals to service our families and our community, then you need to support Matt Smith at the election, because that's how we'll get fee-free TAFE.
Thank you, Senator Green. Senator Hume.
Madam Acting Deputy President, last week I visited one of Melbourne's most iconic destinations, the Queen Victoria Market, with our Liberal candidate for Melbourne, Stephanie Hunt. Now, the market is known as much for its history as for its vibrant community of small businesses. In fact, the Queen Vic is home to around 600 small businesses. I've heard through the Cost of Living Committee, the Senate Select Committee on the Cost of Living, and also by visiting businesses around the country, that Australians aren't just struggling with a cost of living crisis, they're struggling with a cost of doing business crisis too. And unfortunately, Victorians are doing it particularly tough in these economic conditions. Last month it was revealed that around 600 hospitality businesses had closed in the past year in Victoria, accounting for 29% of the 2024 insolvencies that were recorded nationally through to October. Now, the Coalition is unashamedly the party of small business. We are strong supporters of small businesses, particularly when this misguided Albanese government has done so much to go out of its way to harm them. Steph and I took the opportunity at the Vic Market to meet with stallholders to hear firsthand about just how tough business conditions have been and how the government's red tape and regulation agenda is making it even tougher. Natalie Tripodi is an extraordinary woman. She's the third-generation owner of Queen's Harvest, an extraordinarily family business that runs a market stall specialising in locally grown produce. And she spoke to us about the challenges of running her business. She and Rocco spoke of the high cost of living that's causing significant changes in consumer behaviour, and foot traffic is down around 12%. This has, of course, created what's essentially like a perfect storm for many small business owners who are now facing higher rents and higher input costs on one hand, but seeing a decrease in sales on the other. Of course, it's the small business owner that gets squeezed in the middle. At the Bratwurst shop that was run by Carl and Christina Greco, their stall's extraordinary. It's a market staple, and but even they, who do a roaring trade, are not immune to the rising costs facing small businesses, costs which they're having to wear or pass on to their customers. And as loyal as they are, there's only so much you can put up those prices. Then there's the M&G Kayafa Bakery, which is a family-run business owned by Michael Kayafa. And despite his experience and his commitment and his loyal customers, he's feeling the squeeze as well. There were two themes that were running consistently across all of those conversations: rising costs from wholesale goods to transport to rent that are putting the pressure on local businesses, and the copious amounts of red tape and regulations that are tying up our small businesses and sapping their time and their innovation. For many small business owners, these issues don't just challenge their bottom line, it's a challenge to their survival. And unfortunately, it's now impacting consumers as well. It's not unique to these two businesses. Across the market, we saw similar concerns, and many of them felt abandoned by government, but they particularly felt abandoned by their local federal member, who they couldn't even recall seeing at the market for many, many years. The people of Melbourne deserve an elected representative who's engaged with the issues that they're facing on the ground, and at the moment they simply do not have that. Our candidate, Steph Hunt, understands that small businesses are the backbone of Australia's economy and the engine room of our society. She knows that the only way to get the economy and Melbourne moving again is a back-to-basics economic agenda. This is something that both the Victorian and the federal governments simply do not understand. Instead of encouraging businesses to thrive, they're wrapping them up in red tape. This is why the Cost of Living Committee, which handed down its final report last week, heard consistently that the pressures of government red tape are hurting small businesses, and why we have called as the #1 recommendation for a national cabinet to address government spending that's keeping inflation higher for longer, and a national cabinet into productivity to develop a plan at every level of government that is driving the root cause of this cost of living crisis and slowing our economy to a halt. It's not just the businesses at the Vic Market that need this. It's all businesses right across Australia, big and small. It's not just businesses, though. It's households that need it. Businesses need it, households need it, Australians need it.
Thank you, Senator Hume. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. Now the public hearings have wrapped up and before the committee reports, I wanted to share some insights from the Senate Select Committee on the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme, or TFES for short. This has been such a great committee to chair, not just because working with the Secretariat dream team of Bonnie, Hugh and Nick has been an absolute pleasure, and that my fellow committee members have invested their time to help Tasmania, Senator Chandler included. The biggest win for me is that I can see how improving the TFES will make a real difference for Tasmanian businesses. Committee members heard from Tasmanian businesses, all three levels of government and industry stakeholders, at public hearings at both ends of the state. We visited King Island and heard from the Mayor, Marcus Blackie, about why restoring the National Highway to the Bass Strait Islands would increase equity. It costs up to $9 for 2 litres of milk, and petrol hovers around $2.40 to $2.60 per litre on King Island regularly. And it's similar on Flinders Island too. Last week, the Flinders Island Mayor, Rachel Summers, told us 2 litres of milk cost $6.10 and petrol was $2.42 per litre, and a dozen eggs cost $8. Rachel wasn't wrong when she said Flinders residents pay a premium for being on the island. On that note, the distance the Spirits travel between Geelong and Devonport is 242 nautical miles, or 448 kilometres. The Spirits are not the only vessels that transport freight between Tasmania and the Port of Melbourne, but they offer a visual reference I expect many of you will know. So if a Tasmanian business like Ashgrove Cheese or Norski Skog was transporting its product, in this case cheese or paper, via road, the equivalent distance is 448 kilometres. I wonder if that 448 kilometres of Bass Strait receives the equivalent amount of funding to, say, 448 kilometres of the Hume Highway or the Bruce Highway. Several witnesses commented that Bass Strait was the most expensive piece of water to cross in the world. The TFES is supposed to compensate Tasmanian businesses because they don't have access to the national road, highway and rail networks, and so have to rely on shipping. It's clear from the evidence the committee heard at all three hearings that Tasmania's freight equalisation scheme equalises nothing. Ashgrove's operations manager told us it cost the business $15 to send cheese from Elizabethtown in the state's northwest to Strawn on the west coast, but the same amount of cheese sent from Elizabethtown to a Melbourne suburb is $90. Wine Tasmania told us that 40% of its members don't claim a rebate from the TFES because of the huge amount of administration involved for a small return. They said it costs 35 to 70% extra in freight for smaller operators to send their wine to mainland customers. Imagine how many of you could be enjoying more Tassie wine if freight didn't cost so much. Essentially, freight costs have grown exponentially, but TFES rebates have stayed the same for decades. Fruit Growers Tasmania quantified this for us, saying sea freight has gone up by 2.5 times in recent years. It was $389 and now it's $918. Even our pensioners get a rise in their payments every 6 months to reflect the increased cost of living. Tasmanian businesses have not had the same consideration. Economist Saul Eslake pointed out that he hoped this lack of regular adjustment in TFES payments was not deliberate discrimination against Tasmania. One of the biggest points made by witnesses at the hearings was that TFES rebates only cover the cost to transport across water, not the other costs associated with freight like storage at the wharf if there is a delay, or the cost from getting the goods from the sender to the receiver. The perfect illustration of these additional costs came from Tasmanian farmer and transporter Matt Ryan, who told the committee that 30% of a bag of $1 bag of carrots is the cost of getting them to the supermarket. How much does it cost to grow a bag of carrots? Those margins are very, very thin, if any. We heard that it's cheaper to ship something from Tassie to Spain than it is to ship something from Tassie to Sydney. If that's not evidence of a system that's not working, I don't know what is. And when it comes to evidence of a system that isn't working, the department responsible for the TPS said it regularly reviews and discusses the scheme. But the fact it doesn't work has never been mentioned. Go figure. So what do we do now if the TPS is outdated and not fit for purpose? It's clunky, difficult to use and returns little for the investment of time. Let's fix this system and make things equal for Tasmanian businesses.
Your time has expired. Senator Brockman.
Thank you. Well, this government is so arrogant in its willingness to break clear election promises that it probably shouldn't come as a surprise to us anymore when once again these broken promises are highlighted by the words that come out of ministers' mouths themselves. I was one of the first people that rose in this place to speak about Labor's disgraceful broken promise, the new tax on superannuation, the new tax on self-managed super funds, when they committed at the election campaigns that there would be no changes to superannuation taxation arrangements. Yet their new tax on superannuation, not only was it a terrible broken promise, but it's also terrible policy that directly impacts farmers and small businesses. And when asked a question about it this week in the House of Representatives, the minister said, and I quote, "As the member knows, the government is targeting tax breaks in superannuation to make them fairer, particularly for individuals with super balances of more than $3 million. Tax breaks. Tax breaks. No, this was the arrangement that were in place that farmers and small business people relied upon when they put a proportion of the land of their farms in self-managed super funds or put the office building they worked out of as a small business person into a self-managed super fund. They did so under the very clear knowledge of the taxation rules that applied. This is not a tax break and never was. This was the rules that existed at the time, and people relied on those rules. Not only that, the disgrace of this being taxation on unrealised capital gains. Unrealised capital gains. You're forcing people to sell assets to pay tax on land that they hold or offices that they hold inside super funds. And Minister Collins went on to say, and I quote again, "Individuals can choose how they pay their tax, either out of their superannuation account or from their own pocket." End quote. Well, gosh, yes, that's exactly what we said about this terrible, terrible policy. They would have to find the cash out of their own pockets, out of their own income, to pay Labor's new tax on super, or they would have to sell assets from within their self-managed super fund. This is a disgraceful policy. It should never have seen the light of day. It was a clear broken promise. And not only that, it's a direct attack on those small business people and those farmers who did what society asked them to do. They did what society asked them to do. They put money aside for the future. They put land into superannuation, part of their farms, the business that they operate out of, under the rules of the day, in the knowledge that they were doing what society had asked them to do. We hear this phrase often, that small business people and farmers are asset rich and cash poor. So guess what? When farmers were making those decisions 15, 20 years ago about what to put into superannuation, they didn't necessarily have cash to put into superannuation to buy shares. What did they have? They had land. They had some of their land that they could put into a superannuation fund under the rules that existed and try and prepare for their own financial future that way. And guess what? That land has appreciated. Its value has gone up over the years. And now many of those self-managed super funds are going to breach this threshold and have to pay tax. And guess what? The farmers, the small business people, are going to have to reach into their own pockets to pay Labor's new tax on super.
It's a broken promise, it's a disgraceful policy, and it should never see the light of day.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm grateful to take this opportunity to deliver a few speeches written by two incredible young Western Australians as part of the Raise Our Voices program. The first speech is by Harry. When answering this question, the first thing that comes to mind to strengthen not only my local community but Western Australia as a whole is to fix our healthcare system. Doctors and nurses are overworked and underpaid. WA hospitals are understaffed and, especially in regional areas, literally falling apart. Politicians can say what they like about these issues and what they are trying to do to fix them, but most don't consider the human cost. Like the little boy Archie, born on 27th of July this year, only a few weeks after being medically viable. As a premature baby, there were numerous health issues. However, this was exacerbated by the understaffing present in hospitals. Archie should have had 24/7 supervision from a nurse whilst in the NICU. He didn't. The mother should have had more medical checkups to identify the baby was going to be born prematurely, but that didn't happen. Whilst understaffing was not the direct cause, it played a role in the unfortunate passing of Archie only a few days after he was born. Parliament must commit to more funding for hospitals, more incentives for medical staff to enter the workforce, and to make sure someone like Archie gets to live their life to the fullest. The second speech is by Olivia. I'm Olivia. I'm 11 years of age and my electorate is the Tangney electorate. In 10 years, I want our community to have a greener environment, which means more trees, less rubbish, and to be more rescuable. Firstly, a way to have a greener environment is to plant more trees. We could get clubs or groups together in parks to plant trees. We could also do the same for rubbish. I know picking up rubbish is gross, but it will help our community and environment. The Parliament should recommend more people to get solar panels. It helps the environment and it helps them. If you own solar panels, you don't have to pay for electricity and power during the day. Secondly, I think sporting clubs can connect to this by planting trees at ovals and making sure the grass on the oval they play and train on are healthy and not dying. It's important to make sure our environment is healthy at all times because trees and grass contain oxygen for us to survive. In conclusion, I think in 10 years we should have a greener environment, which means planting more trees, picking up rubbish, and to be more recyclable. So, dear Parliament, let's aim for a greener future in Leeming. I'd like to thank both Harry and Olivia for taking part in sharing their concerns and their ideas and wanting their voices to be heard. It gives me great hope to see the tenacity, the drive, and the engagement of our young Australians to get involved with politics, get involved with Parliament, and have their voices shared through the Raise Our Voices program. Thank you.
Senator Smith.
Thank you. I rise today to address an issue of profound importance to the integrity of our democracy. That is, of course, Labor's proposed Misinformation and Disinformation Bill. Under the Albanese government, this legislation threatens to undermine the democratic culture that has been a cornerstone of Australian society. While misinformation and disinformation are genuine challenges in our digital age, the solution cannot be one that gives excessive power to the government, stifles open debate, and compromises freedom of speech. It is not controversial to assert that this bill is deeply flawed. It risks creating a two-tier system of free speech, where what is deemed acceptable depends not on the merits of the statement, but on who is speaking. For example, a statement made by an academic might be protected, while the same words from an everyday Australian could be deemed harmful or even illegal. These arbitrary distinctions are symptomatic of a far deeper issue, the overreach that is inherent in this government's policies. This bill would grant unprecedented powers to the Communications Minister. It would allow for investigations into so-called misinformation and could result in fines against social media companies that fail to comply with its ill-defined standards. Let me paint a picture of what this could mean in practice. Imagine a social media post online where someone questions prevailing views, perhaps on climate change or economic policy. Even if the statement is not malicious or deliberately deceptive, it could be flagged as harmful to the environment or the economy and subsequently removed. Is this the kind of society we want to create? A society where legitimate questions and opinions are silenced because they don't align with government narratives? The Law Council of Australia has rightly expressed concern over the vague definitions of the bill, particularly the terms harm and serious harm, which rely on value judgments that are both subjective and politically sensitive. Australians have every reason to be alarmed. As a nation that has consistently ranked among the top democracies in the world, we have now slipped to 14th place under the Albanese government's watch. This is not a reflection of our electoral process or institutions. They remain very robust. Instead, it's a reflection on the diminishing health of our democratic culture, the openness of debate, and the ability of Australians to participate fully and freely in our political system. It is not the Australian people who are failing democracy. It is the government. The rush to push this bill through Parliament, limiting public consultation and scrutiny, is a blatant disregard for transparency and accountability. Australians were given a mere week to make submissions to a Senate inquiry. This is an insult to the democratic process. To be clear, addressing misinformation is important. However, the answer is not more government power, censorship, or punitive measures. In a democracy, we resolve differences through open debate and evidence, not through silencing dissenting voices. If passed, this bill would represent a dangerous step backward for our nation. I and many others urge the Albanese government to heed the warnings of the Australian public, legal experts, and those of us in this chamber who value freedom and democracy. As Benjamin Franklin, one of the architects of modern democracy, famously said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety." This generation of Australians must stand up against this overreach and protect the liberties that define our way of life. This misguided legislation should be abandoned, and the Albanese government should pursue a more thoughtful, measured approach to the challenges of misinformation, one that respects democratic principles and the intelligence of the Australian community.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. We live in an age where mainstream education is often packed tight with irrelevant social engineering and is taught impersonally. External forces, including the teachers' political opinions, increasingly influence, pressure and distract students. As a result, Australia witnessed a 111% increase in homeschooling in just 5 years from 2018 to 2023. In 2018, homeschool registrations were 20,260, compared with 2023's 43,892. Queensland has the highest increase, 210%, tripling. Second highest is New South Wales, 127%. Then Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia and Tassie. Homeschooling presents an excellent alternative for many families, providing an academic setting that prioritises children's welfare and provides more holistic development. Anecdotally, during COVID school lockdowns, many parents were horrified to see how far mainstream schools are deviated from solid education, absolutely horrified, and pulled their children out of school, preferring to homeschool. Educating children at home means avoiding public institutions' involvement in their raising. while nurturing strong family bonds. In traditional school settings, children spend most of their day away from home, leaving little room for connecting with family members. In contrast, homeschooling can not only facilitate academic growth, it can foster emotional stability and the family's core values. One of the biggest misconceptions about homeschooling is that it does not allow interaction with other children needed for developing social skills. On the contrary, parents can choose a variety of social experiences in which the child can engage, such as community groups, sports and homeschooling co-ops, and visits to live community events and businesses. In this way, parents can guide such interactions, avoid influences not aligned with the family's values, and avoid negative influences, and ensure the development of healthy relationships free of peer pressure and bullying that today often characterise traditional school environments. Furthermore, socialisation takes place every day within the family unit, and the bonds created in interactions throughout every day are incredibly beneficial for the child's mental and emotional well-being. In a traditional educational setting, though, children spend most of their time at school, leaving little time for deep and meaningful interaction with family members. Home education allows the development of trust among family members through shared experiences, activities and discussions, and connections, and safety. Ultimately, the presence of a supportive family is an invaluable asset in children's lives, especially during developmental stages, ensuring strengthening of bonds fundamental for children's well-being. A notable benefit of home education is the program, which can be personalised and delivered in a way that suits the children's learning style and interests, with ways not possible in traditional overcrowded classrooms. Homeschooling's flexibility ensures a stress-free learning environment and allows enough free time for extracurricular activities and personal interests, employing an holistic development approach. Lessons on emotional intelligence and social responsibility, for example, can be added along with core subjects as well as life skills such as financial literacy, household management and practical problem solving, which is what adults need, and the exploring of peace within the child, regardless of the child's surroundings. As a result, children grow up as well-rounded individuals with skills and knowledge which can be absent in their traditionally educated counterparts. As said earlier, in the 5 years from 2018 to 2023, homeschooling more than doubled across Australia, with Queensland more than tripling. This trend reflects parents' distrust of educational institutions. Several social and political factors drive this growing distrust that leaves parents increasingly feeling uneasy and concluding that traditional schooling is no longer the best environment for their children's academic, moral, emotional, physical, spiritual and social development. Research on homeschooling shows that reasons for which parents take a step towards home education include the elements of dissatisfaction with the government, with conventional schools and with the curriculum. All these remained consistent pre-COVID and post-COVID, as well as children's needs and family lifestyle, which includes religious reasons or family values, for example. Educational institutions are perceived as increasingly ideologically driven. To put it bluntly, woke. The purpose is to indoctrinate, not educate. To create serfs who cannot think critically. As John Rockefeller said, factory fodder for his business empire, which is now global. Cross-cultural priorities of race and sustainability are integrated into the curriculum, along with other regressive narratives of gender and identity. I'll give you a story. My son and daughter attended a school with many different races. One day I asked him, as a 4-year-old, how he enjoyed his Ethiopian twins in his class. Wonderful 2 little kids. He said he didn't know. I mentioned their names, Thomas and Anthony. He didn't know. I mentioned they had black skin. He didn't know. He really didn't know. Then I mentioned their short frizzy hair. He said, oh, great, I play with them all the time. They play well together. Playing, working, studying with diverse groups builds tolerance experientially, the way people learn. Students discover for themselves. Meanwhile, imposing welcome to country, chants and calls to pay respect to the custodians of the land loses people. Adult teachers telling students they can change gender is ludicrous, with children who have absorbed like sponges since birth the innate difference between mum and dad, male nurses and female nurses, male teachers and female teachers, and all the better for it. Children are being taught about gender identity and pronouns, and in some cases made to apologise for the sins of their forebears and encouraged in the embrace of gender and transgender ideology. And children in fear daily with climate fraud and lies, saying we have only 5 years to live unless we stop driving cars, which will stop the global boiling. Unfounded guilt damages children. All these build distrust in children and disrespect for woke teachers. Parents and increasingly across society, people have had a gutful. Meanwhile, between 2003 and 2015, the Australian academic landscape has been in steady decline. 1 in 3 students fail reading proficiency. 1 in 3. 50% of students fail science literary tests. Half scientifically illiterate. No wonder the climate fraud and climate fear have taken hold. And the average in mathematics declined 26.7 points. All these factors accounted for, taking back the lead on their own children's education makes sense for parents. This sentiment was clear when Queensland Labor's Education Minister put forward legislation enforcing the national curriculum in home education. The public pushed back with 900 submissions and a petition with almost 22,000 signatures. Parents have made their feelings about education clear. Parents are unhappy with public educational institutions and with the national curriculum. Some are angry. More and more parents are re-evaluating educational choices for their children. From here, home education will only grow because it offers an academic pathway that's more well-rounded and allows for learning tailored and delivered in a way which takes into account the child's or family's interests, values and needs. When this speech is posted on my Senate website, I'll put links to assist any Australians considering home education. While speaking of education and the growing homeschool revolution, I'll comment on 2 more factors. Firstly, charter schools. This is an American term used in states where schools are started from community initiatives. The state provides funding per student and the money follows the child. Simplistically, to illustrate the concept, if parents withdrew the child and placed her in a public state school, the money goes to the public school. If the parents enrol their child in a private school, the money goes to the school. This gives choice. Principals have real authority to improve their school's delivery of education to attract more students and more funding. Parents have choice, real choice. Choice spurs competition and fosters initiative for improvement. Choice drives accountability. Secondly, abolishing the Federal Department of Education. Reportedly, this bloated department employs 4,000 people, yet has no schools. Constitutionally, education is a state responsibility, not federal. Now it's become a wasteful duplication of resources. It's destroyed a fundamental tenet of our Constitution, competitive federalism, destroying accountability, wasting taxpayer money. It destroys accountability because underperformance in schools leads to states blaming the feds and the federal government blaming the states. Worse, it enables a single gateway for UN initiatives to be ingrained into one national curriculum that then infects all states. When 6 states and 2 territories are responsible for education, globalist agendas have to be driven through 6 gateways, not 1. If states return to managing and directing primary and secondary education, states alone, then we would restore competition between states, competitive federalism, improve accountability, improve efficiency. Universities can be regulated as businesses, which is what they now are. Aligned with closing the Federal Department of Education is abolishing the national curriculum, an initiative of the Howard Liberal National Government. New South Wales has just abandoned the national curriculum, I'm told. The ACT is claiming it cannot be taught because it's too packed with politics and not enough reading and writing. Every parent's top job is raising the family's children. One of our nation's most important tasks is educating children. We must support homeschooling, reform education and give parents choice.
Your time has expired, Senator Roberts. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to make some comments on the recent Queensland state election. I congratulate Premier David Crisafulli and his team for their success. It was well earned. We desperately hope that Queensland has now turned the corner. I congratulate all of the LNP candidates, those elected and those who fell just short. Each and every one of you provided a choice to the people of Queensland. Thank you. It was an honour to work with you shoulder to shoulder, in some cases over more than one election. It was a hard campaign. Labor had created a financial gerrymander. Labor had made more spending promises than a drunken sailor could, and there was the usual scare campaigns. But there was something even worse, a much darker side to this campaign, especially the vile and vitriol that Labor and some of its trade union affiliates directed to female candidates, including those from multicultural backgrounds. And I should say, as I make these comments, I note Senator Lambie's in the chamber. And in this chamber, I've noted Senator Lambie's courage in calling out the behaviour of the CFMEU, of course, the then affiliate to the Labor Party. And this campaign in Queensland had many parallels. Trade unions acting disgracefully and supported by the Labor Party, either directly or by omission, because they wouldn't call them out. Just vile, deeply personal and vicious attacks which have no place in Australia's democracy. Shameful, absolutely shameful. As shameful as anything I've seen in any campaigns over the course of 35 years of being involved in political campaigns. Shame on those who engaged in this disgraceful conduct. Shame on those in positions of power in the Labor Party and the trade union movement who either A, mobilised the unions to do their dirty work, or B, stood by and did nothing. Those who could have stopped it and did nothing, who through their inaction either condoned it or acquiesced. Shame on you. Shame on those responsible for the bile spewed at Trang Nguyen, the LNP's wonderful candidate for Inala. Trang was born in Vietnam in 1976, came to Australia as a refugee with her grandmother. We should all celebrate the fact, Madam Acting Deputy President, that we live in a country where someone like Trang Nguyen could build such a wonderful life and then stand for election. I am proud to call Trang Nguyen a friend. I'm proud to have supported Trang Nguyen with many members of the Queensland multicultural community, many members of the Queensland's wonderful multicultural community who saw themselves and their aspirations and their hopes in the candidacy of Trang Nguyen. But the bile she had to suffer. Shame on the Labor and Green supporters who were responsible for this vile abuse. You know who you are. Shame on those in positions of responsibility in the Labor Party, including elected members who could have stopped this abuse and chose not to. You know who you are. Pinky Singh was the LNP's wonderful candidate for Mansfield. Pinky had stood at the previous state election. Pinky has been recognised for outstanding contribution to the community, including through her leadership of the Punjabi Welfare Association. Pinky has been awarded an Order of Australia Medal. Now, you would think, again, Madam Acting Deputy President, that we should all celebrate the fact that Pinky was putting her hand up to run at election. Someone who came to Australia, to this country, came to Australia, built a life in this country, contributed to the community and was now seeking elected office. We should celebrate that, but not the Transport Workers Union. No, no, no. They unleashed a vile barrage of political mudslinging. I have examples of it right here with me, here in the chamber, a Facebook post which says, LNP candidates dodgy immigration business. Except, Madam Acting Deputy President, Pinky Singh never had a dodgy immigration business. She was never a director of such a business. She was never a shareholder of such a business. She was never a beneficiary of any proceeds of any such business. And when the TWU were called out on their mudslinging, they of course agreed to cease and desist. But of course then the damage had all been done. We know how the trade union movement works in lockstep with the Labor Party in this case. It was just another sordid fabrication. And when threatened with an injunction, the TWU, of course, stopped their action. But the damage had been done. One also, Madam Deputy President, doesn't need to be Sherlock Holmes to work out who was responsible for spray painting genitalia on Pinky's cornflutes all through the electorate. Shame on you, and shame on those in the Labor Party who were either responsible for mobilising the TWU to unleash this barrage of filth or stood by and did nothing to intervene. I was honoured to campaign shoulder to shoulder with you, Pinky Singh, and I'll be honoured to do it again. And then I turned to Ariana Doolan, the new member for Pumicestone, a wonderful young woman, articulate, smart, committed, only 22 years of age, and now elected to sit in the Queensland Parliament. Her grandparents fled the apartheid regime in South Africa to build a new life here in Australia. Again, Madam Acting Deputy President, you would think that her candidacy would be something for all of Australia to celebrate. But then, of course, this time it was the United Workers Union. They'd been given the seat of Pumicestone to work in. And again, they launched a deeply personal and offensive campaign against Ariana. A 22-year-old young woman, subjected to this vile campaign. Senator Urquhart, I'm sure through you, Madam Acting Deputy President, when you stand for the seat of Braddon, you won't be subjected to such a campaign. But nothing could compare to the abuse which Ariana Doolan, newly elected member for Palmerston, had to cop from the sitting Labor member at pre-poll, a sitting Labor member of Parliament. This is what she said to this young 22-year-old woman. This is what she said. I'll quote it. Never-ending tirade of abuse. Just disgraceful. This is what she said, I quote, "The only reason you joined the LNP was because Labor and the Greens rejected you. You are selling women out to become an MP. You have no values or morals. You stand for nothing. You are nothing. How dare you? How dare you as an elected member of Parliament unleash such a tirade of filth against someone putting their hand up to run in Australia's democracy? How shameful. What is wrong in the culture of the Queensland Labor Party that a sitting MP, no less, a sitting MP, Labor MP, would consider it appropriate to engage in this despicable behaviour? Sick. It is sick, contemptible behaviour." This is what she said to Ariana. "My team saw you crying yesterday. Politics is tough. If you can't handle this, you won't be able to handle Parliament." I wish you were there, Senator Lambie, on that pre-poll. I wish you were there. I wish you were there. Well, Ariana never cried once. In fact, Ariana was communicated by many members of the community who told Ariana how disappointed they were to see a so-called community leader engage in such offensive conduct. In Ariana's words, and these are Ariana's words, "It is hypocritical coming from a party that talks about having increased diversity of representation in Parliament only when it suits them apparently." That's right, only when it suits them apparently are they in favour of diversity. Vile attacks against a 22-year-old young woman standing for elected office whose grandparents fled the apartheid regime in South Africa. Well, good on you, Ariana. You are made of the right stuff to serve the people of Palmerston and the people of Queensland in the Queensland Parliament. It is one thing, Madam Acting Deputy President, to lose an election. It is another to lose respect. Shame on those members of the Labor Party and the trade union movement who engaged in this despicable behaviour or stood by and did nothing to stop it when they had the power to do so. Those who acquiesced to this despicable conduct. Lastly, Madam Acting Deputy President, I would like to thank all of the members of the LNP, all of the supporters of the LNP for your tireless support. I did the review of the 2020 election result and I still carry with me your stories of how disappointed you were with that result. So I'm so pleased that you've all had an opportunity to enjoy this recent victory and the hope that we now have a government through the application of LNP values will create a better life for all Queenslanders. In closing, I note the recent tragic passing of Dr Warren Thompson, a great and loyal member of the LNP. Warren epitomised the courage of conviction and the commitment to the cause which is displayed by so many LNP members. Vale, Dr Warren Thompson.
Thank you. Senator Lambie.
Deputy Madam President, in July this year I gave a speech in the chamber about the tragic death of 15-year-old Eden Westbrook in St Helens, Tasmania on the 18th of February 2015. The police who conducted a deeply flawed investigation in the days following Eden's death stated that Eden had taken her own life, and the coroner also found that Eden's death was suicide. Eden's mum and dad, Jason and Amanda Westbrook, don't believe Eden ended her life, and neither do I. Amanda and Jason have fought for nearly 10 years to get the truth, despite gaslighting, intimidation and harassment. Eden was a bright, bubbly and very loved young woman, and immediately before her death she was looking forward to a weekend away with two of her sisters and was planning to buy her first car. Not only was the investigation into Eden's death deeply flawed, the disgraced late Senior Sergeant Paul Reynolds was a coroner's associate in this case. Reynolds' paedophilia activity over 3 decades in Tasmania as a senior police officer was exposed to some extent by the recent Wise review. Just a few weeks ago, in a bombshell ruling, a Tasmanian coroner coroner's ruling into the 2000 death of Helen Bird by hanging at her home in the suburb of Hobart was overturned. The same police forensics officer on Bird's case was also the forensics officer on Eden's case. Helen's family and friends have been fighting for years to get the truth of her supposed suicide, and now 14 years later, the coroner has found that Helen Bird's husband was involved and staged her death to make it look like suicide. I have recently put in a number of right-to-information applications in an effort to get answers for the Westbrook family. In one application's response, many of the pages were completely redacted, exemptions were applied, and it was not considered in the public interest to release the information sought about Eden's death. The argument for a public inquest into Eden's death and an inquest by an external coroner and counsel assisting is compelling, and the evidence to support this just keeps stacking up. First, the Tasmanian coroner and chief magistrate are still refusing to provide Eden's autopsy photos to the independent expert forensic pathologist, authorised by the Westbrooks for an analysis. Just the fact that they won't hand them over is suspicious in itself, especially given the evidence from Hunter and Justin Westbrook, Eden's sisters. Eden's sisters saw Eden's body immediately before she was cremated. Both say that Eden had evidence to bruising to her face and that Eden's teeth were shattered. Inquiries by Bridgewater Police some months after Eden's death, with a key witness, Kim Woodbrook, who according to police was the first to discover Eden's body, suggests that Eden may have had marks on her wrists, that her hands may have been tied behind her back. There is also involvement of Reynolds as the coroner's associate, who in Coroner McTaggart's own words, provided regular oversight and direction to the investigation. The Wise review in 2024 into Senior Sergeant Paul Reynolds failed to deal specifically with Eden Westbrook's matter in the written report, despite detailed oral and written submissions from the Westbrooks and their former lawyer. The matter clearly fell within the terms of reference. That is shameful in itself, absolutely shameful. The very recent decision of Coroner Webster in the Helen Bird case raises critical questions. The same coroner on Eden's case found that Helen also died of asphyxia due to hanging and that her death was suicide. There is no evidence of an inadequate investigation and forensics and involvement and staging of a suicide by Helen Bird's husband. The same forensics officer who failed to take any measurements of the rope or the ladder or samples from the rope for DNA testing or fingerprints in Helen's case was the same forensics officer who briefly examined Eden's death scene. Shocking. The Tasmanian Police Forensic Services is the only police forensic service in Australia not accredited by the National Association of Testing Authorities. And why is the crime scene examiner not independent from police? The Bird case was largely exposed due to the diligence of Tasmanian Police Officer Detective Senior Constable Nikki Munro, and I congratulate her. Sadly, there are no public police champions in Eden's case. The police investigation immediately following Eden's death failed to interview critical witnesses and failed to undertake a professional investigation and failed again later, even though the name of the person of interest and possible suspect were part of the formal referral from the Commission of Inquiry into Child Sex Abuse in Institutions and the government response in early 2023. The more you know about the details of this case, the more dodgy it looks. There is stench everywhere and it just won't go away. In the days following Eden's death, the police didn't even ask to look at Eden's mobile phone, and they didn't examine her social media accounts. There was also an apparent failure to analyse all 000 calls, 1314 and Crime Stoppers calls around the time, and there is disturbing evidence of harassment, intimidation by police of the Westbrook family. One right to information disclosure recently confirmed that Constable Smithhurst did in fact view the relevant CCTV footage of the skate park, and there had been a misunderstanding in relation to information Smithhurst had provided to the Westbrooks within days of Eden's death. There are numerous statements taken by the Westbrooks' former lawyer, including statements from witnesses covering critical issues from the evening of the 17th of February 2015. Possible paedophilia activity in the St Helens area around the time of Eden's death and the movements and actions of key witnesses. It's very clear to me that the police made up their minds that Eden's death was suicide on day one. without first conclusively establishing that there was nothing suspicious. This is clearly illustrated by the material obtained under the RTI. Police also failed to use intelligence data to determine whether there were similar incidents or grooming, harassment in St Helens around the time of Eden's death. I said in my speech in July this year that I considered there had been a cover-up in this case, and I can assure you I'm not backing down. I don't give a stuff what the Police Commissioner says. I am also concerned about the competence, effectiveness and the integrity and the partiality of some within the Tasmanian Police. I question why forensic science in Tasmania is not independent from police, and why Tasmanian Police is the only police agency in Australia to not have its police forensic services, for example, the crime scene examination, the photography, the fingerprints, the ballistics, etc., accredited by NATA, the National Association of Testing Authorities. Tasmanians deserve better. My goodness, no wonder the Liberal Party's in trouble down there. The deficiencies in Eden's case are simply mind-blowing. It is time to hold an independent inquiry to ensure that this does not happen again to any other family. An inquest by external coroner and counsel assisting with proper legal support for the Westbrooks should be urgently established. Helen Bird's death proved that the system can get things terribly wrong. I once again call upon the Tasmanian Government, particularly the Attorney-General, to make immediate steps to rectify this national disgrace. I say this to the Attorney-General. I say this to you in Tasmania. You can go and change laws to release those autopsy photos, and I'll tell you what, my patience is running out with you and I'm sick of your excuses. As a matter of fact, you're sitting in 2 weeks of Parliament and you can't go in and change those laws to put this family out of their misery. You seriously are shameful. You seriously are. I want those goddamn autopsy photos. And if there's nothing to hide, then release them. This is putting a real stain on the state of Tasmania. And it's putting a stain on the Tasmanian Police. Was it a proper investigation done or not? It is a simple question, and we can't decide that until you release those autopsy photos. But there is stench to the high heaven over what happened to Eden Westbrook at 15 years of age. And I'll tell you what, if she was my daughter, I would want to know. I want to know the truth, and I want all the evidence on the table. If you have nothing to hide, then please, for God's sakes, pass over those autopsy photos.
Thank you. Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy President. And I rise tonight to talk about People's First holding the establishment to account policies. And there's what I would like to call a motorboat of policies that I'm about to discuss tonight, and I'll compare and contrast that with the major parties who have a raft of policies. Thanks, Rob Stitch. But of course, often a raft is something that just floats in the water with a little bamboo pole, and you're going around in circles at a very slow rate. And that's one of the great things now that I'm an independent, is I can get out there and talk about the policies that matter to the Australian people without being shackled down with all the palaver that goes on inside the major parties. But the first policy that I want to do that is going to introduce that will hold the establishment to account is to improve whistleblower protections. If there's one thing that we really need to uphold in this place, is the brave and courageous public servants and bureaucrats who can see that there's something wrong inside their department and they want to speak up. And I have spoken to a number of whistleblowers throughout my time in Parliament. One in particular was in regards to the Leppington Triangle, where he himself was strip searched by the Federal Police in his own house. He had his computer files and everything raided, all over the bogus claim that the Leppington Triangle was purchased for more than it should have been. And of course that was completely ridiculous, because if anyone knows anything about the land valuations, 30 acres of land was not worth $3 million. That means 1 acre is worth $100,000. 1 acre is 4,000 square metres. So basically you're saying 8 500 square metre blocks, or a 500 square metre block in Sydney would have been worth $12,500. I don't think so. But there's been other cases of whistleblowers coming to me, in particular from the TGA, also APRA. Throughout the COVID period, people were very afraid to speak up. I've had people come to me from Home Affairs. Indeed, had one very brave whistleblower that came to me from Home Affairs with all the posts that Home Affairs had basically advised Facebook that they thought that they should be censored. And it is absolutely disgraceful that the federal government and a Liberal coalition government was censoring its own people throughout COVID. And this whistleblower, in the end, he knew he wasn't, if he did this, he'd lose his job, and sure enough, he did. But he reached a point where he said he could no longer, he didn't really want to work within the department anymore because he felt the role of that particular department was to protect the people. And of course, they weren't interested in protecting the people, they were only interested in controlling the people. So the first policy that People First will be advocating for in regards to holding the establishment to account will be to improve protections for whistleblowers so that they can speak up. Now, the second thing I'm still going to advocate for, even though I know it didn't get up this afternoon, is that we need an independent judicial commission. The Queensland Law Society says that we need an independent judicial commission. I understand that the Labor Party, that is their own policy, yet for some strange reason they have not brought that legislation up throughout the course of their time in Parliament since May 2022. And that's very disappointing because, you know, the question needs to be put, who will judge the judges? And politicians are held to account at elections, ministers and governments are held to account through estimates. Who holds the judges to account? Not just in terms of the decisions they make, but often in terms of the administration itself, because if the administration's inefficient and slow and wieldy, it costs people a lot of money. And justice should be free for all in a fair and transparent society. So I will continue to advocate for an independent judicial commission. I think we need that as a matter of urgency, and I would still encourage Labor to bring that forward before they call the next election. I think that that's something, you know, not that I want to help you win an election or anything, or give you any free gratuitous advice, but, you know, it would look well in the eyes, look good in the eyes of the public. And that's something that Labor Party could do with right now. Now, the other thing we need to do is to introduce cross-media ownership laws. Unfortunately, the Morrison government got rid of the cross-media, no, I think it was the Turnbull government actually, sorry, that got rid of the cross-media ownership laws. And at the time, people probably didn't foresee what the result of that would be. But today, the mainstream media is controlled by predominantly three large media organisations, the ABC, News Corp and Fairfax and Nine. And we've seen many minor regional newspapers collapse. I know myself, when I was a Senate candidate in 2016, I was told by other senators at the time that whenever you go to a small country town, make sure you pop in and see the local newspaper. They're always looking for stories. And indeed, with my former colleague, Senator Scarr, you know, it was one of the first tips I gave him when we hit the road from Townsville to Cairns. We popped in there at Tully and jagged ourselves a story. And oh yeah, Gympie. Oh, Gympie. That I should have known from Gympie. We popped into the Gympie Times and I passed a comment how Susie McDonald rolled Barry O'Sullivan. Well, didn't I cop it from head office? I should have seen the writing on the wall then. Head office had it in for me then over this little remark. But I digress. That's another story for another day. But I'm glad you reminded me about that, Senator Scarr. But indeed, you know, you can't just pop into a town nowadays and do the cold call because these small papers in regional towns have collapsed. And we need them for local content. And we also need, I don't think it's right that, you know, you can have the same content on radio, newspapers and TV. I think it's very important that we have a range and diversity of opinion, and by all means we're getting that now through social media. And I tell you what, it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the States if Trump and JD Vance continue to use social media as their platform and turn their backs on the mainstream media. They will be in big trouble. But having said that, we do need to have our little guys out in the regions and even in the metropolitan areas. You know, I know we used to have the Quest newspapers in Brisbane, so that's a policy that I will be advocating. Now, I do want to reduce immigration. I'm not going to reduce it to zero because I believe that we are a country that has been built on immigration. I myself am descended from immigrants myself, but I would like to reduce it down to between 80 to 100,000 and predominantly to the regions. I think it's very important that we do have immigrants that come to this country. They do contribute. We can get them out into the regions. I know we need them in hospitality areas. I know our farmers need them. But I do think that we just cannot sustain the rate of immigration that we have at the moment. I will be supporting Labor's caps. I'm not saying their policy is perfect, but we need to make a genuine attempt at reducing immigration so we can catch up with infrastructure and housing and providing essential services. Now, the other thing I'd like to do is to devolve responsibility for the curriculum back to the state governments. Ironically enough, it was actually the Howard government that brought in a national curriculum, and I think that's been one of the worst things we can ever do for the curriculum and education in this country, is to have a curriculum set by a centralised department in Canberra. I think we should have a competition of ideas when it comes to education, and I think that we should basically go back to the way it used to be, where state governments and the schools, in conjunction with the parents, set their curriculum for those particular schools, and they can tailor it to what they want. We want independent thinking in this country. We don't want our ideas and thoughts being centralised in Canberra. Now, the other thing I will do is I will be refuting climate change policy, and I'll need a whole nother 15 to 20 minutes to talk about thermodynamics and Einstein's special theory of relativity and why energy equals mass. But long story short, what we really need to be focused on are practical solutions, things like keeping our riparian zones clean, keeping pollution out of the oceans, and making sure that we protect our biodiversity and fauna. That is very, very important. It's measures like that we, and you know, making sure, like getting feral pigs out of national parks and feral goats and dingoes and cats. And I can speak for that because I know my brother's property in Western Queensland is next door to a national park, and we've got feral pests coming across all the time because they aren't being managed properly. And the last thing I want to do, I want to abolish native title where there is no continuous connection with the land. I'm happy to respect the original Mabo decision and the Wick decision where there was continuous association with the land. But I think now where we do have native title over, you know, parts of the cities, I know Waverton Bowls Club in Sydney has been handed over. That was my old stomping ground back in the day when I lived in Sydney. There's no continuous connection with the land there. And I think that, and we're getting all these claims made over vast tracts of land in Queensland. I think it's unsustainable. I think common land is just that, it's common land, it belongs to all Australians. And we need to promote one race, the human race, and focus on looking forward.
Senator Rennick, your time has expired. The Senate stands adjourned. We'll meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m.